C'est mon devoir de faire savoir
It is my duty to inform the House that the following vacancy has occurred. Mr. Jean-Yves Roy, member of the electoral riding of Haute-Gaspésie, Matane-Matapédia, resigned October 22nd.
Subsections 25(1)(b) and 26(1) of the Parliament of Canada Act, a warrant has been addressed to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of a writ for the election of a member to fill this vacancy. It being 11:02 a.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming consideration of motion 518 on the Canadian economy, standing in the name of Mr. Richardson.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in the House this morning to participate in the debate on motion M518, which reads that in the opinion of the House, the government should A, recognise that improved competitiveness will continue to stimulate economic growth and create jobs for Canadians, and B, continue to diversify and expand markets for Canadian goods and services by encouraging investment in Canada through lower corporate tax rates, maintaining a stable economy, and the signing of free trade agreements. I can't imagine a better opportunity for debating the very different vision that we in the NDP have for the economy, for jobs, and for fair taxation in our country. Given the motion that is before us today and the successive government budgets and trade agreements that have been brought before this House by the Conservatives, it is abundantly clear that the NDP vision for the economy is very different from the government's. In our view, the primary focus ought to be the creation of jobs. Decent jobs with decent, family-sustaining wages. We need to focus on creating and building a strong domestic economy. We need to develop an industrial strategy that will build a sustainable economy for the future. An economy that fuels growth by investing in green technology, green jobs, and renewable energy. An economy that is built on a commitment to the principle of fair trade, not free trade. And an economy that is built on a fair and just distribution of the wealth of our nation. Clearly, that is not a vision shared by either the Conservative or Liberal parties in the House. But it is a vision that is increasingly shared by Canadians as they struggle to survive this recession. And make no mistake, we are still in this recession. The Prime Minister points to soaring bank profits and takes that as proof that the recession is over. For him, if his banking friends are out of trouble, everyone is out of trouble. But Canadians see it differently. 1.5 million Canadians are still out of work. 6 out of every 10 Canadians live paycheck to paycheck. Household debt is at record highs and life is more expensive than ever. Unlike this Conservative government, New Democrats won't declare this recession over until middle-class families are back on their feet. A true recovery must not leave anyone behind. That's why we're working so hard to protect well-paying jobs, to make life more affordable for families, to maintain Canada's stimulus funding commitments so that cities like my hometown of Hamilton get the support they need, and to ensure the protection of pensions and retirement savings. Canadians are counting on us in this House to take bold and strategic steps, and they are looking to us to have courage in the face of adversity. Yet nothing that the Conservative government has brought forward to date matches the urgency or the depth required to protect working families in this economy. And let me be clear, our number one job is to protect Canadians during this economic crisis. I've heard members speak about the need to stimulate the economy. Others have rightly pointed out that we don't just need to stimulate the economy, but that we need to stabilize the economy. And the difference is more than mere semantics. But the bottom line is that the economy and the market are not some supernatural phenomena. Neither were they created by divine law. They are man-made constructs, and as such, they are relationships that are governed by rules that we created. These rules create a framework for determining winners and losers, and that makes it incumbent upon all of us to recognize that the economy is a moral issue. As Tommy Douglas used to say, the economy is made for man, not man for the economy. Yet we have built economic structures that serve powerful global forces acting in their own interest, presenting profit as the chief spur to economic progress, free competition as the guiding norm of economics, and private ownership of the means of production as an absolute right. The sky was the limit, and there seemed to be no concomitant social obligations. And we were all led to believe that governments are the problem and the market is the solution. And that's exactly what the motion before us today wants us to believe. But if the current economic crisis has proven nothing else, it's that markets can't do it alone. Yes, markets can bring prosperity, but governments not only have a role to play, they have a responsibility to act. Clearly, Conservatives see things differently. That's why they believe in shifting taxes from corporations to individuals and families. And that's why they have continued the Liberal corporate tax cuts that began in the 1990s. In the last budget, $6 billion were allocated to further tax cuts for the wealthiest corporations. It's outrageous. The big banks just reported their profits for the first 3 quarters of this fiscal year. $15 billion. Did they really need an additional $645 million in tax cuts? And what about Canada's top CEOs? The Conservatives would rather bail them out again than help hardworking Canadians and their families. Corporate profits may have been down last year, but shed no tear for their top executives. The average paycheck among Canada's top 100 CEOs was $7.3 million, or 174 times what the average Canadian makes, which is $42,305. By 1:06 p.m. on January 4th, the average top 100 CEO had already pocketed what takes the average Canadian all year to earn. Anger over executive pay is brewing the world over. The British have upped taxes on bankers' bonuses. U.S. President Obama has capped pay for executives receiving stimulus funding. But our Prime Minister is protecting loopholes that let CEOs duck taxes by accepting pay as stock options. And that's on top of his corporate tax giveaway. That's what this motion is asking us to continue. Remember what it says. We need even lower corporate tax rates to stimulate investment. It really is outrageous. But that's not all. The Conservatives gave an additional $6 billion to the governments of Ontario and British Columbia to bribe them into implementing the HST. That tax has resulted in a huge tax shift from corporations to individual Canadians, who are already paying the majority of the costs of federal government programs. And, Mr. Speaker, despite the rhetoric, it's important to point out that the HST certainly isn't helping all businesses. It would be good for members to remind themselves what the real engine of Canada's economy that the real engine of Canada's economy is not the wealthy corporations, but rather its small businesses. So let's look at this through the eyes of someone who runs a restaurant, drives a taxi, or does home renovations. For them, the HST means asking customers to shell out more tax for their basic goods and services. Their products used to be PST exempt. For them, harmonizing the PST and GST isn't about reducing paperwork. For them, it adds a major new tax on everything from food to funerals. The HST has added more tax to hundreds of products and services that are disproportionately delivered by small businesses. That's neither smart nor fair. Instead of helping small businesses drive our economic recovery, the HST pits them against consumers who are already struggling. In the middle of a recession, it asks them to look these customers in the eye and say, you have to pay more. The notion that small businesses were clamoring for the HST is simply false. It certainly isn't what I was hearing in my riding of Hamilton Mountain. Mr. Speaker, I have risen in this House on numerous occasions to talk about building an economy that works for Canadians. We have talked about our plan to create jobs, to build an economy that allows us to emerge from this recession by ensuring every Canadian who wants to contribute can have a well-paying, productive job. The economy is built on employment. I've talked about our plan to build a green economy. I've talked about our plan to support and foster an educated, skilled workforce, which I might add enhances our competitiveness much more than corporate tax cuts or ill-conceived free trade agreements like the ones that I spoke to in this House on so many occasions in the past few weeks. And if we really want to be competitive, we have to ensure that every child, teenager, and young adult has access to an affordable education so that we can build a country that can succeed in the knowledge-based economy of the 21st century. That is how to build a modern economy in the world of today. I also believe in an economy, Mr. Speaker, where no one is left behind. That is why my NDP colleagues and I always analyze every economic proposal by evaluating how it will affect the most vulnerable among us: seniors, children, and the disabled. We know that the strongest chain is built by ensuring that we take care of the weakest link. And I wish I had more time to address each of these points in more detail. There are literally dozens and dozens of examples where this Conservative government has implemented policies based on the principles outlined in the motion that is before us today, only to exacerbate the already growing gap between the rich and the rest of us. For far too long now, our economy has failed to serve the needs and aspirations of the Canadian people. It's time to change course. It's time to build an economy where no one is left behind. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Peace River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand in this House today to support this motion. I'd like to highlight a number of things that the government has already done in making this country more competitive, more innovative, and have an economy that's going to lead to jobs today and tomorrow. As set out in Advantage Canada and as supported by Canada's Economic Action Plan, the Budget 2010, this government is committed to improving Canada's competitiveness and creating the economy of tomorrow. We have focused on building a long-term advantage based on competitive taxes, renewed infrastructure and skills, a tariff advantage, reduced red tape, openness in international trade, and our strength as a global financial sector leader. Even before the global recession, this government was making progress towards these goals. And through our efforts, we are emerging from the recession with a stronger economic advantage than before. Indeed, our plan is yielding results. Canada has returned to economic growth. Canada is leading our G7 peers in the recovery in the first quarter of 2010 growth, and the growth is approximately 6%. The impressive job growth of 285,000 jobs since July 2009 truly is impressive. Mr. Speaker, in promoting competitiveness and innovation, we are advancing several objectives, including fostering an innovative and knowledge-based economy, improving and modernizing our marketplace framework policies, and refining our approach in working with businesses to boost global competitiveness. Through these efforts, Canada will be even better positioned to compete globally. Mr. Speaker, a competitive business environment is a key to economic growth. As demonstrated by this government's commitment to improving competitiveness, last year we implemented key recommendations of the Competition Policy Review Panel. These reforms modernized the Competition Act and Investment Canada Act and reduced foreign investment restrictions on the air transport sector in order to increase our international competitiveness. As part of our broader strategy to make the Canadian economy more competitive, we also announced the removal of existing restrictions on foreign ownership of Canada's satellite system, allowing firms to access foreign capital and know-how and invest in long-term and new advanced technologies. This will allow Canadian firms to develop strategic global relationships that will enable them to participate fully in the foreign markets. Our government also strongly reinforced the importance of small business and entrepreneurship in the Canadian economy. Given the role of small businesses as an engine of job creation and economic growth, the government has strengthened its support for this key sector. For example, Budget 2010 provided $10 million in new funding for the Canadian Youth Business Foundation. This builds on our past record of supporting successes. Since 1996, the CYBF has invested in more than 3,500 young entrepreneurs who have created over 16,900 new jobs. And this funding will help launch more than 500 businesses over the next 12 months, generating an estimated 2,500 new jobs in the coming year. Mr. Speaker, beyond the competitiveness of our business environment, our government is active in improving the innovativeness of our economy. Science, technology, and innovation are instrumental in forging Canada's competitive advantage in the international marketplace. Our government recognizes that research and development are key drivers of long-term economic growth, and we know that the driver of this economic growth will come when we have discoveries stemming from research that help improve the quality of life for every Canadian. Canadian talent in science and engineering is one of the most important resources. Our university researchers and students are second to none, and our public sector research capacity is among the strongest in the world. Among the G7, Canada ranks at the highest in terms of expenditures on research and development in the higher education sector as a share of our economy. Recently, our government announced a $350 million investment in Natural Science and Engineering Research Council's Discovery Grant Program. These grants support the ongoing work of more than 10,000 researchers based at universities across our country. In addition, we've announced $122 million that was announced for scholarships that will be awarded this year through the NSERC's postgraduate scholarship and postdoctoral fellowship programs and through NSERC's share of the Canada Graduate Scholarship Program. But funding scientists and engineers is only half of the equation. We also need leading-edge facilities to work in. Budget 2009 committed over $2 billion over 2 years to repair and renew the R&D and training infrastructure of our Canadian universities and colleges. Our government recognized that in addition to academic research, increasing business investment in research and development will be critical for our long-term competitiveness. According to Canada's Economic Action Plan, there was a provision of over $1.1 billion for over 2 years to commercialize technologies and advancements and encourage local businesses to invest in innovation. This includes enhanced funding for the Industrial Research Assistance Program and funding to support clean energy and technologies, research and the development of these technologies. Government investments constitute one part of the equation. But, Mr. Speaker, the real responsibility lies with the private sector to adopt and adapt these innovative technologies and strategies and help advance their own business interests. Budget 2010 builds on the existing federal investments worth over $260 million in new funding to encourage Canadian businesses to invest in research and development and to commercialize these innovations into new products and services. New funding will be used to foster regional networks of innovation across the country through the National Research Council Technology Cluster Initiative Program. Mr. Speaker, on advancing innovation and driving competitiveness, one area that holds particular promise is the digital economy. Fostering the digital economy is a key component of our economic strategy moving forward and will underpin our competitiveness for decades to come. Canada can and should be the leader in the digital economy. As we announced recently at the launch of our digital economy consultation process in developing our digital economy strategy, the government will focus on enabling the ICT sector to create new products and services, accelerate the adoption of digital technologies, and contribute to increased cybersecurity. Pursuing the strategy means fostering a culture of innovation in Canada supported by all sectors of the economy. This will require the concerted efforts of government, academia, and business, all working together. In addition, our government is committed to ensuring the necessary digital infrastructure is available to promote in remote and rural areas. The Broadband Canada Connecting Rural Canadians program was one of the initiatives that was announced by our government. And it was recently announced that the first 52 projects conditionally approved under this funding, under the funding of the Broadband Canada program have been identified. And these projects will bring the power of broadband internet access for the first time to approximately 168,868 households located in 9 provinces and territories. Further, we have committed to modernize the copyright and intellectual property laws in order to encourage new ideas and protect rights of Canadians whose research, development, and artistic creativity contribute to Canada's prosperity. Mr. Speaker, we are attempting to create a climate to encourage business, innovation, and productivity. This type of climate is one that will allow us all to innovate, to move up the global value chain and to compete globally. These measures will continue to fuel our recovery from the global recession and forge a competitive advantage and support growth and prosperity and help to create an economy of tomorrow. Through this record of successes, we are making Canada's economy stronger, more vibrant, more innovative, and more competitive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased today to rise to speak to motion 518 as brought forward by the member from Calgary Centre. First, I'd like to address the first part of the motion. I believe that every member of this House recognizes the importance of strengthened competitiveness, the importance in terms of stimulating economic growth and creating jobs, both the jobs of today and the jobs of tomorrow. This debate is not on whether or not we should work towards greater competitiveness for the Canadian economy, but rather how best this can be achieved during a time of fiscal restraint and deficit financing. 518 proposes that the Government of Canada continue to lower corporate tax rates and to diversify and expand Canada's trading relations. Now, I want to first of all take issue with the notion, and it says, quote, that the government, quote, continue to diversify and expand markets for Canadian goods and services. My contention is actually with the word continue, because if you really look at the Conservative record of government, you'll see that the Canadian trade has actually become less diversified since the election of this government and this Prime Minister. They have steered Canada into trade deficits for the first time in 30 years, and this is not a record we would want to continue in any way. More on that later. The desire for lower corporate tax rates and more diversified trade relations is a desire that, in general, the Liberal Party of Canada supports. In fact, the Liberal Party has a proud record of both lowering corporate tax rates and actually diversifying and expanding and deepening Canadian trade relations with some of the fastest growing economies in the world, in fact. We implemented the largest reduction of Canadian corporate tax rates in history, reducing the corporate tax rate from 28% to 21%. The difference was that between now and then, Mr. Speaker, we were in surplus then. It was not on borrowed money then. Today we are in deficit, and we contend that that creates a very different calculation economically. We supported and believed in and implemented corporate tax cuts when in surplus, but we don't believe that right now it makes sense to increase the federal deficit, deepen the federal debt, to provide corporate tax cuts on borrowed money. Let me, first of all, I want to provide some context by contrasting the Liberal record, one of a thoughtful and prudent economic approach with the record of reckless measures that have been put forward by this borrow and spend Conservative government. As I mentioned before, the previous Liberal government implemented the largest corporate tax rate cuts in Canadian history when we reduced the corporate tax rate from 28% to 21%. We did this while providing Canadians with 10 consecutive balanced budgets. And we did this in our contingency measures and by increasing spending by 18% in the first 3 years of its government. This Conservative government actually put Canada into deficit even before the economic downturn. This is the biggest borrowing, biggest spending finance minister in Canadian history. He has missed every fiscal projection he's ever set. And now with a $56 billion deficit, he's given Canada its largest deficit in our history. So to suggest that Canada should continue with this kind of reckless policy and stay in deficit by, in fact, deepen our deficit by cutting corporate tax cuts on borrowed money right now is misguided at best. The fact is we need to return to balanced budgets. Canadians get it. When they look at their family budget, they know they're struggling to make ends meet. They want help with the rising cost of home care and education. They're worried about how they're going to save for retirement. And they're wondering what they're getting for this record $56 billion deficit. They see these borrow and spend Conservatives wasting their tax dollars on $1.3 billion for a 72-hour G20 photo op, on $10 to $13 billion on American-style mega prisons to lock up unreported criminals as the crime rate actually declines. They're concerned about spending $16 billion on a bad deal, an untendered deal for stealth fighters. They're worried about a record $130 million spent by the Conservatives on shameless, self-promoting advertising for the Conservative government. And they're worried about billions of dollars more for corporate tax cuts we can't afford right now. Canadians want this reckless management and waste to stop. They deserve a government that will act responsibly with their hard-earned tax dollars. These borrow and spend Conservatives must stop trying to delude themselves into believing that corporate tax cuts on borrowed money will somehow make Canada more competitive in the long run. Canadians get it. They know the difference between cutting corporate taxes while in surplus, which is defendable, versus cutting corporate taxes on borrowed money leading to deeper deficit and deeper debt, which is economically untenable right now. Deficits are simply deferred taxes with interest. So by providing a corporate tax cut today on borrowed money, we will be forcing corporations and citizens in the future to pay higher taxes. That's morally and economically questionable. The proposed corporate tax cuts don't come for free. We'll be paying for them down the line as Canadians pay higher taxes. With Canadian debt levels dangerously high, we need to focus on eliminating the deficit and paying down the debt once again. When you consider total government debt in Canada, our debt-GDP ratio is not the best in the G7, as this government likes to pretend. In fact, when you consider the debts of all levels of government and compare it internationally, our debt-to-GDP ratio in 2009 was 81.6%. That's actually worse than Germany, France, and the UK. So now is not the time to be reckless and continue with billions of dollars of tax cuts we simply can't afford right now. On the issue of international trade, the Conservative record has been troubling. Last year, the Conservatives oversaw a trade deficit of $4.5 billion. That was the largest trade deficit in Canadian history and Canada's first annual trade deficit since 1975. This is an ominous sign for a country like Canada, a small, open economy that depends disproportionately on exports to create jobs and prosperity. So far in 2010, Canada has a trade deficit of $4.9 billion. That puts us on pace for an even larger trade deficit than the record trade deficit we saw last year. Not only are we seeing trade deficits, but our trade is actually growing less diverse. We are becoming, in fact, more dependent on the U.S. economy, and we know the dangers of that, given what has happened the last couple of years with the U.S. economy and the decline of the U.S. economy and the rise of protectionism in the U.S. These are dangerous and ominous trends for Canada. The fact is, this government spent its first 3 years with the Prime Minister being churlish with China and ignorant of India. This government has had 4 trade ministers in 4 years, denying any of them any opportunity to really build important, sustainable relations with other ministers in other countries. Trade relations, foreign relations, are simply relations between people. And changing trade ministers almost every year is not good policy for defending Canadian interests abroad. The fact is, a Liberal government would take a different approach. We would focus on global network strategy. A Liberal government would work in partnership with business, universities, civil society, and private citizens in order to better leverage Canadian relations with the world. We would harness our multicultural communities as natural bridges to the fastest-growing economies in the world. We would return to the very successful Team Canada missions, focused on sectoral areas where we have a comparative advantage, like education, and including clean technology and clean energy technology. And a Liberal government would clean up the fiscal mess that these borrow and spend Conservatives are going to leave. We would once again reduce corporate tax rates once the books are balanced and once we can afford it. But we've got to balance our books first and get Canada into the black before we do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for the Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise to speak to M518, a motion from the member from Calgary Centre, taking up his private member's opportunity with a motion that basically tries to debate the continuing direction that the government of Canada, the Conservative government of Canada, is taking with their economic policy. Now that, Mr. Speaker, for one who's going to only get his first private member's bill after 5 years in the House in front of for debate, I find that it was a very large sacrifice on the part of the member from Calgary Centre to put forward a motion like this when he could have been doing something much more useful for his constituents. But having said that, I'm very pleased to have the opportunity, of course, to debate the issues that are within that bill. And I note that our previous speaker from the Liberal Party didn't dwell over long on the corporate tax cuts and the history of the Liberal Party within that. Quite clearly, the New Democratic Party has believed and has continued to believe that corporate tax cuts that were initiated in the 90s and carried through to this day have fundamentally altered the tax system of Canada to a point where it's no longer recognizable, and that the burden has fallen directly upon average Canadians. Average Canadians, when they do make a profit on their income, so to speak, would invest this in Canada. Certainly, the average Canadian takes his dollars and puts it directly into the Canadian economy. That's the case. What's happening since we've moved the tax burden over to the individual is that those individuals don't have the same capacity. What has happened within the system for businesses? Well, the very best businesses do very well in Canada. And Canada still, if we look at it, is a resource-based economy. So where businesses are doing well is in selling the natural resources, taking the natural resources out of the ground here in Canada and selling them to customers who require these resources in order to conduct their business in this country as well as in other countries. So we have an economy that is robust in its sale of natural resources. Those resources, of course, are finite, and of course, will eventually be extracted and no longer be part of the Canadian economic equation. So they're a deficit that we're building within our natural resources sector. So profitable companies, Canadian resources go hand in hand. Those are two things that go hand in hand in this country. So when we talk about reducing corporate income tax, we're talking about reducing the value to Canadians of the exploitation of the resources to a large degree. And whether it's in the financial sector, where much of this money is made, or whether it's directly in the resource companies, it's coming from virtually the same source. Since the advent of free trade, we've seen a huge decline in our manufacturing sector. That will not come back with free trade because, of course, free trade encourages the movement of manufacturing to the lowest cost labor situation. And that's exactly what's happened now. We see that free trade has caused an imbalance in the world's economy with huge surpluses of capital in those countries that were most successful at harnessing their low-cost labor and applying it into products. So we see that China, India are very strong right now, very strong with their ability to influence the world economy and to do well out of that. All much better for them. So we get back to corporate income taxes now. What can we do in Canada to promote what we're doing better?
And I take a look at the Mackenzie Valley and the Mackenzie Valley Gas Project. There's one that's gone through environmental assessment now and has gone through a process and has come to a point where we all in the North can support this project because we've identified what has to happen with it and what can make it go well. Well, one of the things that's clear, and I had the opportunity to read more about this in the last few days, is that we won't see the development of the Mackenzie Gas Project without investment by Canada. Where's the investment going to come from at a time when we have billions of dollars of deficit in this economy, in our fiscal situation? Where's that money going to come to do the things that we need to do? And should it come from the average Canadian to invest in an opportunity for a large corporation to move ahead with the further exploitation of our resources? No, I'd say, Mr. Speaker, that probably it should come from corporations, which will benefit in the end from those investments. And when we look at the investment there, quite clearly we need infrastructure. The cost of the Mackenzie Valley Pipeline is very high, extremely high. Yet it could be reduced to a huge extent by the building of the Mackenzie Highway prior to the development of the pipeline. That would take a very large investment on the part of government, whether it be our government in the Northwest Territories, which is still suffering from a borrowing limit lower than our major city in that territory, or it could come from the federal government if the federal government chooses not to cut $6 billion out of the budget through corporate tax cuts every year. So then we would have some money that we could see invested in things like Mackenzie Valley Highway, which would create the opportunity for the Mackenzie Valley pipeline to be built at an economical rate, much as we're competing with Alaska, the Alaska Highway project. The Alaska pipeline that will be built along the Alaska Highway, we're in a situation in the Northwest Territories where we're trying to compete with a project that has better infrastructure than we do. So we need investment. With investment that will make corporations more money and they'll be able to pay more taxes. So this is a good situation. We're agreeing to the exploitation of the resources, but we need investment by the federal government in this type of activity. Will the federal government have the fiscal capacity to put that into the Mackenzie Valley Pipeline if they continue with their rather poor policy of reducing the corporate taxes, benefiting those that are in place already, that are wealthy already, that already are in a good position to exploit Canadian resources and to take profit from that? No, Mr. Speaker, we need the investment of government in order to make that possible. And, you know, right around the world, we're the one single country left that's an energy exporting country that doesn't have a national presence in the energy business. Where are we in Canada? Why are we taking this path rather than the path that every other country around the world that is energy exporting? Why are we doing that? And why are we continuing to look at our economy in a fashion that rewards the very best and doesn't help out those that really need help? The NDP, in the last while, has proposed that we look at the potential for reducing the taxes on small businesses which employ many, many Canadians, which give opportunities to Canadians to expand their local industry, to work in their communities. That's where tax reduction will give the biggest benefit. So what we have is a situation, Mr. Speaker, where this government continues to favor the very large, doesn't look at the economy in a holistic sense, look at how we can invest to ensure the best return to all Canadians. It thinks that by giving it to the corporations, we're somehow going to get it back in a better fashion, then, and that just doesn't make sense. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for London West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise with pleasure this morning to support Motion 518 by the member for Calgary Centre. I speak as a proud Londoner and a member of a government committed to doing what is necessary to bring opportunities to Canadians. The Government of Canada has been capitalizing on every opportunity to tell the world about these and our many other competitive advantages, from natural resources and energy to digital media, life sciences, and advanced manufacturing. The government is working closely with its partners, the provinces and the territories, to reach out to business leaders and investment decision makers around the world. We are proud to highlight Canada's competitive offering and eager to welcome them to look at growth and investment opportunities in Canada. Last year, Mr. Speaker, Canada's trade commissioners in 150 cities and markets around the world reached out to thousands of investment decision makers and influencers. They met with hundreds of high-potential investors and helped prepare solid business cases for making investments into Canada. These efforts by our trade commissioners abroad helped attract more than 100 new greenfield and expansion investments in Canada last year and created more than 3,500 high-valued jobs across Canada. Our efforts also helped generate a great deal of positive media coverage of Canada in the international press. I commend my colleagues, the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Industry, for their efforts to make Canada more competitive and attractive as a business destination. In budgets 2009 and 2010, the government responded to recommendations of the Competition Policy Review Panel, reduced foreign investment restrictions in the air transport sector, introduced measures to make Canada's investment review process less restrictive and more transparent, and to remove restrictions on foreign ownership of Canadian satellites in uranium mining and to open the door to foreign venture capital. Investors took note. Mr. Speaker, wherever we meet with global investors, we are proud to have such a great and compelling story to tell about Canada's advantages as a destination for business and investment. We are proud to tell them about our top-performing economy, about our excellent business conditions, about Canada's tax advantage, our world-class transportation, world-class education, world-class research infrastructure, and about the many leading-edge companies and industries in Canada. That is a great story to tell, Mr. Speaker, but even more rewarding is what we are hearing more and more from global business leaders. Many say they are so impressed with Canada's people advantage. Increasingly, they see Canada as a great place to find capable, creative, loyal, supportive workers, so essential to innovation and to gaining competitive advantage in today's economy. Canada's high quality of life is another advantage that is not lost on these business leaders. They see Canada's safe, family-friendly cities, beautiful natural environment, and world-leading research and education institutions as providing a wonderful backdrop against which the best and most creative workers in the world can thrive. In my own city of London, we have an exceptional workforce. The University of Western Ontario is a world-leading research institution, and along with Fanshawe College, we train a very sophisticated workforce. No wonder the Economic Intelligence Unit, the Economist Intelligence Unit, ranks Canada as the best place to do business in the G7 over the next 5 years. KPMG has also confirmed that amongst industrialized countries, Canada leads in terms of business cost competitiveness. We enjoy a cost advantage over our American partners and offer the lowest research and development costs in the G7. In fact, Mr. Speaker, 12.9% lower than in the United States. It is no wonder that people look to Canada first. Quite simply, Canada is a great place for foreign businesses and investors looking for a foothold in the North American market. And why wouldn't they choose Canada? Mr. Speaker, why shouldn't they choose Canada? I can tell you there was a lot of interest from around the world in Canada's offering, our economic stability, our commitment to innovation, our position in the North American marketplace, and certainly the excellence of our private sector and our superb workforce. Since before the onset of the global economic crisis, and as reiterated again in Budget 2010, the Government of Canada's Economic Action Plan for Canada has been quite clear. Lasting economic recovery requires more trade and more investment, not less. Absolutely. For Canada, and indeed the rest of the world, jobs, prosperity, and opportunities are created when we keep the doors open to trade and investment. Canadians have every reason to be optimistic and confident in the future. As a nation, we were well prepared for the global downturn, as challenging as that was around the world and for Canadians as well. However, the government acted quickly to respond to the crisis, and today our performance is world-leading, and we stand poised to emerge from the global downturn stronger than ever. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada is committed to giving Canadians every opportunity to succeed and prosper. This motion speaks to the heart of what defines us as a nation. I urge all members of the House to support motion M158. And if I might say, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to come back and just share with you one more time what this motion says. That in the opinion of the government, we should, A, recognize that improved competitiveness will continue to stimulate economic growth and create jobs for Canadians. Can anyone in the House disagree with that? I think not. To continue to diversify and expand markets for Canadian goods and services by encouraging investment in Canada through lower corporate tax rates, maintaining a stable economy, and the signing of free trade agreements. Could anybody in the House disagree with that? Many may, Mr. Speaker, but I would say to you, as someone with 32 years of business and understanding what it means, I believe, to make this country succeed and our economy prosper, we must support the spirit of this motion. We must support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to join this debate this morning, in some small part to correct some of the government's own statistics that we've been hearing. It should be news to the Governor of the Bank of Canada, because earlier today a Conservative member got up and tripled Canada's performance this year as compared to what the bank itself predicts for our growth, which is somewhere just north of 2%. The government now believes it's somewhere north of 6%, which is remarkable news for Bay Street. They should really get on this, that the government must have some access to new data that nobody else does, which puts it into some level of suspicion. Why this debate is interesting, and this motion is interesting to me, Mr. Speaker, and to many of my New Democratic colleagues, is because it not only speaks to our current circumstances in this country, in the midst of a recession and potentially a very serious threat of a double-dip recession, as the Canadian housing market has completely cooled right off and is not pulling our economy back out of its flat line growth. It's also a great comment on this government's ideological underpinnings, its basic philosophy, and why the government continues to make decisions that seem to so poorly fit with the ideas of Canadians and what this country actually needs, true investment and true development. That philosophy speaks to, Mr. Speaker, a basic sentiment that you can cut your way to prosperity. And as any sound business person will tell you, that if a corporation is in any kind of trouble of any size, one of the temptations to do is to cut your way to such a small, lean point that prosperity will return. But the evidence in the corporate cycle shows us that that's not true. That investment, true investment, is the way to actually attain or reattain, in some cases, wealth generation, prosperity. Now this government has never met any kind of a tax cut that they don't like, except when they raise taxes, Mr. Speaker, which is another fond yet strange element of this government. I represent a riding from British Columbia, one of the hardest hit ridings in this country with respect to the economy. And in the midst of our darkest days, it was this government, working in cahoots with the Campbell government in Victoria, British Columbia, decided to, now follow the logic if you can, Mr. Speaker, because it's a perverse one, decided to borrow money from future generations to bribe the province of British Columbia to then raise taxes on those same taxpayers. To borrow money from taxpayers, to bribe another level of government, to then raise taxes on a province, which is exactly what the harmonized sales tax does. It borrows money from, because we are running the largest debt in Canadian history. I'd like the Minister of Heritage to correct me on that one. Are we running the largest debt in Canadian history? We are. Second, that the money borrowed for the HST, is going to the Campbell government to bribe them into raising taxes through the HST. That taxes will be higher for British Columbia residents. Perhaps you'd like to counter that point, that somehow taxes are going to be lowered for British Columbians under the HST, which is simply not true. Taxes go up, and it's an undeniable fact. Now, I know the government likes to portray themselves as the slayer of taxes, but in this case, and in the EI premiums, they have in fact raised taxes on people. Raised taxes through the EI premiums from both employers and employees. To suggest that that's not true is a falsehood, and the minister knows that, because he's a smart guy. And when you raise taxes on businesses, as they have done, the effects are that businesses hire less people. Now, this ideology that we see underpinning everything else that the Conservatives do is been proven a falsehood simply because Canada just came through a generation of tax cuts that the Liberals had done previously to the largest corporations, and you only get to take advantage of these tax cuts if you're making the types of profits. The companies that are actually suffering, the ones that are laying off employees, will tell you that a tax cut to a suffering company does nothing. Does nothing. Because if you are writing off losses, you're not paying taxes. So a 18-point rate to a 17-point rate means nothing. But real investment in education and infrastructure and all those other things that our competitors have done is really where the investments need to be for those struggling parts of our economy. Now, we've seen CEOs in the corporate banking sector take some of the largest windfall profits ever, and at the same time also receive tax cuts from this government, as if that would have made them somehow more competitive. And I'll remind the Conservatives who are in the House that it was their party that fought for the mergers of banks in this country, that fought to allow banks to also sell insurance at the wicket, at the bank wicket. And I can remember the current Prime Minister actually using the example of AIG in the United States, which is one of the largest banks in the world, saying, Canada needs an AIG. Well, we saw what happened to AIG. We saw what happens when you allow things to get too big so that they can't fail. Well, they become a destabilizing factor in the economy. They start to fail, as they did in England, as they did in the United States. And the secure Canadian banking sector, which was small c conservative in its planning, even though they wanted to merge, faced resistance in this House of Commons, and in particular from New Democrats, saying the merger would not allow the Canadian banking economy to be more competitive, nor would it allow our economy to be more competitive. We resist this. It was Conservatives at the time that were saying, let them merge. Let them get bigger and bigger and bigger to a point where they can't fail. Well, there's no such thing. And those types of economic philosophies and policies have proven to be a failure. So if the corporate tax rate was something that was such a trigger, such a fundamental trigger to productivity, certainly we'd be more productive than our counterparts in the U.S. or the European Union. But we're not. Canada is not more productive than either of those places, even though we run far lower corporate tax regimes. So when one looks for evidence to support this philosophy, other than a knee-jerk response saying lower must be better, it seems that we're asking the public, the average citizen, to pick up the tab that was previously paid for by corporations in this country. And the good corporate citizens understand their role and don't mind the notion of paying for benefits and services that they receive. The road that leads up to their plant, the trained workers that show up and apply for jobs, the decent energy resources that we have in this country, a lot of which came from public investment. I know in British Columbia, for example, many companies will tell you our extremely low energy rates due to public investment in the 50s, 60s, and 70s is the reason that they locate in BC, because they have better access to cheap renewable power. Where in other places, Alberta, for example, where energy was deregulated, it's a disincentive to investment. It pushes businesses away, because when Alberta deregulated their energy sector, which was supposed to be more competitive, better for business, power rates across the province went up $750 million for consumers and businesses. And so what did the genius Alberta government do? They cut a check for $750 million and sent that around to individuals and businesses who were happy to receive the money because they were hard up. It was their own money, Mr. Speaker. They were cutting checks for their own money. This type of politics mixing with economics is a failure. It's a failure proven time and time again. A fair, decent taxation rate requires corporations to play their fair role. But as one corporate executive accountant referred to me the other day when I said, you know, how low a rate do you actually want? And he said, well, 0. And I said, well, is there not some sharing of responsibilities for paying for all these great things we receive as Canadians, our health care, our public education system? He said, quote unquote, I leave that privilege up to our employees. Well, how generous of the corporate sector to leave the privilege of paying taxes up to the employees who are feeling no burden themselves. That's wrong. That's wrong, and it's wrong in every such way to build this country, to give it a fabric that we can be proud of. And the way we manage our natural resources, and we see this in Skeena-Bulkley Valley in the northwest of BC all the time, Mr. Speaker, we are deindustrializing right now as we speak and have been for the last 10 years. 400,000 manufacturing jobs lost through this recession. The government claims a certain number of jobs back. Most of them are not in the industrial sector, and most of them are not in the value-added. Most of them are not well-paying jobs that you can raise a family on. These are more temporary jobs, lower-paying jobs, without-benefit jobs. That is not a recovery. But this government's going to flash out the number, hope to pull the wool over everyone's eyes and say, we're just the same as we were before this recession started, but we're not. We have fundamentally changed. And these types of idiotic motions to enshrine this type of ideology into government policy is insanity personified. Members have to take a calm breath and realize that to actually be in the process of nation building, we must gather together with all of the best intelligence, fair taxation rates for both corporations and citizens, ones that help renew and rebuild this country back to its previous glorious levels. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? Mr. Richardson, seconded by Mr. Benoit, moved that in the opinion of the House, the government should A, recognize that improved competitiveness will continue to stimulate economic growth and create jobs for Canadians, and B, continue to diversify and expand markets for Canadian goods and services by encouraging investment in Canada through lower corporate tax rates, maintaining a stable economy, and the signing of free trade agreements. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, October 27, 2010, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bill Senate, resuming debate at second reading of Bill S9, the Tackling Auto Theft and Property Crime Act.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to have an opportunity to speak to this bill today, to Bill S9. As has been said in the past in this House, this is a bill that will amend the Criminal Code dealing with issues and property obtained as a result of crime, and this bill was tabled by the Minister. It went to second reading. The debate has already begun on that stage. This bill will criminalize or make an offense of the alteration, removal, or obliteration of a vehicle information number. It will also make an offense of knowingly taking property, and this is a very important aspect, because if someone has obtained it, then if it's someone knows it has been obtained knowingly, it is a criminal act. With respect to the possession of the vehicle as such, and also being in possession of a vehicle that has been obtained illegally with the view of trafficking it. That way, the Crown will be required to prove that the person in possession of the vehicle knew that the vehicle in question had been acquired criminally in order to traffic it. The bill also makes it an offense, a distinct offense, with a minimum of 6-month sentence for conviction of a third or subsequent offense, and gives the CBSA the authority to identify and prevent stolen property from leaving the country. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party agrees with this bill. We want the bill either to be sent to the Justice Committee for meetings and consultations to hear from witnesses, people who have expertise in this area on this bill, because we agree with the objective of the bill. We feel that it's a good beginning. It's not the solution in its entirety, of course. And we believe that witnesses will say the same thing, that it's a good start, a good step in the right direction, but that it's not a miracle solution. And it will not resolve the issue of auto theft and auto trafficking. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, we have always supported legislation designed to effectively reduce delinquency and to make communities safer. The number of auto thefts has declined. That is a fact. It's not something that was invented by the Liberal Party. Auto theft is going down. However, it remains a serious problem in cities like Montreal and Winnipeg. I'm from Montreal, and I know what I'm talking about on this issue. I have colleagues who are from Winnipeg. I have relatives in Winnipeg, and the issue is a real problem there. In a past life, a previous life rather, when I was a critic, a justice critic, in 2007 to 2008, I was critic for justice for the Liberal Party, and I had a meeting with the Manitoba Minister of Justice on this very issue, as we also discussed young offenders and auto theft. I was shown studies indicating that Winnipeg was the capital of auto theft in the country. It was a serious problem, which also involved youth justice issues. Now, as I said earlier, this bill isn't perfect. It's a good start because it modernizes the criminal code, and this shows that the problem is being taken seriously by this government. Substantial reductions in crime will be achieved only, however, Mr. Speaker, if the government invests the resources required for prevention programs based on evidence. Our party will not play political games with the criminal code. We feel that it's important to use good legislation to deal with delinquency and not simply with political slogans and political partisan comments. If the government had really wanted to deal with auto theft, it wouldn't have eliminated Bill C-308. The Prime Minister wouldn't have put an end to Bill C-53 either, nor would he have prorogued Parliament last winter, thus killing former Bill C-26. So this is the third time that the government has put forth the same bill. It's taken 5 months to present it in its current form, its exact form, following the prorogation of Parliament by the Prime Minister in 2009. Liberals attempted to fast-track this bill, and we will try to do so again. As I said earlier, we are happy to see that after having torpedoed their own bill, and this is a reproduction of the exact wording, it was C-26 in the past, it's now S-9. The government took 5 months to table it again through the Senate with the number S-9. And we deplore the fact that the government took so long. There is no excuse for that. Mr. Speaker, We are happy to see that this legislation has more teeth than the initial version of the bill, C-53, which preceded it, because the government has decided to create a distinct or separate offense for auto theft in the criminal code.
Le premier projet de loi concernant
As I said earlier, in 2008, the bill put forth by the government didn't do anything to create a separate offense for auto theft. And that was a criticism leveled at the government by the Liberals, by police officers, and by provincial governments. Government counterparts of the government criticized the government for not having done that, for not having created a separate offense in the criminal code for auto theft. But in the end, in this bill, the government has created that offense, and we congratulate them for that. So there is a separate offense for auto theft. It was included in C-26, and that has been put into S-9 as well. And there is a minimum, a 6-month sentence following the third offense, or in the event of an offense punishable, an indictable offense. And that's a very important, Mr. Speaker, because all studies show that police officers, municipal police forces in the provinces, and the National Police Force, the RCMP, have all stated that auto theft is an issue that is organized. So if someone is on his or her third offense, it's something serious. The justice system, the criminal justice system, must clearly state that we do not accept that type of crime. Mr. Speaker, new offenses cover things such as the import, the export, the moving, and the delivery of goods obtained by crime, or also these new provisions will cover all intermediaries who touch the goods between the time they're stolen and when they reach the hands of consumers. And that's a very important component, because we know that in Montreal and Winnipeg, and undoubtedly other cities where this occurs, but in Montreal and Winnipeg, auto theft, in most cases, is organized. There's a network of people, and the objective of the network is to steal automobiles. Oftentimes, people come from outside the country, identifying that they want so many Lexus vehicles for a specific year, or a Chevrolet from another year, a BMW. They clarify what color, what year, what make, etc. And they order this criminal offense, if you will. They order the theft of a specific vehicle. So with this definition, the bill, if the amendment to the criminal code goes through both houses, then our police officers and police services will be able to take action not only against the person who has committed the theft, but also all of the intermediaries who knowingly participated in the transaction, thus enabling the sale, the transfer, or the giving of a stolen vehicle where the person knew that he or she was dealing with the stolen vehicle. If we look at the two new offenses created, they will bring harsher sentences for property obtained via criminal processes. If the maximum sentence on a guilty plea could reach 14 years for the value of goods over $5,000. If it's under $5,000, there will be a hybrid offense, which would result in a summary conviction offense with a maximum of 6 months. There would also be a ban on exporting and exporting vehicles, which would give the Border Services Agency of Canada additional administrative powers to enforce the Act. Thus, the agency would be in a position to prevent the crossing of the border of these goods, and members of the agency will be in a position to identify and confiscate vehicles that are on the verge of being exported or imported, to look into a database to see whether or not they have been stolen. Now, I'd like to say a few words about the statistics, because statistics that we have on stolen vehicles in Canada. According to Statistics Canada, the number of automobile vehicles stolen has been on the decline since 1996. According to data from 2006, a decrease is of 20%. However, auto theft has a huge impact on automobile owners, on other victims, and on insurance. According to the Insurance Bureau of Canada, auto theft costs the public and the automobile industry $1 billion per year. Mr. Speaker, that is a considerable amount. I don't own a vehicle, but members of my family do, and friends have had their vehicles stolen, and it can cause quite a commotion in the person's life. They have to resolve the issues with insurance companies, get a new vehicle, etc. Now, if we look at 2006, some 160,000 vehicles were stolen, and the police was notified. Some 350 are stolen per day. There are fewer stolen in the west than in the east, according to Statistics Canada. The lowest rate of auto theft is in PEI, and it's the highest in Manitoba. It's almost 3 times higher than the national average. In 2007, the largest number of stolen vehicles occurred, and the lowest number of recovered vehicles Canada-wide. Now, as I said, I come from Montreal. I don't own a vehicle, but I know a lot of people who do. Some of them have had their vehicles stolen. And there are criminal networks in Montreal whose aim is to steal vehicles and export them to other countries according to orders that they have received for specific makes and models. Now, if I look at some of the comments that have been made, for example, Dave Chimiak, the Minister of Justice for Manitoba, the Mayor of Winnipeg, Sam Katz, who I also met, and the Winnipeg Police Force, which I met with, they are in favor of this bill. The Insurance Bureau of Canada is as well. Rick Linden, professor at the University of Manitoba, has noted that this bill is a good first step. However, substantial reductions in crime will be achieved only if the government invests substantial resources for programs targeting prevention based on evidence. The Defense Council Association of Canada is opposed to the bill because they feel it will limit the discretionary powers. However, the State Jurist Association is opposed to this bill. Because it feels that it will increase workloads on a justice system that is already overburdened, and because the government has not proposed any additional resources for its implementation. Mr. Speaker, that is a very valid point, because it is clear that this is a bill that creates new offenses. Liberals have been waiting for those new offenses for a long time. We're in favor of the bill and its objective as such. However, we also acknowledge that if these offenses, once adopted and implemented, have the desired effect, then the government will have to allocate additional resources to ensure that the police forces and the various groups involved in the justice system are in a position to deal with the people who will be appearing before the courts on these offenses, having been accused of having stolen a vehicle. Now, unfortunately, we didn't hear the minister state clearly that the government did plan to allocate new funds in its upcoming budget for this issue to make up for that shortcoming. Mr. Speaker, I will be wrapping up my remarks here. This bill is a good step in the right direction. However, doesn't provide a full solution to the issue. We hope that the government will devote additional financial resources to this issue so that our police forces and our justice system can or have, in fact, the tools that they need to deal with these new offenses. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much to the member for Hochelaga for his encouragement. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy this morning to rise to speak to Bill S9, which is entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, and it's designed to deal with auto theft and trafficking in property directly obtained by crime or through those activities. Now, the bill as such, Mr. Speaker, is very clear.
This bill is intended to amend the criminal code and to give more teeth to the criminal code concerning an activity that is often tied to organized crime and organized crime networks. We've often seen, Mr. Speaker, that there are organized crime groups in major Canadian cities like Montreal and Toronto who have used vehicles, but more particularly highly prized car parts on the market that are used in order to make profits that are illegal and completely unacceptable. So this bill is necessary even since 1996. If we look at Statistics Canada's data, we can see that there has been a clear decrease in the number of stolen vehicles, per capita. So I took out the 1996 data out from Statistics Canada, and per 100,000 of the population and per province, there has clearly been a decrease since 1999. So in 1999, we're talking about 531 cars per 100,000 per capita, and it has decreased now in by 2006. So it's a significant decrease. And of course there are regional disparities because depending on where you live in Canada, this illegal activity is not as significant as others. And now I'm thinking of Quebec, for example, where there are more cars stolen in Quebec, for example, compared to Manitoba. There are over 1,000 per 100,000 inhabitants in Manitoba, and it is higher than that in Quebec. So there are regional disparities. Now, this explains the reasons why people find reasons to steal cars, and whether they find themselves in Montreal, Toronto, or even in Alberta. The reasons are not the same. Some people steal cars in order to make an illegal profit, whereas others use car theft or auto theft to, say, go joyriding. And we can see all of this in the literature, Mr. Speaker. So this bill is intended to set out very targeted measures to amend the criminal code, first of all, and secondly, it also is intended to better be able to focus on this whole market and the export, for example, of cars and import of criminally obtained goods. So this would also increase the penalties. There would be a mandatory minimum that I will speak to a little bit later. But, Mr. Speaker, we mustn't forget that if this bill, and we will support C9, of course, S9 rather, but we can't just talk about punitive measures. We have to attack the root of the problem. And often we have to make sure that we are aware that in societies, often where there are low crime rates, it is often in countries or nations where people deal with these significant scourges of life, poverty, for example. So we should have a preventive system that is set up by the provinces, by the municipalities, and police forces. And of course, we have to have penalties, but above all, we need to have a preventive system that is intended to deal with inegalities in this world and with poverty. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to understand that the new measures intended to reduce motor vehicle theft have already been debated in this Parliament in 2005, for example, where we had already begun to talk about changes to vehicle identification numbers and to make that tampering with those a criminal offense. That was with Bill C-46 that had been tabled by the Liberal government at the time. So everything, and really is the most important, is this, everything is in this vehicle identification number. So it identifies the car, the vehicle, gives all of the characteristics that are specific to any given vehicle. And I'll come back to that later as well, because that is what the bill wants to attack. Because it is intended to broaden the scope of the criminal code by attacking the trafficking and export as well as the import of any criminally obtained goods. Secondly, the criminal code would have a broader scope, and there would be mandatory minimums after a person had been found guilty at least 3 times of vehicle theft. So if the person had been found guilty after a 3rd time, then that is when the 6-month mandatory minimum sentence would kick in. So, Mr. Speaker, we can see that this would make it a tougher measure, it would give more teeth to the criminal code. And, of course, Section 354 of the Criminal Code already provided for certain penalties for the possession of criminally obtained goods. But with this, we really make it very clear. It specifies very clearly what the offenses are. Now, what S9 does is create an offense for trafficking in property obtained by crime, but also it provides for a maximum of 14 years imprisonment. So that is increased, therefore, for these kinds of criminal offenses. But what we have to understand, Mr. Speaker, is the reasons that push people to carry out these kinds of offenses, and the fact that they are not the same from one area to another, from one province to the other, and there are regional disparities in the reasons why people steal automobiles, whether it's from a citizen of Quebec or a citizen of Alberta. When we look at the statistics and the reasons that result in these thefts, we can really define it as two specific issues. In Alberta and Manitoba and Saskatchewan, in those three provinces, the reasons associated with those thefts are primarily for joyriding. So people steal those cars for fun. Whereas if we look at three provinces in particular, and I'm thinking of Ontario, Quebec, and British Columbia, we realize that in those provinces, and particularly in Quebec and in Ontario, these two provinces have become really the hub for organized crime theft of cars. Why, Mr. Speaker? It's because people want to use these goods that are criminally obtained in order to make money. We have organized networks that are real hubs for organized crime. So how can we identify, what is the indicator that will allow us to identify these different kinds of theft? Well, first of all, it's through the recovery rate for vehicles. We realize, Mr. Speaker, that depending on where you find yourself from province to province, the ability of authorities to recover the stolen property are not the same, and concretely speaking. For example, in Toronto, there's a recovery rate for stolen vehicles of 75%, whereas if we're in cities like Montreal, a city that I represent, and a neighborhood that I represent, here in the House of Commons, we realize that the recovery rate for stolen vehicles is 56%. So quite clearly, authorities have had a lot of difficulty finding stolen vehicles in Montreal when compared with Toronto. And the reasons for the theft are different. Why do we have such difficulty? Well, quite simply because these cities, as I said earlier, have become really the centers for, I'd like a glass of water, please, for organized crime. And therefore those vehicles are used for trafficking and also for export. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we realize that there are several ways in which these misguided people will decide to steal vehicles that belong to members of the general public. So what does a thief do? Well, he begins or she begins by identifying the vehicle, whether it's in a parking lot or a private or public parking lot. The thief begins by identifying the vehicle. Afterwards, he proceeds to steal the vehicle, and this happens very, very quickly. Statistics tell us that the thief manages to steal the vehicle within 30 seconds to 3 minutes, depending on whether or not the vehicle has some kind of protection, alarm system, or ignition lock. So the time it takes to steal the car varies between 30 seconds and 3 minutes. When we're talking about a city that's a real hub we have to wonder where the vehicle will go next. Well, there are three things that the organized crime groups do so that they can make significant profit from this. The first is to chop up the car, somewhat like a butcher. They take the car apart and they separate the most significant parts of the car. They know exactly what parts to go after with various models of car. They know what pieces or car parts are the most valuable. So they cut up the car and get the most valuable parts out of it. Secondly, then they export the pieces, or the parts rather. And after having chopped up the car car is usually sent to what they call chop shops to do this kind of work. It's black market work, and there are specialists in this work who chop them up, as I said, and identify the valuable parts. And following that, they export the cars. Why? Well, this is why, at least this explains why there are lower recovery rates in cities like Montreal. It's quite simply because Montreal and Toronto are wealthy cities, and they are strategically located for organized crime, so that they can transport the vehicles and the car parts for two reasons. Montreal and Toronto, particularly Montreal, are at the border. Therefore, they are strategically located in terms of exporting the car parts to the States. And secondly, because Montreal and Toronto are both close to navigable waterways. So strategically, it's obvious that auto theft, contrary to what I was saying earlier, contrary to Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba, the vehicles stolen in Montreal and Toronto are not taken for joyrides, but they are taken with an intention the intent of reselling. So that is part of the reason for the export. So what are the markets according to the Insurance Bureau of Canada? Well, particularly Eastern Europe, Russia, the Middle East, South America, and Africa. So these markets are used by the sellers, and they are exported at the border using the navigable waterways. These car parts that are very highly in demand. A Jeep Cherokee, apparently, Mr. Speaker, sent through an organized crime network, can bring $87,000 to the organized crime network. So you can see how profitable that would be for certain groups to sell these vehicles. $87,000 for a Jeep Cherokee, as an example. So that has to be taken into consideration. But often we think that these are luxury cars that are in demand in these various markets, but that's a mistake. Very often, the vehicles that are most in demand and the parts that are most in demand are not necessarily those that are luxury vehicles with a high resale value. In Canada in 2006, the highest selling models were Honda Civic, the 2000 Honda Civic, Subarus, Acuras, Dodge Caravans, Dodge Grand Caravans, Acura and Audis, and Dodge Shadows. So, Mr. Speaker, you can see that the cars that are most often stolen are not often luxury vehicles. But in 2 or 3 cases, they're simply Honda Civics because their car parts have great value on the illegal market. So there are 3 different markets. There's the chopping, the exporting, and then there is the makeover of the car. And they also clone car parts and vehicles. How? Well, how does this done? Well, this makeover happens because organized crime groups will identify the vehicles that have been in accidents. They take off the vehicle identification number, the VIN, copy it, and put it onto the stolen car. So that's one of the things that can happen in this third stage of the process, that is to say, the makeover process. During this third stage, there's also a cloning operation that can be carried out. And once again, this is always based on the VIN. People go to, say, parking lots of a shopping center. They'll identify a car that belongs to an individual and copy that onto a stolen vehicle. So that is how organized crime behaves. That is what they do, and that is why the vehicle identification number is so important and why it is clearly set out in the bill, because it's not simply an issue as the criminal code was handling these cases up until now, that is to say under section 354, which was to create an offense for possession of criminally obtained goods. But that we have to deal really directly with what we call the vehicle identification number, what we call the VIN, where there is a tampering with the VIN and there's a change made to it, and offenses had to be created to deal specifically with that offense and create offenses for that, and also deal with mandatory minimums. So that is more or less what I wanted to say, Mr. Speaker, within my 20 minutes, and that is why we support Bill S9, because in the end there are two reasons for stealing a car. One, particularly dealing with an illegal market with very targeted operations, and we have to ensure that the criminal code has more teeth and really can deal directly with these vehicle identification number incidents of tampering, and that way we can ensure that we can really deal with this scourge of auto theft while being fully aware that it is only one measure that we can take, among others, to deal with auto theft. Thank you very much. Questions and comments?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And in the spirit of that, I just wanted to get onto one particular item and see how he felt about that. That's the item dealing with the mandatory minimum sentence for the third offense on a automobile theft. Now, that third offense, does the member think that this part of the bill is really necessary, in that certainly, as he's pointing out, when you differentiate the type of theft that's being taken place, if it's a difference between a joyriding offense, which may or may not, may have some extenuating circumstances, may be that, in the crowd of people that young people are in sometimes, that these offenses could be taken a little bit differently, or because when the judge is looking at an offender who's stolen a vehicle for the third time for profit, wouldn't we expect that the judicial system be able to come up with a decent sentence for that person?
The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. It's an excellent question, Mr. Speaker, by the way, because indeed it's a question that I wondered about before drafting my speech for the House, because the Bloc has always been against mandatory minimums on principle. So, of course, the bill does integrate the issue of mandatory minimums, but this is after the third conviction. We're not talking about a mandatory minimum after a first offense or conviction, but after a third. So I think at some point in time, people have to be aware of what they are doing, and there is a difference, as I said at the outset, between joyriding and a theft for illegal reasons that I've outlined before. So I think that it's only under certain circumstances, if it had been set out in the bill that this mandatory minimum should have been in effect after the first or second offense, we would not have supported it. But since it's after a third, we can accept it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Nanaimo-Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to acknowledge some of the points that the member brought up, but I'm going to raise a particular provincial issue here. I know the former member from Winnipeg North, Judy Washalisa-Lease, when she was a member here in the House, had consistently raised issues around the impact on provinces on legislation. And in fact, what we saw in Winnipeg, again with the good work from Judy Washalisa-Lease, was the fact that they raised the issues around auto theft in the province of Manitoba. Winnipeg at one time was the leading car theft capital of Canada. And in fact, they had in 2007 about 1,700 auto thefts. The province of Manitoba didn't wait for the federal government to act. They put in place a plan that has substantially reduced the numbers of auto thefts in the province. But one of the big challenges for many provinces is that we see federal legislation that impacts on provincial governments. And there's very little consultation with the provincial governments, nor are there the resources for them to actually implement some of this legislation, for them to have the resource of police officers, the impact on prisons and whatnot. So I wonder if the member would like to comment on what he sees as a potential impact for provincial governments with this kind of legislation.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. That's a good question, Mr. Speaker. And the answer can be found in the explanations I provided in my speech about the reasons that motivate an individual to commit such crimes, because in the province to which the member is referring, the crimes are not associated with illegal actions or with organized crime, so it is associated more with delinquency. And that is where provinces have responsibilities in terms of health and social services. Whereas in Quebec, the offense, as I said earlier, is not associated with the joyriding, where young people decide to steal a car all of a sudden one evening so to go out and have fun. Auto theft in Montreal is directly linked to organized crime. And in that sense, the federal government has a responsibility under the criminal code. Young people who are going through a delinquent period should not be subject to the criminal code, is simply, Mr. Speaker, because these young people have no intention of reselling these car parts on a foreign market. So I do think we have to make a distinction between these two offenses. One which is often committed by young people for certain reasons, and another offense that is committed by organized crime. And in the first case, provinces have a very strong responsibility in terms of reducing delinquency, especially for these types of crimes. Questions and comments? Leanne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just want to raise two concerns with the member. The first one is probably more a commentary than a question. And that is, we've got a government sitting across the way that is continually telling this House that they're tough on crime and they're getting down to do the serious work. And yet, look at this bill, Mr. Speaker. Look at the history of this bill. The first time we saw it was in 2006. Ooh. Then we saw it again in 2008. Yeah. Then we had the prorogation, and we had to start all over again. People in my community of Hamilton Mountain were upset about the prorogation for a whole host of reasons, but one of them is that we keep repeating the same work over and over again instead of finding the time to deal with the real economic issues that are so hurting our communities like right now. We should be talking about job creation. We should be talking about how to stop foreign takeovers. And yet, what are we doing? Debating the same bill for the third time. So let me just get to the questions that I want to pose for the member. One of the things that I find troubling in this bill are the provisions with respect to mandatory minimum sentences. And in particular in this bill, they don't kick in until after the third offense. So I think we can think of a number of scenarios when a person's been convicted for the third time. 6 months might be what the mandatory minimum is, and that's a ridiculously low sentence, especially if it involves individuals who are involved in organized crime and the theft of autos. And I wonder if the member could just elaborate on what his views are, both with respect to mandatory minima in this bill, but also mandatory minima in general. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I did say earlier, Mr. Speaker, we do not favor the principle of mandatory minimums, But under the bill, this 6-month period applies only after the third offense. And why is that, Mr. Speaker? Because there's a mandatory minimum sentence of 6 months that is imposed after the third offense. And that is because there are 2 reasons for which the crime is committed. One, for the purposes of organized crime with a view to selling parts on an organized network abroad. And the second auto theft offense is done in the context of joyriding. We're talking about young men here aged 18 or 19. Well, of course, it could be young women as well, with a view to stealing a vehicle just to have some fun on a Friday night. So the penalty and the sentence must be adjusted according to the crime. We cannot impose a 6-month sentence on a young person, on an 18-year-old who's decided to steal a car one evening, because other people are stealing cars for much worse motives, that is, for organized crime. So there has to be some kind of balance with regard to the sentence. But the very principle of mandatory minimums, as you know, Mr. Speaker, we are opposed to that principle because we want the judges to be able to assess the situation according to the context in which the accused will undergo the trial.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I get on to my remarks, I just listening very closely to the member from Hamilton Mountain, and I just want clarification, and I'm sure she might later on when there's time. She must have been telling the Minister of Justice and Attorney General that she's advocating the 3 strike and you're out policy. You know, and if that's the case, then I'm wondering why they haven't supported crime and justice legislation in the past like we have when we're trying to make amendments, make things tighter, respond to the call of Canadians out there on various issues, and all of a sudden I hear this and it's kind of shocked me. Mr. Speaker, as I move on to speak on S3, I'm going to comment because I listened earlier to my colleague, the Liberal colleague from Notre Dame, de Grace-Lachance, and the perspective and where she was coming from on this legislation. And of course, I listened very carefully to what the member, the Bloc Québécois member, had to say from Rosemount. And it was, you know, I think very constructive, some of the comments I heard from the Liberal speaker and the Quebec speaker. I said, shocking with a comment from the NDP, just puzzled me where they're coming from. But Mr. Speaker, on Bill S9, an act to amend the criminal code, specifically auto theft and trafficking in property obtained by crime, tackling auto theft and property crime. It's so important, and I do agree with the comments that were made earlier, and that is that this bill, or this type of an initiative, was before the House back in 2008, I believe. And why it took so long, or 2006, why it took so long is beyond us. Of course, we did have, you know, prorogation. We did have, you know, elections that the Prime Minister called prematurely. And I would have thought anyway, and I know my constituents would have thought, that one of the first pieces of legislation, along with so many other important pieces of legislation, would have been this type of legislation, seeing what the numbers are out there. And we heard some of the numbers earlier today. And when we discuss these numbers, Mr. Speaker, it's also very difficult to talk about where the numbers in auto theft are higher, because I think each and every member that sits in this honourable House has great respect, whether it's in the province of Manitoba or the province of Quebec or PEI or Ontario or, you know, my lovely city of Toronto. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, we have to talk about these stats, where they come from, where they're accumulated, so that indeed the resources, for example, could be attached to them as the legislation will be applied. So when we hear where these stats are coming from and where they're the highest, for example, the member from Rosemount gave us some statistics about the recovery percentages in Ontario as opposed to Quebec, and how they were much higher in Ontario. How also auto theft as a whole in Ontario is quite less than most other provinces. I think it just goes to take away the notion that Toronto has high crime rates. That's not the case. I like to put that on record. Auto theft, for example, Mr. Speaker, again, not by myself, by other members, put on the record. But nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, as we talked about crime in general, one crime is one too many. And that's why, as my Liberal colleague said earlier, we want to support this legislation. We're going to support this legislation. I, for one, on behalf of my constituents in Scarborough Centre and as in the City of Toronto and the province, want to support this legislation. We want to see it go to committee because there are areas where we believe some good work, some good suggestions could come in before committee and make some fine-tuning, if you will, Mr. Speaker, to this bill so that finally we'll get a bill out there to do the work that Canadians have asked us to do, and that is tighten up the criminal code. But in all these suggestions that are in here, Mr. Speaker, I think there are some faults as well that I will point out. Mr. Speaker, the bill will make it a crime, if I may put on the record, to alter, destroy, or remove a VIN, a vehicle identification number. And the member spoke earlier on the significance of it and the role that it plays and how important it is. Also, Mr. Speaker, knowingly sell, give, transfer, transport, send, or deliver goods that have been acquired criminally. We heard earlier today from other speakers how they steal a car, how they could just take it apart and sell different parts, Mr. Speaker, how they could take a car and maybe put it in a crate and ship it abroad, Mr. Speaker, how they could take a car and change the vehicle identification number, the VIN number on it, what was described as a makeover, because he talked about three specific areas, chopping, exporting, and a makeover. Well, I'm addressing, and this bill is addressing those specific areas. This bill also, Mr. Speaker, will make it a crime to possess property known to be obtained through crime for the purpose of trafficking. Somebody, for example, goes to an auto body shop, and he says, well, you need doors, or you need a bumper, or you need whatever auto part, Mr. Speaker. And if that person says, sure, I'm going to buy that door from you for X amount of dollars, knowing very well what the market price is, the moment you're paying like 30, 40, 50% less, you know, that person who's about to purchase, his or her antennas should go up and say, well, how come if I go to the depot and pay so much, why is this person charging me so much? Immediately that person should step away from that transaction and say no, because that person also, Mr. Speaker, as this legislation is now bringing forth, will also be susceptible to a criminal charge. So, Mr. Speaker, that's another way that hopefully, and if everybody engages in that type of an exchange, avoidance, then hopefully there will be, number one, no market for it. It reminds me, Mr. Speaker, and you remember this quite well, in the early 90s, there was a tremendous underground cigarette economy. And the taxes on cigarettes, and all of a sudden revenue even for the country was down, and there was a free fall for everybody. Well, the moment the taxes were, when we took office, I remember, I say this quite proudly, we lowered the federal taxes on the cigarettes. All of a sudden, we eliminated that underground economy. So how can we eliminate this part selling, or the chopping as was referred, through legislation to start off with, and this also will be notified to the purchasers of the said parts, and if they know that they could be fined and imprisoned, they'll avoid buying, which means it eliminates a market for that area. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Canada Board of Services, they have a very important role to play. We often have seen documentaries, data coming back where, they'll put a car in a crate, in a container, and then it's put on a boat and shipped somewhere across the ocean. Well, we have to be able to provide those services with the right type of technology so that they can monitor these containers and indeed make sure that you know, and Mr. Speaker, not all cars that are in containers are illegally put in there. There are Canadians who decide to get employment outside the country, and they put their cars in containers and they ship them wherever their new job is. So, but along the way, I think there is technology today that I'm sure can help border services do a better job in pre-screening and making sure that auto theft going outside the country is addressed as well. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party has always supported legislation to effectively reduce any type of crime. This is one type of crime. And what is upsetting here at times, and I know my colleague from Notre Dame de Grâce-les-Champs often talked about it, what is unacceptable and hurting, if I may say, is that when legislation comes forward on crime and justice issues, for example, sometimes the Conservative government stands up and says, well, we stand for the criminal. That's not true, Mr. Speaker. That's not true.
And they know it.
And they know it. Of course they know it. And we've stood here, supported, and I know myself, and, you know, as I said earlier, I referred to my colleague from Notre Dame de Grâce-les-Champs, only because she spoke earlier today, how she has stood up here over and over again defending the right, saying, yes, we must punish where punishment is warranted, and we must protect when protection is warranted. But we've got to do it in the Canadian way, Mr. Speaker, in the fair way. And that's why, with her suggestion as the critics, and I agree, this bill must go to committee, and I'm confident some good ideas will be coming forward to make some changes. Now, Mr. Speaker, our caucus will not play politics with this type of legislation. We are going to move forward, we're going to support it, but we will not stand for any slogans. For example, I remember the member from Portage-Lisgard on the gun issue. And the other day, we hear statements about colleagues of ours who did not support the gun legislation. And the personal attacks, Mr. Speaker. If I may, last night I was watching a documentary on Lee Atwater. And some of the tactics he used during the Bush Senior campaign, when he talked about against Dukakis, how all criminals, etc., vote for Democrats and all good Americans vote for, Republicans. I remember one thing that hurt me a lot, Mr. Speaker, in the most recent debates on the gun legislation was that criminals vote for liberals and police officers vote for conservatives. That's just nasty, untrue, uncalled for. And, Mr. Speaker, when we want to move forward to protect the nation, it's unnecessary. That's when we sit around committee, Mr. Speaker, to do the good work that we know we can do, that we're paid to do, and should do for the good of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that this has created a separate offense within the criminal code. I think it was long overdue, and I think it is necessary. What I find sometimes, Mr. Speaker, unacceptable right now is, and maybe this could be addressed in committee, is that the people they use to sell or to participate, for example, young delinquents, people, young men and women who, young offenders as we might describe them. I think I would ask the committee to maybe look into that, because here some hardcore criminals could be stealing these cars, chopping them, or trying to sell them or export them, and the middle people that is often referred to could be a young man who maybe is going through some difficulty in life, and all of a sudden they flash a few quick dollars to him, and they say, listen, you do this, you take this part, or you drive this car, or you go and chop off this VIN number, etc., etc. And we know very well, what the criminal code is in reference to young offenders. So I'm concerned there, and I'm just putting that on the table. So when this bill goes to committee, they could possibly look into that as well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must say, with all due respect to the provinces that were identified, I'm pleased also that since 2006, when the last data was brought forward, it showed that auto theft was on a decline, as overall crime stats were on a decline. I remember very well in 1991-92 when I sought the nomination and I won the election of '93, one of the key issues, Mr. Speaker, was, we've got to address the crime issues. We've got to make our streets safer. And I made a commitment to my constituents, and I'm pleased to say I hold till this very days that we were going to do whatever we could. And we did make changes to Section 745 of the Criminal Code. And today, when there's an impact statement allowed in the Williams case, that's because Liberal governments brought it forward. When there's an opportunity for a declaration of a dangerous offender, that was a Liberal initiative that brought it forward, Mr. Speaker. Long-term offender, thank you. So that was a Liberal initiative. Do we know everything, Mr. Speaker? I would say no. Does the Conservative Party have a monopoly on crime legislation? No. No, Mr. Speaker. We all, in our own conscience, want to do the right thing. And that's why, as I said earlier, and our critic also said we are going to support this bill, to send it to committee where some good work is going to be done. And I'm pleased, Mr. Speaker, that under our tenure, under a Liberal government, between '93 to 2006, the crime stats as a whole were coming down. But I'm sad, Mr. Speaker, and I say this, that I hear in areas such as Manitoba, for example, and in Montreal, for example, the car theft stats are up. And I want to assure our Canadians in Manitoba and our Quebec Canadians in Quebec and Montreal that we want to work together to address this issue, to solve it, as the member from the Bloc Québécois spoke earlier. And, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Council of Criminal Defence Lawyers is opposed to this bill as they believe it will limit judicial discretion. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, I don't know. That puzzles me in some way. I need more clarification on what they mean by that. I'm not a lawyer by education, so I'm not going to, pretend to know as much as they know. But I do know one thing, that the average Canadian wants it in a very simple way, Mr. Speaker. So maybe they could explain it in a simple way what they mean by that so we can address their concern. The Canadian Association of Crown Counsels are opposed to this bill as they, Mr. Speaker, believe it will add more workload to an already overwrought system without any mention or apparent intention to add resources to support this legislation. That was brought up earlier, Mr. Speaker. And that's the concern I also have as well, that we need the resources in order, legislation is good. And I'll point out two things, if I may. It's good providing we enforce it. And we provide the tools, but then we ask the judiciary, for example, to enforce the legislation. And in order to enforce the legislation, you obviously need the resources to do so. Well, today, unfortunately, we're strapped with a $56 billion deficit. But, Mr. Speaker, as high as as a record deficit as it is, and it's going to go higher as well, and the economy hasn't yet really kicked in to try and generate jobs and wealth creation and security, because I also believe, Mr. Speaker, that if we have a healthy economy, then people are occupied or preoccupied with work as opposed to committing criminal acts, such as auto theft, for example. So, yes, the deficits are going up. Yes, it's a burden. Yes, it's a cost, Mr. Speaker. But at the end of the day, we have to ask ourselves, as a civil society, we must find that money because we're trying to keep our streets safe. We're trying to keep our communities safe. We're trying to keep our cities safe. And then how much is it worth it? Well, Mr. Speaker, in my humble opinion, you really can't put a value on that. You really can't put a value on that. Simply because, and part of this whole process of funds, Mr. Speaker, is also rehabilitation. It's not just charging that person who committed auto theft or who committed burglary. It's also taking that person at the early stage and working with that person. So, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to resources that was identified here by the Crown councils, I agree with them, and I'm only going to ask the government to try and find the means and the ways to address the financial needs. And of course, it was mentioned earlier, various mayors and other people that have supported the bill. The Insurance Bureau of Canada was mentioned. And Mr. Speaker, 2 minutes, thank you. Here's the burden also, the insurance cost. You know, a young man or a young woman graduating out of college or university needs a car to get to work, and their insurance costs are yay high. Why are they high? Simply because of some of these thefts, for example, that impede the system, recovery process, and what have you. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I just want to add thank you to this legislation, and any legislation that will help keep our streets safe. And also to point out that issues such as these are not a monopoly to any specific party or any specific person. I firmly always believe and will continue to believe that these are issues that are important to each and every one of us, no matter what part of the country we come from. And if one part of the country is having some difficulties, as was mentioned earlier today, you know, Manitoba or Quebec, for example, or Montreal, that we have an obligation, Mr. Speaker, to step in and do what we can. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thought that there was an NDP member who wanted to speak. I assume he or she will be following me, but at any rate, I am more than ready to make my speech now, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to have an opportunity to speak to Bill S9, an act to amend the Criminal Code, auto theft and trafficking in property obtained by crime. As my colleague for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie so clearly stated a few moments ago, the Bloc Québécois is in favor of this bill, S9, like C26, which died because of the prorogation, and C52, which died because of an election, have a very clear objective, which is to reduce the incidence of auto theft. The main objective is to deal with the tampering of a VIN, a serial number, a vehicle identification number, C64, which was tabled by the previous Liberal government in 2005, dealt with that. FS9 has a broader scope. It deals with exporting and importing of any property obtained by crime. It also puts in place measures for a minimum sentence when people are found guilty of an offense for the third time. There's a minimum 6 months. 6 months. My colleague clearly explained the Bloc Québécois' position on that. Generally, we are opposed to minimum sentences in justice bills. What that does is limit the judge's discretion by stating whatever happened, regardless of the circumstances, whether they are attenuating or not, regardless, the minimum sentence is X for someone who has committed a crime. As a result, someone might well end up with that kind of a prison sentence for a lesser offense or someone who is less involved in an offense. So there's a problem in that regard. However, this bill talks about recidivism. And when there is a repeat offense and reoffenses, it's most often linked to organized crime. Young people are often involved in jewelry riding, and we hope that in those cases there aren't accidents and speeding and whatnot, but young or people who are committing that kind of offense will not necessarily reoffend. But if we're talking about organized crime, they are making money by selling stolen vehicles by dismantling them, chopping them up and selling the parts, or by simply taking the vehicle and sending it abroad. Those people, if they are caught more than once, may face a minimum sentence. So in this specific case, we don't feel that this minimum sentence is a problem. S9 is consistent with the Bill C26 as adopted with the support of the Bloc Québécois by the House in the previous session. Moreover, Bill C26 as adopted by the House was almost identical to the version tabled at first reading and that was similar, almost identical to C-52. So we supported to C-26 at third reading, an identical bill, as I stated. We're in favor of sending S-9 to committee. We heard earlier from some speakers, and I know that my colleague, the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, raised the issue on the same topic earlier this year. The Justice Committee is currently very, very busy because the Minister of Justice has tabled a host of legislation. People can easily be in favor of some of them. However, they do need to be carefully scrutinized in committee. We can't approve a bill without having heard from witnesses and scrutinized it. Sometimes that can happen. There are occasions where everyone has agreed to a bill in the House, and if it's well drafted, we know exactly where it's going. We know the ins and outs of it. We can do what we call a fast track of the bill so that it's adopted quickly. But in most cases, we need to scrutinize the bills, take an in-depth look at them, to ensure that there isn't a snake lurking in the grass. We have to send the bills to committee for closer scrutiny, and then where the backlog in committee occurs, we have a problem. We oftentimes have bills that we agree with, but we want to hear from certain witnesses. Other political parties want clarifications, want to make changes, amendments, etc. And with the current situation at the Justice Committee, it might be difficult to move quickly with this bill. Now, I don't know if it has unanimity, but I seem to have heard that there are no serious problems with this bill. I've heard that from the speakers speaking here this morning. The Bloc Québécois has supported the bill. I do want to share with you some important statistics. What I read on the topic recently is that since '96, there has been a reduction in auto theft. Nevertheless, it was high time to act because there are still far too many vehicles being stolen. There are social consequences, economic consequences that are a significant burden for individuals and for society. I have some statistics for you, and just think about the insurance companies. They're grappling with this plague. What do the insurance companies do? They're not any different than other companies, Mr. Speaker. When insurance companies have to offset costs in order to reimburse people whose vehicles have been stolen, then clearly the consumer is the one who will be picking up the tab at the end of the day. That's always how it works. Consumers are at the end of the line, and they're the ones that pick up the additional costs of those payouts by insurance companies. So when we say that it affects everyone, that is precisely the case. Look at the cost of automobile insurance today. They vary based on how the vehicle is used, the location where the person lives. In the center of Quebec, a region where I live, it's known for an area where there is a lot of trafficking in vehicles. And so, in fact, a lot of theft in our region, so the insurance costs are higher. Now, I won't repeat what was said earlier, but I think that believe that in Canada, it's unfortunately Winnipeg that is the auto theft capital. I'm convinced that the cost of insuring a vehicle in Winnipeg is higher than in other municipalities throughout the country. In Montreal and Toronto, given, if you will, the number of vehicles available, if I could put it that way, the number of vehicles that are registered there, also have a lot of thefts. Now, when I was a journalist on the local radio, I witnessed a number of seizures of stolen vehicles. There were people who, unfortunately, belonged to criminal gangs, and they set up their illicit shops in Victoriaville. There were very well established garages with all kinds of modern equipment that selling vehicles, but there were some police raids, and many of those vehicles were repossessed. Charges laid, and people who ended up with prison sentences for having fenced these vehicles. And I had an opportunity to cover those events. Today we are seeing fewer. People are perhaps in different areas now or more discreet, but we can't hide our head in the sand and say that the problem no longer exists. It exists in my region. It exists elsewhere in Canada as well. The Bloc Québécois agrees with the new offense for trafficking, which is included in the bill, which is designed to put an end to the trafficking in parts and vehicles. Criminal groups are making money off this, and the vehicles are chopped up quite quickly. Vehicles are stolen, and some of them are sent directly abroad in order to be sold as such, but more often, vehicles are stolen for their parts. A vehicle will be dismantled and chopped up immediately, and when you look at the list of the most frequently stolen vehicles, they're not always the most expensive ones, the luxury vehicles, even though there may be special orders from certain groups to steal those kinds of luxury vehicles. I don't need to mention the specific make, but the most popular vehicles, Mr. Speaker, are ones that are most often stolen. They may be compact cars that cost between $20,000 and $25,000. There are so many of them on the market that a lot of people are looking for the parts, and that's where the fencing occurs. The mufflers are stolen, wheels, all kinds of parts are stolen, inventoried, and then sent off to some unscrupulous people who sell the parts. But what's worse is that the consumer, acting in good faith, may buy a part but ends up with a part that's from a stolen vehicle. And that's the very lucrative market that I'm talking about for criminal groups. The bill also deals with the theft of vehicles for joyriding, for example. In English, you call that joyriding, and joyriding is an offense most often committed by a young person. If a young person sees, for example, a car left running in front of a corner store or something, sometimes stopped, sometimes running. If someone goes into a corner store to pick up some milk, leaves the vehicle running, goes into the store, and someone can simply just be in the neighborhood and can steal the car just for a joyride. I have friends who've been victims of that. The police found the vehicle in a ditch a few kilometers from the place where it was stolen, and the young person had simply abandoned it. Unfortunately, with some damage, because I think the young person had driven through a field. But at any rate, the theft is different from the other kind. Now, I mentioned some statistics earlier. According to the automobile insurers in 2006, more than 38,500 vehicles were stolen. That's almost 40,000 vehicles. And that's one vehicle every 14 minutes. That's a high rate. $300 million has been paid out by consumers, and that has a direct impact on people, as I explained earlier.
Despite these high figures, the situation in Quebec is far from the worst. Per capita, the rates are a lot lower in Quebec than in the western provinces. As a comparison, it was 507 per 100,000 persons in Quebec in 2007, and it's 725 per capita per 100,000 in Alberta. And other colleagues, of course, pointed out that the worst is Manitoba, and Winnipeg has the most thefts per 100,000 people, 1,370. It's horrifying. So when you think of the comparison for the average of Canada, which is 457 per 100,000. So Some 160,000 cars in Canada were stolen in 2006, and I said that that's gone down somewhat from previous years, from 1997, but you can see that we're still grappling with a real scourge here that's quite serious in our society. So the realities are different between Quebec and the western provinces, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba. Most of the thefts are indeed for those joyrides, just for the pleasure of stealing the car and going for a little drive. So sometimes there are cars that are also used in the commission of another criminal offense and then abandoned afterwards. So in the West, we can see that it's largely people who don't really intend to make money for it. It's largely joyrides, as I said. So it's either for the pleasure of doing so or maybe as a challenge. But the vast majority of auto thefts in Ottawa and Quebec, even if there are still some people who steal them to go on joyrides, it's much more often the case of someone who would resell the vehicles and chop them up. So the cars that are stolen are not, as I was saying earlier, luxury cars necessarily. They're the more popular cars that are stolen for their parts. As I said earlier, I have the list. I have the 2006 list, but I think that from year to year there's a list that appears in the media that are those that are most often stolen. You can even find it by province, but when I look at the list I have before me, they're quite small cars, Honda Civics, Subaru Imprezas, Acuras, Integras. That doesn't even exist anymore, an Acura Integra. But young people like those cars a lot. They're powerful enough cars, and they can be modified, and the parts are quite easy to trade on the market. And that's what people are after mostly nowadays. So those are the kinds of cars that are popular. There are minivans as well, because there are so many on the street. You can just go outside any day of the week and see that for yourself. And again, it's an issue of the value of the parts. So when we studied this bill in committee, the Library of Parliament prepared a very interesting document, and I kept track of a few aspects of that. When you think about the impact of this theft, the Insurance Bureau of Canada estimates that it's got a value of over $1 billion per year, and I say clearly $1 billion. So this estimate takes into account not only the theft of vehicles that are not insured, but also the health-related costs for lawyers and the police, and also the costs to the owner. So those are the whole series of costs that you could add up that reflect the cost to society of auto theft in this country. And as I said, it's $1 billion per year in Canada. So it hits consumers in the pocket. Clearly, insurance companies are going to make their calculations, and knowing that they've lost X number of dollars because of auto vehicle theft, will have that bill footed by the drivers and owners of cars. So, as I was saying, it depends on where you live, what you do with your car. If someone like yourself and myself, if we drive around quite frequently in our cars because of our work as members, we might be more apt to have our cars stolen because we are constantly moving around. The car isn't in the garage, and if you're like me, the kilometers add up, and I think that our chances are higher of being the victim of this crime. The number of vehicles stolen in Canada per 100,000 inhabitants has gone down since 2008, and it really has followed the trend that we've seen since '97. So the reason for this decrease is that, well, people have opened their eyes and taken some measures since '07. In fact, car manufacturers have to install ignition locks in their cars, which means that it's harder to steal a car because of those new pieces of equipment. And that, of course, means also the insurance companies offer lower rates to people who have these ignition locks. So it's not just an issue of having a car alarm, but people have smart keys for newer models that make it more difficult for someone to start the car without the key. So, of course, when you talk about luxury vehicles that are stolen and perhaps shipped overseas by container, my friend from Petite Patrie was talking about the countries in which that's popular. Often those vehicles will have GPSs as well. Now, there are some municipal bylaws. I didn't want to go on too much about it, but I said that unfortunately in my area there are a lot of car thefts, and in Victoriaville now there's a local bylaw says that people cannot leave their cars idling. So if you leave the car idling, you can be issued a ticket for that. If you didn't lock the car doors, if the car is in your own driveway and the doors are not locked, you can also get a fine for that. So people are more and more aware of the problems, and I think that with this bill, Mr. Speaker, and the study that we will carry out of the bill in committee, we'll be able to continue to improve the situation for auto theft. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Interior?
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech that was most interesting this morning, and I'd like him to give us his impression on this bill in general, because, for example, we know that this is the third attempt at having such a bill passed. There was C-53 following the 2006 elections. There was C-26, which was prior to the 2008 elections, and then that was because of the prorogation, and now we're dealing with S9. So in his opinion, is this a Conservative Party tactic to push back the adoption of these bills? Because we have seen that had the government had the will to do so, we could have passed this legislation a long time ago. So I'd like to hear what he has to say about the fact that it died on the order paper with the prorogation, and the fact that we've taken so long to get this back on the order paper. What does he think is the case? The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his very relevant question. It's very funny because here, not so long ago, I was one of the members who spoke out on their bill to discourage spam, to do away with spam. And it's the same kind of issue here, which is to say that the government had itself, and through its own fault, ensured that this bill was delayed, and now here we are several years later still discussing the same issue, whereas this is a bill that all parties seem to agree on, and it should have been easily adopted by the House. So it's the same thing for auto theft. And it's the same thing as well for the various iterations of it that were mentioned by my colleague. There was, of course, unfortunately, the prorogation. And the government itself closed the doors of the House of Commons, which caused that bill to die. And we had legislation on fixed-date elections, and the government decided not to respect that, so that is why the previous version died. So I just have the impression that the ministers, people are going to arrive and say, we have this wonderful bill to deal with auto theft, and it's the same story every time. So let's pass this bill and move on to other issues, because I think there will be no problem having it passed now, quickly.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? Resuming debate? Resuming debate?
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, on Bill S9, an act to amend the criminal code on auto theft and trafficking in property obtained by crime. I think all of us here know constituents, or we ourselves have been victims of individuals who have stolen a car. It is traumatic for the victims, traumatic for the families. It is costly to insurance companies. But above all else, for those who have had their car stolen, it is really an incredible violation of that person and that family. So we support the government in this bill and in introducing the bill. We certainly want to work with the government to make sure that this bill is an effective bill in the public interest to ensure that we're going to have a continued decline in auto theft. In fact, what is interesting, along with most other crime in Canada, we've actually seen a decline in auto theft. Back in 2006, there were some 430 vehicles stolen per day, which is a very, very large number. But what we have seen is the number of vehicles that are stolen continues to decline. But as part of the Liberal Party, we will continue to support legislation that improves the public safety, that is effective. We have said to the government in previous times, at one time the government had 16 bills on the order paper that were related to crime. And we said to the government that we would support 11 of those 16 bills tomorrow, or that same day. But the government chose to say, if you don't support all of our bills, we will not have 11 of our bills supported in one block, which is unfortunate because the fact that this bill has been introduced several times in the past and has to be reintroduced is a function in large part by the fact that the Prime Minister has continued to prorogue Parliament, and in the case of proroguing Parliament, he's actually pushed the government's legislation back to square one, which is not in the interest of the public. It's not a good use of the taxpayers' money, and certainly makes this place work less effectively than any of us would like to see happen. So we would certainly encourage the Prime Minister to work with us to ensure that the bills that he's putting forth, if they're good ones, we will work with him to make sure that they're passed as quickly as possible. If they're not good ones, then we want to make sure that we're going to be able to change those bills so they work in the public interest. This bill, Mr. Speaker, really relates to three things. It makes it a crime to alter, destroy, or remove a vehicle identification number. It makes it a crime to knowingly sell, give, transfer, or transport, send, or deliver goods that have been acquired criminally. And it makes it a crime to possess property known to be obtained through crime for the purpose of trafficking. I'd say that our party, my party, has actually put forth a number of bills in the past, from protecting children to child pornography to reducing violent crimes to minimum sentences for using a gun in the commission of a crime. And we certainly would like to ensure that that legacy of supporting good judicial bills be continued. The problem, Mr. Speaker, with auto theft is a national problem. It's particularly problematic in Montreal and Winnipeg, where it has been endemic for a very long period of time. But I'd ask, Mr. Speaker, if the government wants to produce and apply significant resources, that they certainly do that in an evidence-based fashion. And rather than putting forth legislation that sounds good on the surface, we have to make sure that that legislation is going to make our public safer and it's not going to waste the taxpayers' money. We've heard that the government has had a number of bills in this House that, in fact, are going to be exceptionally costly. In fact, if one summates up the cost of the government's legislation on the justice bills, it's going to cost the taxpayer $11 billion. Now, we would support that if that's going to be $11 billion well spent. But the fact of the matter is that this is actually going to, the government's putting out a wide net that's going to capture people who should be in jail, as well as individuals who perhaps have medical problems that shouldn't be. So this broad net that sounds good, to puff up your chest and say, you know, we're going to be supporting the protection of our citizens. This is something everybody in this House wants to do. We're also particularly interested in ensuring that those people who are inveterate criminals, repeat offenders, those who have committed violent crimes, that those people do pay the price and do spend time in jail in order to protect our citizens. But what the government has failed to do is they've failed to look at the equation on both sides of this. We know, I used to be, Mr. Speaker, I used to work in, when I was putting myself through school, I was a guard in a maximum security prison for a while. I used to work there as a physician too. And what I found is that, and these are the facts, is that 50 to 60% of people in jail have a combination of things. They can have fetal alcohol syndrome, fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, now known as. A good chunk of them have had brain injuries. Many of them have had what we call dual diagnosis, a combination of both psychiatric problems and drug problems. The problem is that there isn't a coherent way to address this. There are ways in which we can prevent those problems from happening. And if there are ways to prevent that. Wouldn't it make more sense to work with our provinces that are the managers of the everything less than 2 years less a day in provincial institutions? Wouldn't it be wise for us to work with them to address these problems? In one of the jails in my riding, there's a, and this is a standard practice for provincial institutions in the country, that there's a huge lack of an ability to treat people with those problems I mentioned. Fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, the commonest cause of preventable brain damage at birth in children, those who have alcohol, drug, substance abuse, and psychiatric problems, people who have actually had brain injuries as a result of falls or other accidents. The jails are littered with these individuals. So would it not make more sense for the federal government to work with our provinces to ensure that people get the treatment they require? Right now what we see is a revolving door within provincial institutions, and the police are exceptionally frustrated, the public are exceptionally frustrated, because many of these people go on to reoffend. They become a revolving door. And there are people in my community in Victoria, they've been broken into dozens of times. In Victoria proper, we have more than 1,500 people living on the street. 60% of those people have what I mentioned, dual diagnosis. They have a combination of psychiatric problems and substance abuse problems. You can't just shrug off those problems. They are medical problems that require medical intervention in order to address them. The good thing about this is there are programs that have been used, are used, and are effective at dealing with these problems. Let me give you one example. Dr. Evans and Dr. Montana at the Center for Excellence at the University of British Columbia have put forth programs such as the Naomi Project. What the Naomi Project does is it's a drug program for those who have intravenous injection drug problems, particularly with respect to narcotics. What the Naomi Project, which is the North American Opiate Management Initiative, did is they took a group of people and they gave them the narcotics. What did that do? Those people who are going out committing crimes, stealing cars, doing break-and-enters and other actions, instead of doing that, because they were doing that to pay for their drug habit, they were being given the narcotic by a medical professional, bringing the person into the medical system. And as a result of that, what did we see? We saw a majority of those people going away from engaging in the criminality. We found them getting the care that they required, enabling them to get skills training, getting off the drugs, getting back with their families, getting back with their lives. That's correct. A much less expensive intervention than throwing somebody in jail. You might be interested to know, and I think the viewers, Mr. Speaker, what does it cost to have somebody in jail? For a federal institution, it costs, in a maximum security institution, it is $240,000 a year. For a man, if you're a woman, it's $330,000 a year. In a medium security institution, it's $140,000 a year. These are monies that most Canadians couldn't hope to be able to earn in the course of a year, and yet these are taxpayers' money going to pay for somebody to keep them behind bars. By all means, individuals who are inveterate criminals, people who are committing violent acts, yes, put them behind bars. That is in the public interest. But there has to be a way to break the cycle of criminality, Mr. Speaker, and there are solutions to enable this to happen. I mentioned that Naomi Project. Why doesn't every single city in Canada that wants to be able to have a North American Opiate Management Initiative, why doesn't every city has an intravenous drug problem amongst a part of their citizens, why are they not allowed to have that happen? Why doesn't the federal government work with their provincial counterparts to be able to enable people to have the drug rehabilitation, psychiatric services that people need in provincial institutions? Only by doing this, along with the skills training, only by doing this will you be able to break the cycle of criminality. Because the people will go from a provincial institution, and then one day they're not going to be convicted and charged with something with 2 years less a day. They're actually going to be convicted and they're going to get a sentence that's larger than that, which means that they're going to wind up in a federal institution, which means it's the federal government that's going to be paying for this as part of what the taxpayers' money give to the federal government. This is a completely illogical and short-sighted situation for the feds only to look at the punitive actions of criminality rather than asking themselves, can we actually prevent this? Can we treat some of these people? Can we break the cycle of criminality? Can we make our streets safer? Can we reduce costs to the taxpayer? Can we be more effective in the execution of our judicial system? The answer to all of that, Mr. Speaker, is yes. Is the federal government doing this? No. So this, Mr. Speaker, is something that I would implore the federal government to actually pursue. And getting our Justice Minister and our other senior ministers involved in this from Health and other ministries to come together with provincial counterparts can work together to implement these solutions. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. Those solutions, Mr. Speaker, are all there. And why, Mr. Speaker, does the government, if I said to you, there is a solution, there is a program that actually the federal government of today axed, but it was the Liberal government of the day that put forward, why, Mr. Speaker, if I said to you, if I threw you to the government, that there is an initiative that reduces youth crime 50 to 60%, that saves the taxpayer $7 for every dollar invested, would you not think that is a good thing? Would you not think that would be something to embrace and adopt? Well, it exists. It would be a great investment. Mr. Speaker, the Early Learning Head Start program, and we have an incredible body of experience, a body of knowledge. It's been assessed, peer-reviewed. Studies have shown very clearly that Early Learning Head Start programs in the first 8 years of life will have a host of social benefits, from reducing youth crime to 50 to 60%, to keeping kids in school longer, better educational outcomes, more monies earned, less dependence on social programs. All of those are winners. They can be simply integrated and engaged through our schools if the federal government would simply take it upon themselves to work with the provincial government to adopt this. When we were in government from 2004 to 2006, the Member of Parliament for Toronto today, one of our HoC heroes, negotiated this with the provinces. All of the provinces, Mr. Speaker, signed on to this. And they didn't sign on to this because it didn't work. They signed on to this because they knew it works. They know it works. And today, 4 years later, we actually have more evidence to show that these initiatives work to reduce youth crime by 50 to 60%, saving the taxpayer $7 for every dollar investment. And why we know it works is that we can peer into the developing brain, and we know how the brain works or how it doesn't work, and we know the impacts of what bad things do to the development of a child's brain, and we know how that changes the trajectory of that child, making them more or less prone to leading a life of crime, taking up substance abuse, and engaging in an array of other activities that are not in the interest of society and certainly not in the interest of that individual as they grow up from being a child to an adult. And I've spoken about this, Mr. Speaker, for 17 years. This is our 17th anniversary for those of us who were elected in October the 25th, 17 years ago. But it's been a long, you almost feel like you're talking into the desert breeze all the time. But the fact of the matter is that this, Mr. Speaker, this is a program that actually works. This is a program that I just implore the ministers to look at. The evidence is compelling. It is exciting. It works. So utilizing these solutions from the North American Opiate Management Initiative to the Head Start program for children, to initiatives that work to reduce the incidence of fetal alcohol spectrum disorder will all work in the public interest and will work at a much lower cost for the taxpayer. And that, Mr. Speaker, is something that the government of the day ought to be looking at. The other thing, and for the interest of our police officers, Mr. Speaker, is that there was a McNeil decision that came down through the courts that I would implore the government today to look at, to change and make amendments so that decision needs to be reversed. Because what has happened with that McNeil decision is that it's actually hamstringing and tying the hands of our police officers in being able to prosecute those who have been charged with convictions. In fact, what it does is rather than putting the accused on trial, they're actually putting the police officers on trial. So I would just ask the government, Mr. Speaker, to look at the McNeil decision. Please review this. Please look at it. It is a very, very serious decision that is hamstringing the ability of our men and women in uniform, in the police, across our country, to be able to do their job. I would also ask, Mr. Speaker, that the federal government please look at ways in which we can ensure that our police have the resources that they need. When we were in government, we put forth quite a number of initiatives to enable us to have a much larger police force. We're having an aging police force. There's a competition for police officers, for competition for people to in various jobs into the future. Our police officers right now in my riding with Esquimalt-Juan-de-Fuca, our RCMP, are having a very serious problem in being able to provide policing in remote areas where they've had some very serious problems in terms of criminality. The public is not served well by this. Our police officers are not served well by this. So I'd ask the government to please look at some of the work we did, work with us to ensure that we have enough police officers and we deal with that deficit that we currently have with respect to the policing forces that we have across our country. The other thing involving them also involves the human resources within our police forces and how they are treated, particularly with respect to the RCMP. There are some significant human resources issues in terms of how the RCMP officers are treated, how their families are treated, and I would implore the government to work with the RCMP to ensure that that is taking place. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, on victims' benefits, when we were in government, we worked very hard with victims groups to be able to ensure that they had the resources they need to be able to be treated, to be able to ensure that they were cared for. This is a crucial issue with respect to our justice, execution of justice in Canada. I see that the government has not utilized the resources that are there for the victims in our country. I would strongly recommend that they take a look at that and ensure that for those citizens who are victimized in our country, particularly those who have been subjected to violent offenses, that they receive the care that they need. For them to be abandoned, I think everybody in this House will see that that would be a completely immoral situation. And for those who have been subjected to the violent offenses that they have become victim to, that the government ensure that the resources are there to enable them to be able to receive the care and treatment that they do require. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that we certainly support this bill to move forward. We would like to work with the government to ensure that this is an effective bill, to continue the decline in car theft that has been occurring over quite a few years, and that the government work with us not only on this bill but the other judicial bills that they have to ensure that we have bills that are effective for the public interest, that the monies are spent wisely in the public interest, and at the end of the day, we have safer streets for all. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Ashfield, moved that Bill S9, an act to amend the Criminal Code, auto theft and trafficking in property obtained by crime, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Commons, report stage of Bill C-14, Fairness at the Pumps Act.
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. Clement, seconded by Mr. Nicholson, moves that C-14, an act to amend the Electricity and Gas Inspection Act and the Weights and Measures Act, be as amended, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? On division? Carried on division. When shall the bill be read a third time? Right now? Right now. Proceed with this. Mr. Clement, seconded by Mr. Nicholson, moves that Bill C-14, an act to amend the Electricity and Gas Inspection Act and the Weights and Measures Act, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's my pleasure this afternoon now to speak to Bill C-14 at the Act to amend the Electricity and Gas Inspection Act and the Weights and Measures Act at third reading that we're dealing with at present. This bill is an important piece of legislation that goes a long way towards establishing fair business practices in industries that measure or weigh the products they sell. It enhances consumer protection, something that is important to this government and to all Canadians. Bill C-14 promotes measurement accuracy and encourages consumers and retailer confidence in a fair and competitive marketplace. With this in mind, the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology heard from a wide range of expert witnesses who appeared before the committee. They ranged from consumer groups, industry representatives, and civil servants, and whose testimony contributed to a lively and informative discussions. I would like, Mr. Speaker, to take a few minutes to remind the honourable members that Bill C-14 is about fairness. It's about fairness for both consumers and businesses, and it depends on accuracy of the measurements of goods. Every day, Canadians make countless purchases based on measurement. With each transaction, these buyers, as individuals or as representatives of organizations and businesses, rely on the trust that the amount of produce they get at the grocery store, the amount of fuel they get at the gas pump, and the amount of milk they get from a collection of a farmer is precisely the amount they paid for. They trust that goods are measured meticulously and dispensed appropriately. Under existing legislation, namely the Weights and Measures Act and the Electricity and Gas Inspection Act, Measurement Canada inspectors conduct random inspections of measurement devices, and consumers have an avenue through which to file complaints of suspected measurement inaccuracies. Mr. Speaker, more stringent legislation is needed to maintain the credibility of Canada's market system and to ensure that the trust of consumers is well placed. More people are needed on the ground to validate measurement equipment. More inspectors are needed to detect non-compliance. It is for these reasons that the bill before us today is of such vital importance. This legislation will encourage a fair process and fair business transactions for Canadian consumers and businesses across Canada. The Honourable Minister of Industry is charged with ensuring that consumers and businesses receive fair and accurate measures for the goods they purchase. Although the importance of enforcing accurate measurements may sound obvious enough, experience has shown that only through a carefully monitored regulatory regime can Measurement Canada accomplish this task. The Fairness at the Pumps Act provides the foundation for such enforcement. Bill C-14 amends the Weights and Measures Act and the Electricity and Gas Inspection Act. Specifically, Bill C-14 addresses weaknesses in existing legislation with three timely updates. First, mandatory inspection frequencies for devices subject to the Weights and Measures Act. Secondly, increased fines and penalties for noncompliance. And finally, ministerial power to designate authorized service providers to assess the accuracy of measurement devices at checkout counters, gas stations, and everywhere else consumer goods are quantified. Mr. Speaker, allow me to speak more on this last point. Authorized service providers will be private businesses who are trained and designated by Measurement Canada to inspect the accuracy of various measurement devices. They will provide private businesses driven by market forces to offer competitive rates and flexible schedules. They will be private contractors whose quality of work will be ensured through the public oversight. Measurement Canada's own inspectors will perform random follow-up inspections to make sure authorized service providers evaluate equipment impartially, precisely, and reputably. Measurement Canada inspectors will also continue to respond to complaints from the public and to take cases from where non-compliance is detected and enforce actions as required. As an added benefit of mandatory inspection frequencies, increased demand for authorized service providers across several trade sectors will create hundreds and hundreds of jobs. It will create jobs for frontline workers who travel to sites and to inspect the accuracy of measurement equipment. Any penalties for noncompliance, any mandatory inspection frequencies, any designated authorized service providers must be fair to retailers also. Honest and fair-minded business operators, not just consumers, feel the sting when their less conscientious competitors inaccurately measure the products they sell. The Fairness of the Pumps Act helps level the playing field for small businesses. Bill C-14 will ensure all players in the retail petroleum, downstream petroleum, dairy, retail food, fishing, logging, mining and grain, and field crop sector are held at the same moral and business standards. The industry's input has been invaluable. Consultations underscored the fact that retailers can also be victimized by inaccurate measurement, whether by their own inadvertent errors or their competitors' deliberate miscalculations. In fact, it was through our consultations that we saw a need for mandatory inspection frequencies and took action to accomplish that. Some businesses have even implemented inspection frequencies voluntarily. They have seen solid benefits from inspections because the companies know beyond a doubt how much they are selling. They face fewer inventory problems, which streamlines their business practices and saves them time and money. All consulted stakeholders, including consumer groups, reiterated that mandatory inspections are necessary to uphold the integrity of the industry and to help retailers remain competitive in high-stakes markets. Consumers welcome this legislation as a means to reestablish the principle of fairness, honesty, and decency in commercial transactions. Retailers welcome the legislation as a means to ensure companies compete ethically to win the business of Canadian buyers. Mr. Speaker, as a member of this House, as the members of this House must welcome and endorse fairness in the pumps and in the marketplace. We must uphold integrity in transactions that depend on the measurement of goods. We must promote and protect the interests of consumers and retailers alike. Canadians have done their part. It's now time for us to do ours. What's fair must remain fair. I call on all the honourable colleagues to vote in favour of Bill C-14, an act whose time has clearly come, and I want to thank you for the time. Mr. Speaker, I have one item I'd like to add to this. As a past employee of an oil company, I used to do the audits at gas stations. I actually was an auditor for them, and part of that audit was to do a review of their inventory. And I can tell the honourable members of this House that there was nothing more important to the gas companies to make sure that we had accurate measurements of inventory, as that product is held underground. It's an environmental issue if it's gone missing. It's not only an economic issue, but an environmental issue. And so they welcome this government's approach to making sure that we have fair and accurate measurements at their pumps and at all scales across this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I must interrupt the honourable member from Burlington at this time, as it is 2 o'clock. He'll have 11 minutes remaining in his speech when the House returns to this matter. Statements by members. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, it was recently my pleasure to visit the Teen Challenge Farm in my riding. This farm is part of an addiction rehabilitation initiative that was originally founded in 1958, which is now 16 locations across Canada. This organization offers a 3-phase program of faith-based residential drug and alcohol rehabilitation and provides structured spiritual, academic, and vocational training. This training equips individuals to return to society as responsible citizens. On my visit, I met several young men in different stages of the programs. some just new and starting out on their new life journey, and some graduates of the Teen Challenge program who have stayed on as mentors. These mentors are examples of the success that can be attained through this program. Mr. Speaker, the positive outcomes and success rates at this facility reflect the hard work of these folk and the dedication towards a better life and a better and safer society. Teen Challenge Farm, thank you for what you do.
The honourable member for Random, Buren, St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of the heroic actions of Shane Doucette, a resident of Port-au-Port West, a small community in my riding of Random, Buren, St. George's. It is because of the quick thinking and actions of Shane Doucette that his co-worker Jason Riggs is alive today. On August 18, 2008, while working for an oil company in Alberta, Shane discovered that Jason had fallen into a tank of toxic fluids. Without hesitating, Shane placed his own life at risk and rescued Jason, who was unconscious when Shane removed him from the tank. Shane revived Jason by performing CPR. While Jason required a long stay in hospital, he did make a full recovery. Mr. Speaker, because of his heroic actions, Shane was presented a Medal of Bravery on Friday by the Governor-General. I ask all members of the House to join me in recognizing Shane Doucette and congratulating him on this prestigious award. Shane is a son of Gerard and Gertie Doucette of Port-au-Port West.
L'honorable député Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, on August 22nd in Champlain, Quebec, we celebrated Madame Claire Sauvageau-Chartier's 100th birthday. A dedicated woman with a big heart, Ms. Sauvageau-Chartier, mother of 7, always found the time to help others. A nurse by training, this venerable 100-year-old freely treated anyone in need who came to see her. She provided medical care at a time when medical care was too costly for most people in the farming communities. She also helped a number of women give birth to their babies. For decades, she put on a number of Band-Aids, stitched up injuries of little children who were much too turbulent. Her legendary smile and her quick-mindedness are unfailing, even at the age of 100. A real phenomenon, she still lives home alone. I want to wish Ms. Claire Sauvageau-Chartier, who is my mother-in-law, best wishes for this birthday. May good health and love continue to fill your life. The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Mr. Speaker, I was astounded to learn that the Général Jean V. Allard Commemorative Library would be closing its doors on September 15th. The Conservative government was boasting about having re-established the Saint-Jean Royal Military College, but it can stop boasting now. They chose to close up this library, which is a treasure trove of 85,000 books used by some 3,000 students. And at the same time, the Minister of National Defence has decided to invest $16 billion for F-35s. It's hardly surprising with this government to hear a member of the Public Affairs Office at the Garrison compare the library to something useless. And what about the official languages? Has the minister decided to shelve that in the library? It's unacceptable for these books to be made unavailable to military service members, and I call on the government to reverse the decision that it's made in this regard. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Nepean Carleton.
Has condemned Iran's continued imprisonment of the 7 Baha'i community leaders. These individuals appear to have been imprisoned because of their religious beliefs. They should be released unconditionally and reunited with their families as soon as possible. To quote the Wall Street Journal, according to human rights organizations, including Amnesty International's, executions have increased 4-fold since Ahmadinejad became president in 2005. And Iran now executes more people per capita than any other country in the world. Iran has also lifted its moratorium on stoning since he became president. Mr. Speaker, the Baha'i are a peaceful people who live in harmony with other faiths in countries around the world, including Canada. Our government stands foursquare with the Baha'i people in their desire to have their rights respected and their freedoms upheld.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, Canadians across the country celebrated Small Business Week. Here are the 2010 recipients from Restigouche. Entreprise LCL Excavation 2006, Company of the Year. Hélène Bernard. Community Individual. For Madawaska, Mechanical Incorporated Company of the Year. Jonathan Preneur. Muriel Bourgeois from the Edmundston Family Services Women Entrepreneur of the Year. Atelier des Copains Coopérés won the Bob Connor Prize. Gérard Dufour received the Samuel E. Burpee Prize. I'd like to congratulate all of you for your ongoing efforts and your commitment to the community. Mr. Speaker, this is what shows how dynamic people are. I'm proud of all of you and keep up the good work.
Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, this past Saturday I had the pleasure of attending the 37th Annual Banquet and Awards Night for the Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Cornwall and District. 37 of Cornwall's finest citizens were recognized for their dedicated service to this great organization. 3 special awards were also presented. Cynthia Sigwe received the Big Brother and Big Sister Service Award for her great contribution to the organization. Darcy Grant was awarded Big Brother of the Year. The second year in a row, Darcy has been honored with this award. He was also honored for serving on the board of directors for 10 years and being a Big Brother for 15. Cindy Latreille was a recipient of the Big Sister of the Year award. Cindy has been volunteering with Big Brothers and Big Sisters for more than 4 years now. It was an honor, Mr. Speaker, to be part of this wonderful evening. Congratulations, Cynthia, Cindy, Darcy, and the other volunteers honored. I thank President Bill Mackinson and Executive Director Amanda Bissot for including me in this great event. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, it's with great pride that I rise today to highlight the 50th anniversary of the Sainte Foy Optimist Club. I want to congratulate all members who over the years who have made a great contribution to the community. Since it was created in 1960, the Sainte Foy Optimist Club has injected more than $1 million into the community. Year after year, it has helped over 50,000 young people. I'd also like to take this opportunity to congratulate Benoit Morin, who is a founding member of the Sainte Foy Optimist Club. Mr. Morin was honored on the weekend for his exceptional volunteer work and his altruism, which made so many of these accomplishments possible. Thank you to the volunteers, thank you to Mr. Morin, and thank you to the Sainte Foy Optimist Club, which continues to make a difference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for West Nova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This month marks the 66th anniversary of the Italian campaign. 66 years ago, Canadian troops played a vital role in this bitter and costly conflict, one of the longest and fiercest struggles of the Second World War. Of the more than 93,000 Canadians who served in this 20-month campaign, nearly 6,000 would lay down their lives. They fought in Italy's rugged mountains, flooded rivers, and rubble-filled streets. They fought for peace, freedom, and justice, the same values our military men and women continue to protect today. The legacy of our veterans lives on in the brave Canadians who are serving today in Afghanistan and other areas of the world. We honor this legacy by caring for the Second World War veterans who are still with us and those who have come after. We are committed to providing care and support for the veterans and their families' need, where and when they need it, lest we forget.
Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, today I congratulate Island Abbey Foods of PEI for their global SIL d'Or Award in Paris, France, the largest food trade show in the world. Island Abbey Foods Honeybee Honey Drop beat out 270 products from 30 countries and was named as Best New Product for 2010 in the sweet grocery category. Global SIAL is considered the Oscars of the food world. This was a phenomenal achievement for an island company. Having previously won the Canada Award Canada as the highest scoring Canadian product, Island Abbey Foods and the products they produce is a true representation of hard work and innovation. Founded 5 years ago by John Rowe and his wife, Island Abbey Foods has now received the most prestigious award in the food industry. Their product, the Honey Drop, is the world's first 100% pure-dried honey cube. Members should try a little of that island sweetness. Congratulations.
The Honourable Member for North Vancouver.
Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of Finance highlighted in the pre-G20 summit in Korea this week, Canada is leading the world in global economic recovery. This year, our deficit is lower than projected and the lowest in the industrialized world.
Wow. Very good.
With an economic and fiscal record that is stronger than other industrialized nations, Canada has responded to the recession with the Economic Action Plan, which created jobs and protected families.
Excellent.
Through the Economic Action Plan, we have lowered taxes, invested in infrastructure and training, and boosted support for workers and families.
Great news.
Our action plan is working.
Yes.
Since July 2009, the Canadian economy has created over 420,000 new jobs.
Amazing.
However, the economic recovery is still fragile. There are still too many families struggling to make ends meet. Mr. Speaker, that is why we will continue to implement the Economic Action Plan to create jobs and to protect Canadian families.
The honourable member for Welland.
Mr. Speaker, it's with great sadness and pride that I witnessed the decommissioning and final reunion of Canada's oldest Sea Cadet Corps, the Bellerophon, chartered on the 25th of November 1918. The Bellerophon has a long-standing history of service in the Welland community. It was an outstanding organization that made valuable contributions to the development of many young Canadians who now epitomize the meaning of good citizenship. A local organization both innovative and progressive in nature, Bellerophon under Horace Cox and Ed Mason introduced young women into the Corps in 1919, even though they received no support or recognition from the Navy League. This is a time of mixed emotions for Alan O'Neill, chair of the Decommissioning Committee, whose fond memories and long-lasting friendships are no doubt the silver lining to his noble efforts to save the Bellerophon. Memories that include the Bellerophon Drum and Bugle Band, which continues to exist as the only Sea Cadet alumni band in Canada. Since its inception in 1993, the band has contributed over $400,000 to Wellanders. May the spirit of Bellerophon live on in every shipmate who had the privilege of being part of the oldest Canadian Sea Cadet Corps, and may their distinguished history never be forgotten.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, in his speech to delegates attending the preparations of the G20 summit in Seoul, the Minister of Finance pointed out that Canada is a leader in the global economic recovery. In addition, Canada is leading the recovery thanks to its solid economic and fiscal situation, more solid than in other industrialized countries. Our deficit is lower than predicted, and it's the lowest in the industrialized world. Our government took action at the start of the recession by adopting the Action Plan, a plan that created jobs and has protected our families. Thanks to the Economic Action Plan, we cut taxes, invested in infrastructure and training, and increased our support for workers and families. Since July 2009, the Canadian economy has contributed to the creation of 420,000 new jobs. However, the economic recovery remains fragile, and that's why we continue to implement the Economic Action Plan in order to create jobs and protect our families. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, on August 22nd, the Government of Quebec and the Government of Canada reached an historic agreement to build the divided four-lane highway between Saguenay and Quebec, Highway 175. During the announcement, it was clearly stated that the cost of the work would be shared equally. Today, however, the Conservative government denies the agreement by refusing categorically to pick up the cost overruns. For no valid reason, the Quebec government has simply inherited 2/3 of the bill, a real windfall for the federal government, which will, in addition, collect all taxes on the last stage of the work. Not only are Quebec and my region being taken for a ride, but the members for Roberval, Lac-Saint-Jean and Jonquière, Alma, seem very comfortable with this situation. I'd like to ask them to stop groveling and to more vigorously defend our region, the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our low tax plan has helped create over 420,000 jobs, while experts have said the coalition's high tax plan would kill nearly 400,000 jobs. Now, unlike the NDP, we believe in lower taxes, leaving more money in the pockets of hardworking Canadians. That's why, since forming government, we've reduced taxes for families, seniors, small businesses and individuals, lowering the tax bill for the average family by $3,000. Now, the NDP leader and his party have voted against Canadian families, opposing every sensible tax cut we've introduced, including cutting the GST to 5% on every purchase Canadians make, including home heating.
Now, Mr. Speaker, the Opposition Coalition are the group of characters that want to raise taxes and hurt Canadian families. We and Canadians disagree with their job-killing tax and spend approach.
The Honourable Member for London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today states around the world celebrate the leadership role played by the United Nations to promote peace, security, global equality and human rights. Canadians can be justly proud of the pivotal role Canada has played. From the first draft of the landmark Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948 to the creation of the UN peacekeeping forces under Lester Pearson, our presence and contribution have embodied the highest ideals that brought the founding states together more than 60 years ago. A recent poll showed that 70% of Canadians support the UN. Armed conflicts around the world have dropped by 40% since 1992, largely because of the 17 peacekeeping UN missions. We all know that what the UN means to Canadians, Mr. Speaker, but how the UN sees us is equally as important. The United Nations is us. All of us in this chamber today affirm once more and with fervour our dedication and support for the United Nations and its founding principles. Viva les Nations Unies. Merci.
Order. Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, last Friday I attended a public forum with nurses. They told me that the biggest priority for Canadian families was assistance for caregivers, but the government's not listening. Why is this government decreasing taxes for big corporations rather than helping Canadian families and nurses? The Honourable House Leader.
This government understands the huge priority that Canadian families put on taking care of their loved ones when they get old and when they get sick. And that's why our government has made an unprecedented commitment to health care, committing a 30% increase and delivering on that in just 5 short years. Mr. Speaker, there was another way done by a previous government that cut health care by $25 billion. And I know how passionately the Liberal member for Toronto Centre spoke out against these cuts, and I completely agree with him.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, as usual, they're rewriting the historical record. The $40 billion put in by the previous Martin government deserves to be remembered. They're still spending it. That's right. Mr. Speaker, these nurses at this town hall on Friday weren't very interested in corporate tax cuts. They couldn't care less about stealth fighter jets or super prisons. They want help for Canadian families. They'll get it from the Liberal Party of Canada. Why are they not getting any help from the Conservative Party?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, our government has constantly reached out to doctors, to nurses, to those providing treatment for cancer, to those providing home care, to those providing prescription drug coverage, to those who can't afford it. And we've done so respecting provincial jurisdiction by increasing transfers to the provinces and territories by some 30% in 5 short years. This has provided an unprecedented support for commitment for health care. We're very proud of that, Mr. Speaker, and we're committed to continue that in the years to come.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the federal provincial health accords will come up for negotiation in the next couple of years, and the question that will have to be faced is who do you trust? A party whose priorities are stealth fighters, super prisons, and corporate tax cuts, or a party whose commitment over 50 years is unquestioned and who wants to help that middle-class family with home care? Why has the government got so out of touch with the priorities of ordinary Canadian families?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if Canadians have to look at who they can trust, they'll look at this government's record with great admiration. They see our commitment to frontline health care in every corner of this country. And I say to the Leader of the Opposition, maybe he should look back at history. There were years when he was not in Canada when previous Liberal governments cut back health care by $25 billion. That had a devastating effect on health care and health care delivery right across this country, and that's something our Prime Minister would never do, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer.
For 2007, 1 week before it closed, the request for proposals for renovation of the West Block North Tower was amended and the qualifications needed to bid dramatically downgraded. Experts in the construction industry have said this would have benefited only one bidder, LM Sauvé. Who in the Minister's office approved this amendment, and why were experienced contractors not required on a building as valuable and historic as West Block?
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada has contracting laws and policies and regulations in place. Public servants are responsible for and manage this entire process, including the contract award. As I've said repeatedly, if there's any wrongdoing with individuals or contractors, they will face prosecution to the full extent of the law, including under the Accountability Act, and taxpayer money will be recouped.
The Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, I specifically raised the issue of the North Tower of the West Block in this House on December 8, 2009, that is 11 months ago. The minister responsible at the time, who today is the Minister of Natural Resources, answered that the opposition, and I quote, was looking for Elvis in his department, end of the quote. And I quote again, all processes on the bidding process are fair, transparent, and open, unquote. Now that the police are conducting inquiries and investigations, does the minister still believe that the process was fair and transparent? The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
I've said the Government of Canada has contracting laws and regulations and policies in place which must be followed by everyone. Public servants are responsible for and manage this entire process, including the contract award. And if the member does have further questions, they can be directed to the public servants that will be in front of the committee tomorrow to answer on the substance of this matter.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, during interviews granted to the media a few days ago, the Minister of Natural Resources made comments that were contradictory, to say the least. He repeated that he had nothing to reproach himself for his presence at the fundraising cocktail for his party in Bourassa, a party that several contractors who had received contracts for the work on the West Block had attended. If there was no problem with his presence, why did the Minister of Natural Resources say during that same interview that if he could do things over again, he would not have attended? It is confusing, to say the least. Could he explain to us those two contradictory statements? The Honourable Government House Leader. Throughout all of the years of the sponsorship scandal with the Liberal government, the first thing that we did was pass the Accountability Act, and it was the strongest in the history of our country. It is absolutely ridiculous, Mr. Speaker, to believe that the donation of a few $100 or $1,000 will have anything to do with the attribution of government contracts. Ridiculous. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the most ridiculous thing is to say in the same breath that I should have nothing to reproach myself, but if I could do it again, I wouldn't go. It's hard to understand, but we're trying. I'd also like to know, the Minister of Natural Resources has said that bureaucrats should go from Public Works and testify before the committee. But according to the Conservative government, they can't stop saying that ministers are ultimately responsible for their department. So does the minister intend to himself go and appear before the committee to get to the bottom of this story? The Honourable Government House Leader. It's very clear that the minister will answer questions and will continue to do so. It's very important to emphasize that all bureaucrats within the department were prepared to appear before the committee, and the Bloc can ask good questions there. If there is any problem with those contracts, and the answer actually is yes. Or no, rather, sorry. The member for Beauharnois de Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, 1 week before the Conservative government established the short list of contractors eligible to bid on the West Block project, the criteria were amended. Without that last-minute change, LM Sauvé, the contractor who paid $140,000 to a conservative lobbyist, would not have been able to get that contract. How can the government explain that last-minute change, allowing for an entrepreneur who was recommended by a conservative supporter to obtain a generous $9 million contract? The Honourable Member for Public Works, Minister for Public Works.
Contracting laws in place and regulations, and we expect that all individuals and contractors follow those. Public servants are responsible for and manage the entire process in this case, including the contract award. If there is any wrongdoing by any individuals or contractors, they will face prosecution to the full extent of the law, including under the Accountability Act, and we expect the taxpayer money will be recouped.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois de Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, this story smacks of cronyism. We changed the selection criteria to favor one contractor. At the end of the day, they got the contract with the assistance of a conservative lobbyist, and they organized a cocktail party that the Conservatives' lieutenant was present at to pass the hat. How can the Prime Minister turn a blind eye to a system where money from government contracts flows right into his party's war chest? The Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Contracting laws, regulations, and policies that are in place for the Government of Canada. Public servants are expected to adhere to those, and public servants are responsible and manage the entire process in this case, including the award of this contract. If there's any wrongdoing with individuals or contractors, they will face prosecution to the full extent of the law, including under the Accountability Act, and we expect the taxpayer money will be recouped.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, another cold winter is coming and times are tight. The Conservatives have decided to hit Canadians where it hurts the most by imposing the HST on home heating. This country is struggling to emerge from the recession. The last thing Canadians want to see is higher home heating bill. That's why the NDP leader has proposed something to make life more affordable for Canadians. Will the government agree to implement this practical plan and take the federal sales tax off home heating?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, it's our government that has a plan to create jobs across Canada, and that plan is all based on low taxes, Mr. Speaker. And we've seen the benefit of those low taxes over the last 4.5 years. The creation of some 400,000 jobs in the last 16 months. That's good news for Canadian families. The difference between us and the NDP, Mr. Speaker, is we actually believe cutting taxes is a good thing, and they and their coalition partners absolutely believe that taxes aren't high enough, that they're going to take a bigger bite out of the family budget, and we think that's wrong, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Note that the member directly avoids the issue of the HST. The fact is families are already feeling squeezed, and soaring home heating costs can only mean that things will get worse for them. What kind of Canadian leader doesn't get that? Why are the Conservatives giving more tax breaks to the big polluters while getting rid of programs to help people retrofit their homes? Why won't they choose to help ordinary Canadians by reinstating the eco-energy program instead of hiking the sales tax on home heating?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, when our government was elected, one of the first orders of business that we brought before this House was a plan for Canadian families to cut their consumption taxes, not just on home heating fuel, but on everything in their family budget, Mr. Speaker. We brought that plan before Parliament, and the first people to stand up and criticize it, the first people to vote against it, Mr. Speaker, were the NDP and their coalition partners. Let me say this, Mr. Speaker, that the average Canadian family now has about $3,000 extra per year in their pocket because of the actions of this government. That's something we can be very proud of.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, the truth is that Conservative members voted for an 8% tax increase in Ontario. The truth is that heating costs will increase. The truth is that people will have a great deal of difficulty this winter. Why increase the cost of living smack in the middle of a recession? When will the Conservatives give a break to Canadians for this winter, starting by taking the tax off of heating fuels? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Finance.
For raising once again another provincial issue, but I would like to remind that honourable member that Canadians actually have more opportunity because they have more dollars in their pocket. When this government took office, we decided we were going to cut taxes. We've cut over 100 taxes, Mr. Speaker. The GST saves every Canadian money, Mr. Speaker. They choose to spend that as they wish.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, the facts about the West Block renovation are being revealed despite this government's stonewalling. It's quite a shocking tale. Political interference in awarding contracts, unregistered lobbying, $140,000 payoffs, questionable Conservative fundraisers, and at least one RCMP investigation. When did the Minister of Natural Resources, the former Public Works Minister, first learn about this mess, and what steps did he take to clean it up?
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said repeatedly, the Government of Canada has contracting guidelines. We have laws and we have policies that must be followed. And public servants are responsible for and manage this entire process, including the awarding of this contract. If there is any wrongdoing found with individuals or contractors, they will face prosecution to the full extent of the law, including under the Accountability Act, and we expect taxpayer money will be recouped.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, the government needs to tell Canadian taxpayers the truth. Who changed the requirements of the $9 million contract awarded to LM Sauvé? How did a company that was clearly not qualified make the short list? This is about one of Canada's national treasures. Will the government admit its political interference in these contracts has made a scandal of the West Block renovations?
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said repeatedly, the Government of Canada has contracting laws, policies and regulations that public servants are responsible for and that they manage, including the awarding of contracts. If there are any wrongdoings found with any individuals or contractors, they will face prosecution to the full extent of the law, including under the Accountability Act, and taxpayer money will be recouped. And I would encourage the honourable member tomorrow, if he has any further questions, to direct them to the public servants at committee.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Natural Resources is now a person who regrets having participated in this cocktail party for his riding association in Bourassa in January 2009. We know that we changed his answer 3 times on this issue. Paul Sauvé added to that on Friday, saying that we talked almost nothing else other than construction. Can the minister confirm to us that he said to Broccolini and the others present to call his office and not the officials to have information? The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
As I've mentioned before, a fairness monitor oversaw these acquisitions and has tabled reports which are now available online. In her summary report, the fairness monitor says that, quote, decisions were made objectively, free from personal favoritism and political interference, and encompasses the elements of openness, competitiveness, transparency, and compliance.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, it seems that one of the criteria for some entrepreneurs or contractors is that the bid was changed 1 week before. Changes were made so that one entrepreneur could get the contract. No, we have now learned that Multivesco's contract was not provided for, and there was a fight about the 2 contracts for Broccolino. So is the current Minister of Natural Resources, former Public Works Minister, was he aware of all of this? And was he aware that this change that no one in the area was aware of at the time?
Mr. Speaker, a fairness monitor oversaw these acquisitions and tabled her reports that are now available online, and I encourage the member to read them. She said, quote, decisions were made objectively, free from personal favoritism and political interference, and encompasses the elements of openness, competitiveness, transparency, and compliance.
The
Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, after 8 long years of imprisonment in Guantanamo, Omar Khadr has finally pleaded guilty. Had the government assumed its responsibilities, this trial of this young Canadian by a U.S. military tribunal would never have started. Is the government going to finally recognize that Canada is a signatory to the Child Soldier Treaty and that this should have applied to the young Cotter. The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Cotter has pled guilty of murder, and as it is a contravention of international law, of attempted murder, of conspiracy, of supporting terrorists, and spying. So, and according to the media, Mr. Cotter has also claimed to pled guilty to being a member of Al-Qaeda, of having made IEDs, and of having knowingly created civilian victims. So this issue concerns Mr. Cotter and the American government. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Up until now, Canada has failed in its obligations under the Child Soldier Treaty by refusing to demand the repatriation of Omar Cotter. Now that the young Cotter has pled guilty before the military tribunal, will the Canadian government at least seek his repatriation to Canada? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, this issue, I remind you. Mr. Speaker, this issue.
Order. 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 À l'ordre.
Order. The Minister of Foreign Affairs has the floor. It's impossible to hear him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I remind the members in the House, this issue concerns primarily Mr. Cotter's lawyers, as well as the lawyers for the American government. The Honourable Member for Quebec.
Mr. Speaker, an INRS study commissioned by DND confirms that the water in Shannon was contaminated with TCE in 1978 by the federal government. Now that it has been proven that the contaminants used by DND have made their way into the municipal water system of Shannon, does the government intend to accept its responsibility and compensate the victims accordingly? The Honourable Member of National Defence.
The member knows this government, as previous governments, have been engaged in this file for some time. There have been millions of dollars paid to the municipality of Shannon. We continue to be seized with this issue, but it is now a matter before the courts, and as thus it would be inappropriate to comment further.
L'Honorable Député de Québec.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, worse yet, scientist Robert Chapuis from Polytechnique believes that the contaminants have spread through the water table faster than originally estimated, which means that Shannon residents may have been exposed to TCEs since the 1940s. This lengthy and sustained exposure could explain Shannon's high cancer rates. Will the government stop playing cat and mouse, come clean, and make all documents concerning the contamination of the Shannon water table available to the public? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member would know, many of those same documents would form part of the court case and the ongoing litigation. But with respect to this government and previous governments, of course the matter is being taken seriously. How else could one justify having spent tens of millions of dollars with respect to the compensation of the people in the municipality of Shannon? So to that regard, this government takes this matter very seriously, continues to engage, but of course this matter is before the courts, and I therefore can comment no further.
The Honourable Member for St. John, South Mount Pearl.
The Conservatives have failed when it comes to protecting whistleblowers. Here are the facts. The Integrity Commissioner has abruptly retired. Almost the entire staff of the office has quit in the last 3 years. The Public Service Tribunal isn't functioning. And 170 people were brave enough to come forward to disclose wrongdoing, yet all were brushed aside. 39 months, some $20 million, and still no progress. When will this Conservative government get serious about accountability? When can whistleblowers expect protection from a new commissioner?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, it was this government that brought in significant protection for public service employees who previously, under the Liberal government, lived in fear of reprisals for the issues they were raising, especially with the sponsorship scandal. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that the Auditor General right now is looking into the concerns and the complaints that have been brought forward. And I can tell you also that the Office of the Commissioner, its staff, and the mandate that it has is fully engaged, is there to protect those who are concerned and want to bring forward concerns, they'll continue to do that. And, Mr. Speaker, we have confidence in that, and I'll also be waiting for a report from the Auditor General.
The honourable member for St. John South, Mount Pearl.
We know that whistleblowers brought forward 170 cases of wrongdoing, and all of them have been brushed aside. The process isn't working, and as a result, public servants remain unprotected. Quote, "When a government starts trying to cancel dissent or avoid dissent is frankly when it's rapidly losing its moral authority to govern." You know who said that? The current Prime Minister. When will this Prime Minister start living up to his own words?
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, in response to the absolute travesty of justice that was occurring, or lack of justice under the previous Liberal government, we brought in a number of provisions to protect public servants. And that protection continues under this office. They have the mandate, they have the legislation, and they have the people. The Auditor General is looking into this. The leadership of the office has been now assumed by the Deputy Commissioner, Mr. Joe Friday, as we announced on Friday.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are still in the dark about the secret deal struck between the Prime Minister and Nigel Wright. In less than 2 weeks, Mr. Wright will have access to the most commercial secret material in Canada. He's on loan from Onyx, a company doing business with almost a dozen federal governments. Ethics rules require that Nigel Wright not work with any company that does business with the federal government for 1 year following his employment in PMO. So what is it going to be? A year of cooling period for Nigel Wright? Or Onyx does no business with the federal government for at least 12 months?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to inform the member for Don Valley East that the Prime Minister and Mr. Wright have no secret deal.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, this isn't about Mr. Wright's resume. This is about the Prime Minister's judgment. Conservative MPs at the Ethics Committee have been ordered to block a motion demanding the release of the secret terms of Nigel Wright's employment. Why are the Conservatives so scared of releasing the terms of this secret deal? What have they got to hide?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I understand Mr. Wright may have the opportunity to discuss these issues when he's before a parliamentary committee. I think it is so amazing that such a talented Canadian is willing to put aside a lucrative career and come to Canada's national capital to make a contribution to public life. That's something that all Canadians should celebrate.
Honourable Member for Brant.
Mr. Speaker, as Canada prepares once again to thank our veterans and active military at nationwide Remembrance Day ceremonies, I understand our Minister of State for Transport was out this morning to communicate the meaning of remembrance to Canadians and to inspire them to reflect on the sacrifices of our brave veterans and soldiers. Would the Minister of State please tell the House about the newest circulation coin which was unveiled today?
Honourable Minister of State.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague for the question. It gives me an opportunity as the Minister in charge of the Mint to remind people how thankful I was and honoured I was this morning to unveil the 25-cent poppy coin. This coin will be a pointed reminder of the thanks that we owe our servicemen and women for defending our Canadian values. And furthermore, the Mint has created a Remembrance Day collector card, and all of the proceeds from the profits from the sales of these cards will go directly to support our military families. So as we approach Day of Remembrance, I know that Canadians thank our veterans and our service people for their sacrifice.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre. Order.
Speaker, nobody should be able to buy a government contract in this country, but yet days before the closing of the West Block contract, Public Works amended the tender to give special favour to one rinky-dink contractor who, by some happy coincidence, gave $140,000 to a well-connected Conservative lobbyist.
Oh.
Now, this government seems open for business, but only if you pay to play. My question is, who specifically ordered the West
Block renovation contract to be rigged in favor of Sauvé Construction, and what Conservative minister ordered them to do so?
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said, the Government of Canada has contracting laws and regulations and policies that must be followed. Public servants are responsible for and manage this entire process, including the contract award. And if any wrongdoing is found with individuals or contractors, they will face prosecution to the full extent of the law, including under the Accountability Act, and we will expect that taxpayer money will be recouped.
The
Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, they changed the criteria so that a disqualified company, which is now bankrupt, could receive a huge contract, but no one's to blame. He appointed his campaign director to the panel that supervises government contracts, but that's pure coincidence. All contractors who dealt with him ended up at the same fundraiser as him, but that has nothing to do with anything. When will the minister stop taking people for fools and admit his responsibility? The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Speaker, the Government of Canada has laws, regulations, and policies in place governing all contracting. And public servants are responsible for and manage this entire process, including the award of this contract. If any wrongdoing with individuals or contractors are found, they will face prosecution to the full extent of the law, including under the Accountability Act, and we expect that taxpayer money will be recouped.
The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bolduc. Mr. Speaker, a Quebec coalition led by the FTQ, is calling for an enhancement of the guaranteed income supplement to help immediately with the most disadvantage of our seniors. The president of the Quebec Women's Federation points out that many women hold short-term jobs with no pension fund, and that the improvement of GIS would help them directly. Will the government finally commit to enhancing monthly GIS benefits? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, this is something that happened a few years ago in the budget. Perhaps the Honourable Member didn't notice, but we have done things to help seniors, many things. We have increased the tax credit for the GIS from $500 to $3,500, and that was to help seniors, especially people in the circumstances described from the Honourable Member. He should have supported it. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bolduc. The minister's response is not very credible, Mr. Speaker, because over 40,000 Quebec seniors still do not receive the guaranteed income supplement, even though they are entitled thereto. The Conservative government should be ashamed of depriving 40,000 seniors of these last resort benefits. What is the government waiting for to automatically sign these seniors up for the guaranteed income supplement? Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, we are the ones who want to help seniors, and we are the ones who want to help seniors who are living in poverty. That is why we made it much easier to register for GIS benefits. For example, when seniors turn 65, they can apply, but they only have to do it once. If we continue to pay taxes to the governments every year, they are automatically renewed, and that is something we're very proud of.
For Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has long been infatuated with the former right-wing leader of Australia, John Howard, even going so far as to plagiarize his speeches. Through family, business, and politics, Mr. Howard is linked to BHP Billiton, the foreign company that is trying to take over the Potash Corporation of Saskatchewan. Last week, the Prime Minister gave Potash Corp the back of his hand, clearly showing bias in Canada's foreign investment review process. Is that because he's doing the bidding of his old friend, John Howard?
Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, I thought it was beneath the Honourable Member to make unsubstantiated, ridiculous, false allegations against our Prime Minister, but the honourable member has shown once again he is perfectly willing to scrape the bottom of the barrel.
Honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister dismisses potash as not all that important, not strategic, but when one transaction shifts an entire Canadian industry into the hands of a single foreign buyer, when that industry is potash, vital to food production worldwide for generations to come, when 53% of the world's reserves are in Saskatchewan and they're about to be controlled forever from outside of Canada, when it's the biggest resource sell-off in history with nothing of significance left in Canadian hands thereafter, why is that not considered strategic by this government?
Honourable Minister of Industry. Ordered.
Thank the honourable member for his input. Of course, we will make our determination based on the net benefit to Canada test, which is found in the Investment Canada Act. I take the honourable member's suggestion seriously, although I would note for the House that he was part of a government that never said no to anybody.
Wow. Honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, today we are joined on Parliament Hill by farmers from the Northern Alberta Peace Region. They're here to ask why they're being denied federal aid to help them weather a 12-year drought. While increased assistance was provided to farmers in the south hit by flooding, the government continues to ignore the pleas of Alberta's northern producers. Well, with the pittance offered in federal relief, farmers are forced to sell their herds and their lands to corporate enterprises. When will the minister commit to provide this sorely needed assistance?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as you would know, we have a great record of working with farmers across this great country, regardless of what they're up against, whether it's market variations or the weather itself. Certainly discussions are ongoing with the province of Alberta, our partner in this particular enterprise, Mr. Speaker, and those assessments are underway.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, as the minister is aware, the relief program is based on the last few years of farm income. These farmers have suffered huge losses in the past 3 years because of drought. The truth is they are getting no relief. Worse hit are our struggling young farmers. If this government truly values the contribution made by our family farms to the Canadian economy, will the minister finally give these producers the help they so desperately need and deserve?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Mr. Speaker, these farmers are well aware of this government's record in helping them in whatever their situation is, dire or otherwise, Mr. Speaker. What they're really concerned about is that particular party and their constant voting no against monies that would flow, new programming ideas. What they want to do is go back to the future, Mr. Speaker. No one in Canada wants to live on old McDonald's farm anymore, especially this government. We want to see people move ahead.
The Honourable Member of Edmonton, Leduc.
Mr. Speaker, in these volatile economic times, our Conservative government is squarely focused on protecting and promoting the Canadian economy, whether it be by opening new markets for our exporters through new free trade agreements or attracting new investment with our very low tax rates. We are committed to creating jobs and growing the economy. The Minister of Finance was in Korea this past weekend, standing up for Canadians from all corners. Can the Parliamentary Secretary inform the House on the Minister's actions at this pre-G20 meeting?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Edmonton, Leduc, for that great question. Mr. Speaker, once again today we see the opposition coalition talking down Canada's economy, while the Finance Minister is promoting Canada's strong economy throughout the world. He's working with the G20 Finance Ministers to help secure the global economic recovery. He's telling the world that Canada is projected to lead G7 in growth in 2010 and 2011. He's telling the world that we're lowering taxes for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. While the opposition coalition continues to talk down the economy, our government is standing up for Canada.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, Canada was invisible at the Francophonie Summit, and thanks to its decision to remove the 5 poorest African countries from its international aid list, the Conservative government has turned its back on member states of the Francophonie. How did the Prime Minister have the gall to show up in front of these countries, given that he did not assume his responsibilities towards the poorest countries of the planet? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The member has missed what we have actually ended up doing.
We were the first G8 country to double our aid to Africa. We doubled our aid to Africa before we were required to, before any other G7 nation. We are now at $2.1 billion, and on top of that, Mr. Speaker, at the conference, the Prime Minister came up with some new money again for the African nations because we recognize that they do require our support.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie de la Madeleine. Mr. Speaker, on October 13th, the Fisheries Minister finally announced new assistance measures for lobster fishers hard hit by plummeting market prices. This is a positive first step for Magdalen Island fishers, but it completely sidelines Gaspésie fishers who have also worked to protect this fishery. Will the government change the criteria of its program in order to help all fishers who have been affected by the collapse of lobster prices? The Honourable Fisheries Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The long-term sustainability of the lobster industry certainly has been a focus of our government, and we are well on our way to achieving that goal. We have announced $10 million over the last year in marketing monies, over $8 million in short-term support, and in addition over $50 million to the long-term program. And, Mr. Speaker, all areas of the lobster fishery are eligible for funding.
Wow. The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. Omar Khadr's circumstances have little to do with guilt or innocence and everything to do with politics. Under the terms of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, Omar Khadr was a child combatant. The Conservative government refusal to repatriate him has been an unqualified international embarrassment. And now, at the last minute, Khadr has accepted a plea deal to save himself from a life sentence in Leavenworth Prison. Mr. Speaker, what steps has this government undertaken with the American government to bring this Canadian home?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Khadr pleaded guilty to murder in violation of the laws of war, attempted murder in violation of the laws of the war, as well as providing material support for terrorism and spying, as well as conspiracy. Mr. Speaker, the media are reporting that Mr. Khadr also publicly acknowledged that he was a member of Al-Qaeda, that he planted roadside bombs, and that he knew he was attacking civilians. The matter, Mr. Speaker, is between the U.S. government and Mr. Khadr's lawyers, and we have no further comment.
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians were profoundly shocked at the revelation that veteran Sean Bruyer had his information shared inappropriately by bureaucrats at Veterans Affairs Canada. Can the Minister of Veterans Affairs tell this House what steps are being taken to address this profoundly serious issue?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. Today, I have offered our government's sincere regrets to Mr. Bruyer and anyone who may have gone through the same situation. I wish to report that the Government of Canada is immediately undertaking an expedited mediation procedure in this case. As I said, we will be cooperating with regard to the in-depth audit being conducted by the Privacy Commissioner, and we will take action in follow-up to the results and recommendations. Meanwhile, I have already taken measures and actions to ensure that veterans' privacy is protected.
The Honourable Member.
Order.
Order. The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Prime Minister is committing more and more diplomatic follies on the international stage. First, the humiliating loss of UN Security Council seat, and now this government was invisible at the Francophonie Summit. When will the Prime Minister assume his leadership on the international stage, and when will he behave like a representative of a large-scale country like Canada? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, Canada shines on the international stage. Mr. Speaker, I heard my honourable colleague a few minutes ago looking down on Canada's role abroad, but she seems to have forgotten what this government has done for our people in Haiti, and yet those are people who live not far from her riding. And Mr. Speaker, she seems to have forgotten that. Mr. Speaker, this government has taken a strong role. We have shown leadership. This government, Mr. Speaker, has done much more than the preceding government in this area, and we're proud of that. The Honourable Member. Order. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance's cupboards are bare, but their billions of dollars in unpaid taxes continue to slip through the government's fingers because of his own laxism. It's all very well to recover money hidden in Switzerland by white-collar criminals, but criminal charges must be laid so that these crimes do not go unpunished. If shoplifting is stealing, so hiding money is committing fraud. Can the minister guarantee that all people who use a bank account in Switzerland will be prosecuted on criminal charges? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Aggressive action to crack down on any monies being hid offshore and offshore bank accounts. Just last year, over $1 billion was uncovered in unpaid taxes, nearly 10 times the amount that was uncovered in the last year of the Liberals were in power. In terms of the penalties, Mr. Speaker, fines, penalties, interest, and jail time is all a part of the package. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Mr. Speaker, after the softwood lumber sellout, the shipbuilding sellout, and other sellouts, this government is now throwing everything on the table in a desperate act to sign the worst possible trade deal with one of the best possible partners, the European Community. Why won't the minister reveal to Parliament the specific costs and negative impacts of this deal now? On government procurement policy, on Canada's supply management sector, on the lives of Canadian farmers, and on concessions to Big Pharma, to name but a few. Will the minister come clean now and reveal these costs and impacts so Canadians can know what's at stake and end the secrecy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Member for his question. Of course, the Honourable Member knows the answer before I give it. But in this time of economic uncertainty, our government is working to open new doors for Canadian businesses and help create jobs. The economic agreement with the European Union has potential to generate a $12 billion boost to our economy and increase bilateral trade by over 20%. And we will continue to work closely with all of our partners, including the provinces and the territories, and we're pleased, Mr. Speaker, to have found a way to involve them in this negotiation.
That will bring to a conclusion the question period for today. Tabling of documents. Depot to document. Oh, the Honourable Minister of National Defence is rising on a point of order.
I wanted to clarify the record in response to a question from the Bloc member from Quebec. I used the word compensate the people of Quebec. I should have used the word assist, as the compensation or the support actually went to the municipality as opposed directly to people. And this is the matter of a court case, so I wanted to clarify the record. Thank you.
Okay. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Eglinton Lawrence. Order, please.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the following report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. The 19th report, Chapter 5, acquiring military vehicles for use in Afghanistan, of the fall 2009 report of the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109 of the House of Commons, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to the 19th report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Perth, Wellington.
More people will be able to do it. Yeah, but then there will be more work for you. Oh, that's C-473.
an act to protect insignia of military orders, decorations, and medals of cultural significance for future generations. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. In accordance with the order of reference of Monday, October the 4th, 2010, your committee has considered Bill C-22, an act respecting the mandatory reporting of Internet child pornography by persons who provide an Internet service, and agreed on Thursday, October 21st, 2010, to report it with amendment. Thank you.
Well done.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I have the honour to present in both official languages the report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates in relation to the requesting of a 30-day extension on Bill C-429. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Order 97-1-3A, a motion to concur in the report is deemed moved, the question deemed put, and a recorded division deemed demanded and deferred until Wednesday, October 27th, 2010, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Private members' bills. Ms. Matheson, seconded by Ms. Crowder, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Hazardous Products Act, Plastic Bags. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, today it is my privilege to table a bill that is the product of a contest, Create Your Canada, that I sponsored to engage our young people in the political process. Thank you to all those who entered. Thank you to the 5 judges from across our community and to Via Rail for providing transportation to Ottawa for the students. Mr. Speaker, this bill would ban single-use, non-biodegradable plastic bags in Canada. The authors of this private member's bill, students Hannah DeBoer and Miranda Van Rooy, have joined me today in the House of Commons. Research done by these students revealed that single-use plastic bags harm or kill 100 million sea animals annually, use up non-renewable petroleum resources, and clog our landfill sites. Less than 1% of the 55 million single-use bags distributed in Canada every week are recycled. Mr. Speaker, these students believe that Canada needs a law to prevent the harm caused by single-use plastic bags. I would sincerely hope that the members of this House and the community will listen and make the effort to hear and respectfully consider ideas from young Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of Hannah and Miranda. They have decided to be active participants in our political process. They are not only the leaders of tomorrow, but the leaders of today.
Ms. Matheson, seconded by Ms. Crowder, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est répétée.
The motion is deemed adopted.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance de la...
At the next sitting of the House.
Charlton, seconded by Ms. Crowder, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Old Age Security Act, CPP Payments. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to introduce this bill on behalf of all Canadian seniors who are receiving the Guaranteed Income Supplement. As I've mentioned in this House before, when seniors receive a cost of living increase in their CPP, part of that increase is often clawed back from their GIS in the following year. In fact, each July, my constituency office on Hamilton Mountain is flooded with calls from seniors who don't understand why they are getting less money in July than they were receiving from January to June. Clawing back pension increases makes a mockery of the very purpose of cost of living adjustments, which is to keep pace with inflation. My bill will end that practice by ensuring that the GIS can no longer be reduced when the only increase to someone's income is a CPP cost of living adjustment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Charlton, seconded by Ms. Crowder, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est répétée et adoptée.
The motion is deemed adopted.
Of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My petition calls on the Canadian government to negotiate with the United States government to reduce
U.S. and Canadian passport fees. American tourists visiting Canada are at their lowest level since 1972. It's fallen by 5 million in the last 7 years, from 16 million visitors in 2002 to only 11 million in 2009. Passport fees for multiple member families are a significant barrier to traditional cross-border family vacations, and the cost of passports for an American family of 4 can be over $500 US. Well, over half of Canadians have passports. Only a quarter of Americans have passports. At the Midwest Legislative Conference at the Council of State Governments, attended by myself and over 500 elected representatives from 11 border states and 3 provinces, a resolution was passed unanimously and reads as follows. Resolved that the conference call on President Barack Obama and the Canadian Prime Minister to immediately examine a reduced fee for passports to facilitate cross-border tourism, and we also encourage the government to examine the idea of a limited time 2-for-1 passport renewal or new application fee. To be a fair process, Mr. Speaker, passport fees must be reduced on both sides of the border. Therefore, the petitioners call on the government to work with the American government to examine a mutual reduction in passport fees to facilitate tourism, and finally promote a limited time 2-for-1 passport renewal or new application fee on a mutual basis with the United States.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have a petition here from members in my riding calling upon the Government of Canada to stop all funding of International Planned Parenthood Federation. It is said that the establishment as an abortion as an international human right, and that the Planned Parenthood Federation lobbies aggressively to impose permissive abortion laws on developing nations. I also have another petition, Mr. Speaker, from the residents in my constituency, petitioning the House of Commons to amend the animal transport regulations under Canada's Health of Animals Act to be consistent with the findings of the EU Scientific Committee on Animal Health Welfare to reduce transport time for pigs, poultry, horses, calves, and lambs to 8 hours and 12 hours for cattle, sheep, and goats, and ensure adequate enforcement of the regulations. They ask that these amendments be passed quickly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I rise to present a petition that's been signed by many people in my riding around the areas of Twillingate Island, New World Island, and Fogo Island, primarily working in the processing fish plants of Notre Dame Seafoods as well as the Fogo Island Co-op. What they would like are for substantial EI reforms to bring respect back to seasonal work. Unfortunately, right now, we went through the process of having these pilot projects, which gave a lot of credence to seasonal work. One of those was the best 14 weeks option. The current government decided to extend it for only a few months, up until June, and therefore they will collapse. What these people are asking is that this program be made permanent, as it is an essential part of the program, because without it, it is a disincentive to work. Therefore, they are asking for, as plant workers, as well as the employers, are also asking for these programs to be made permanent, and I humbly submit this petition on their behalf. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present this petition on behalf of constituents from a variety of communities across the country. It's to support Bill C-544, and it's a petition that would call upon the House of Commons and Parliament assembled to bring forward and put into legislation this bill, an act to amend the Health of Animals Act and the Meat Inspection Act, thus prohibiting the importation or exportation of animals, horses for slaughter for human consumption, as well as horse meat products for human consumption. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour today to present a petition signed by people from New Brunswick, Ontario, and British Columbia. The petitioners are calling on Parliament to enable prosecution of those who encourage or counsel someone to commit suicide by updating the Canadian Criminal Code to reflect the new realities of 21st century broadband access, and also to fund education programs that will empower people who experience depression and mental illness and Canada's vulnerable youth to protect themselves from online predators and find appropriate community support resources. I also have a petition, Mr. Speaker, signed by a number of people from the Kitchener-Waterloo area, calling on Parliament to enshrine in legislation Bill C-474, an act respecting the seed regulations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Western Arctic. British Columbia Southern Interior. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You got it right. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I have two petitions here. One from residents of the Okanagan area of my province, over 200 of them, that are concerned about genetically modified, genetically engineered seeds. And they're saying that the contamination from GE crops can result in economic hardship for farmers as a loss to uncertain markets and low prices, new costs for testing and cleanup, and of course they cite the example of flax this year. So they call upon Parliament to enshrine in legislation Bill C-474, an act respecting the seed regulations, to amend the seed regulations to require that an analysis of potential harm to export markets be conducted before the sale of any new genetically engineered seed is permitted. And my second petition, Mr. Speaker, is in support of Bill C-544. The petitioners are saying because horses are ordinarily kept and treated as sport and companion animals, are not raised primarily as food-producing animals, and are administered drugs that are strictly prohibited from being used at any time in all other food-producing animals destined for human supply, they're calling on the House of Commons in Parliament to bring forward and adopt into legislation Bill C-544, an act to amend the Health of Animals Act and the Meat Inspection Act, thus prohibiting the importation or exportation of horses for slaughter for human consumption, as well as horse meat products for human consumption. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
On the order paper, l'Honorable Secretary Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed, and so ordered. Order. I'm now prepared to rule on the point of order raised by the Honourable Member for Eglinton Lawrence on October the 20th, 2010, concerning amendments contained in the third report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities on Bill C-442, an act to establish a national Holocaust monument, presented in the House on June 9, 2010. Je remercie le député d'Eglinton.
I would like to thank the member for Eglinton Lawrence for having raised this important matter. I would also like to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader and the Honourable Member for Mississauga South for their contributions.
In his point of order, the member for Eglinton Lawrence noted that the bill had been adopted by the House unanimously at second reading on March 3, 2010, and reported from the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities on June 9, 2010. The member for Eglinton Lawrence drew to the attention of the Speaker 3 of the amendments contained in that report. He pointed out that the chair of the Transport, Infrastructure and Communities Committee had ruled all 3 of these amendments inadmissible, judging them to be beyond the scope of the bill as approved by the House at second reading. Each of these rulings was appealed and overturned by the committee by a majority vote, as is reflected in the minutes of proceedings of the committee at a meeting held on June 3, 2010. Let me briefly remind the House of the nature of the amendments that are in dispute. The first amendment to Clause 2 of the bill provides the Minister with the authority to require that the National Holocaust Monument Development Council constitute itself as a legal entity. Le deuxième amendement.
The second amendment to Clause 7 provides that the Council's role in raising funds for the construction of the National Holocaust Monument be expanded to include fundraising for maintaining the monument and for the Council's own costs. I should note here that as provided for in Clause 5 of Bill C-442, the Council members are unpaid and must apply for their positions. The third amendment to Clause 8 allows the Minister to delegate his responsibilities for overseeing the planning and design of the monument, for consulting the public concerning the design and site of the monument, and for the construction and maintenance of the monument to the Council.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader contended that the amendments in question were consistent with the principle of the bill as well as within its scope. In his view, the amendment to Clause 2 served only to clarify the definition and did not constitute a substantive amendment. He argued that the amendment to Clause 7 was similarly best regarded as a clarification of the source of funding for expenses entailed by the bill. He noted that the member for Eglinton Lawrence had himself introduced an amendment to the effect that the minister's responsibility included both the construction and the maintenance of the monument, and that this amendment was not found to contain any procedural defect. En ce qui concerne
With respect to the amendment to Clause 8, the Parliamentary Secretary went on to state that it served to elaborate on concepts already contained in Bill C-442 and did not attempt to introduce a new concept. On the contrary, he contended that since Clause 8 followed immediately upon those clauses which set out the minister's responsibilities, it was completely appropriate to deal with the delegation of those responsibilities in Clause 8.
3 disputed amendments were matters of clarification and elaboration, that they were within the scope of the bill and that they were therefore entirely acceptable from a procedural point of view. Dans ses observations,
In his remarks, the member for Mississauga South reviewed the procedural principles on which the Speaker should base his ruling. He pointed out certain differences between the bill as introduced and as reported from the Standing Committee, and supported the position of the member for Eglinton Lawrence that the amendments objected to were inadmissible.
Agree and has been frequently pointed out in the past, the Speaker's responsibility is clear in cases concerning procedural irregularities in the committee's consideration of a bill. As Mr. Speaker Fraser stated in a ruling in reference to amendments adopted by a committee after the committee chair's rulings on the amendments were overturned in the debates on April 28, 1992 at page 9801,
and I quote, "In cases in which the chair is asked to rule on the admissibility of committee amendments to bills, any modifications which offend a basic principle in the legislative process are struck from the bill," unquote.
To the 3 amendments contested by the member for Eglinton Lawrence, I've examined the 3rd report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities carefully, as well as Bill C-442, both in its first reading version and in the reprint containing the committee's amendments. I've also consulted the minutes of the proceedings of the committee related to its clause-by-clause consideration of the bill. Pour reprendre les termes.
Bill C-442, as stated in the summary to the bill, requires the minister responsible for the National Capital Act to establish and work in cooperation with a National Holocaust Monument Development Council to design and build a national Holocaust monument to be located in the National Capital Region, unquote.
2 of the bill empowers the minister to require the council to, quote, form a legal entity, unquote, by amending the definition of council contained in the bill. In committee, it was ruled inadmissible on the basis that it constitutes a substantive amendment to the bill by way of a modification of the interpretation clause. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2nd edition at page 769 states, "The interpretation clause of a bill is not the place to propose a substantive amendment to a bill. In addition, an amendment to the interpretation clause of a bill that was referred to a committee after 2nd reading must always relate to the bill and may neither exceed the scope nor be contrary to the principle of the bill." End of quotation. I can see nothing in the bill as amended by the committee which requires that such a power be provided to the minister. It appears to me to be a new concept and on that basis to constitute a substantive amendment to the interpretation clause of Bill C-442. À l'origine, l'article 7.
Clause 7 of the bill originally required the council to spearhead a fundraising campaign for the sole purpose of funding the construction of the monument. The amendment added the additional purposes of funding the planning, designing, installing, and maintaining of the monument, as well as any other costs incurred by the council.
May constitute an elaboration or clarification of the purpose for which the council was to raise funds. I do not regard the maintenance of the monument as an aspect of its construction. It seems to me that it is only once the monument has been constructed that maintenance may be required. And further, there do not appear to be any grounds on which the original bill might be said to allow money raised for construction to be used for the costs of the council, whatever they may be. Therefore, it is my view that these two elements are clearly beyond the scope of Bill C-442 and were rightly judged inadmissible by the Chair of the Transport, Infrastructure and Communities Committee. The amendment to Clause 8 of the bill authorized the Minister to delegate to the Council certain of his responsibilities. In particular, this delegation would include the planning and design of the monument, its construction, and its maintenance. There are no provisions in the bill as adopted by the House at second reading for any delegation of the Minister's responsibilities, and as such, this notion of delegation seems now to be a new concept that is beyond the scope of the bill. Indeed, the delegation of the Minister's responsibilities to the Council seems to be directly contrary to the principle of the bill, which requires the Minister to design and build the National Holocaust Memorial Monument in cooperation with the National Council, rather than have the National Council do it in his stead.
I would like also to take this opportunity to clarify a certain confusion which appears to exist concerning the ruling that the amendment to Clause 8 was offered at the wrong place in the bill. As I noted, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader felt that an amendment to delegate powers was appropriately placed if it followed these provisions which set out the powers to be delegated. While that is a reasonable position, it is not the point that is at issue here. Clause 8 in its original form read, "The Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada may assist the Council in the performance of its functions under this Act." Unquote.
Minister to delegate powers to the National Council seems to me to be well beyond the scope of Clause 8, which deals with the role of the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada. Clause 8 is not the appropriate place to attempt the insertion of such a provision, even if it were otherwise admissible. So for all these reasons, I therefore rule that the amendments to Clauses 2, 7, and 8 of Bill C-442 are null and void and no longer form part of the bill as reported to the House. In addition, I'm ordering that a reprint of Bill C-442 be published to replace the reprint ordered by the committee. I would like to once again thank the Honourable Member for Eglinton Lawrence for having raised this important matter. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant.
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming debate on third reading on Bill C-14, the Fairness at the Pumps Act.
The Honourable Member for Burlington had the floor, and he has 11 minutes in the time allotted for his remarks. I therefore call upon the Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have completed my formal remarks on this bill, and I'd be happy to move to questions and comments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Then questions and comments. None? Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Westmont Ville-Marie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I cannot really say that I am pleased to be debating Bill C-14 today because, in truth, there's very little substance to this bill. Let's be clear, this is not a credible bill in its current form because it is a minimal proposal to remarks that the Prime Minister made himself during the last election. If he feels that the consumers are so badly treated at the pumps, why wait until now to act? We have to recognize that this government has felt obliged to follow up on something against its own will, because in its current form, this bill is purely cosmetic and is only intended to put the costs of this on the backs of retailers. Consumers are... or the government rather is on some kind of a witch hunt because they are saying that the bad guys are the retailers in this situation, and it's a diversion. Why does this bill not have measures that would emphasize fair competition rather than having something that would result in heavier costs for the consumers? This doesn't seem to take into account what the true problem is here. Few facts show that gas pumps have been tampered with by retailers, for whom it would not be in their own interest to do so. So let me give you a few interesting facts. The gas sector is one that is second in terms of the best compliance with the rules and regulations. So why would these rules and regulations apply only to that sector and not to others? Are you aware that losses tied to approved meters are far less than what the government has stated, 8 million rather than 20? So Measures Canada inspects 30,000 pumps every 2 years in Canada, which only represents 1/4 of the 130,000 pumps in Canada. For its enforcement, this bill would require the hiring of 300 additional inspectors who would have to be put on contract by the retailers. As an example, it would cost between $50 and $200 per pump for independent retailers. Who will end up paying that bill?
All independent businesses, which in fact operate on very small margins, as we know. The additional cost of these inspections will certainly hurt their bottom line. In switching the onus of inspection to the retailer, the demand for private inspectors will increase drastically. I and many of my Liberal colleagues are concerned that retailers in northern and rural communities may not have access to the private inspectors required to ensure that they can stay within the letter and the spirit of the law. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, if we want to keep moving in this direction, would it not be preferable to review the enforcement process so that the bill would not be passed along to the consumer? Would the ideal not be indeed to increase the resources that Measures Canada has if we want to really face the reality here? Does the government have the budget or the resources necessary to enforce such a legislative measure? On the other hand, independent retailers and consumers should not be obliged to foot the bill for this legislation. We would have to ensure that there is uniformity in the enforcement of such a bill. And I fear, Mr. Speaker, that the penalties will be established arbitrarily, and that is why inspectors should be trained according to very specific parameters. It's imperative that inspectors be subject to a very clear code of procedure. Another point, Mr. Speaker. Why would we not to give a grace period of 30 days, as proposed by my colleague from Pickering Scarborough, to the retailers to give them an opportunity to get up to speed on this? We have to recognize that their equipment is not infallible, and there could be bad readings that the retailer is not aware of.
Truly concerned with helping Canadians at the pumps, it could turn its attention to any number of issues, such as refinery closures and the anemic state of competition at the refinery level. In fact, when it comes to higher gasoline prices, the Prime Minister himself has said that there is nothing the government can do to help Canadians. In the 3 elections since the Prime Minister has been leader of the Conservative Party, he has made no less than 3 specific commitments to help Canadians with ever-increasing fuel prices. You will remember that in 2004, lest we forget, the Conservatives promised to eliminate the GST on gasoline prices above 85 cents a litre when they came to power. I don't think that happened. In 2008, they promised to lower the diesel excise tax. I don't believe that happened either. I think the real reason behind the legislation being introduced right now is so that the government can pretend to be helping consumers while they complain that prices are rising. At this stage and in its current form, I see the Fairness at the Pumps Act more like the Conservative Farce at the Pumps Act. Un gouvernement responsable.
A responsible government that has the interests of Canadians at heart, particularly as far as gas prices are concerned, should, among other things, concentrate on the situation in terms of competition between refineries while reviewing the Competition Act. What's important is to make the market more effective and more competitive, as the federal government had moved in 2005. Despite the increase in gas prices and despite what the industry has said, that supply is at one of its lowest levels ever, how is it that we are seeing refineries closing their doors? How is it possible that the Conservative government is doing nothing in the face of such a situation? Mr. Speaker, it is in the interest of the Canadian population that the House review the bill completely and try and deal with the real problem that the Conservative government is trying to camouflage.
Mr. Speaker, when a sampling was done of the gas pumps in this country, it was discovered that 94% of them were within specifications. Only 6% were out of tolerance, and out of those 6%, 1/3 or 2% were actually delivering a little too much fuel to the consumer. The other 4%, in other words, 4% out of 100%, were delivering a little less fuel than was outside tolerance, a little bit outside tolerance. Now, in terms of the devices that Measures Canada is responsible for monitoring and measuring and inspecting, gas pumps are amongst the most reliable devices in this country. So the question is really one of why is it that this government felt that it needed to legislate through C-14 the need to measure pump accuracy when the numbers were certainly extremely respectable. My guess, Mr. Speaker, is that they wanted to do some grandstanding. They even gave it a certain name, the Fairness at the Pumps, which sort of left a hint that somebody was being unfair, and unfortunately the retailers had to wear that name, and when in reality the situation was really very respectable. So, in conclusion, I would like to say that from my point of view, the government here is creating a bill and putting us through the hoops when in actual reality there was very little need to create such a bill, C-14, which in the end smeared the retailers and will end up costing Canadians additional sums because of all the inspectors required to carry out the aim of this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for a tremendous speech. Very well done, and I appreciated his parallels to what I would consider to be typical retail politics. I think Fairness at the Pumps Act was the title, and quite frankly, if you bore down to the depth of this, there isn't a lot to it, in my opinion. Some of it may be fair, but only in a small, sparse way. So unfortunately, I think this is kind of, when it comes to retail politics, we're dealing with dollar store legislation. In the meantime, one of the things in this, if it's the fairness at the pumps and the weights and measurements, I do want to address one of the issues you brought up, and that is the effect on rural areas. In some communities, you may find in a radius of maybe 200 kilometers that there is only one outlet that provides pumps, or provides gasoline. So therefore, it becomes problematic when these people are compelled to do the measurements and weights, and they have to rely on the private sector to do this. Not only is it the fee of doing it itself, the travel costs, they have to do bringing this person in to pay their wages, so on and so forth, and that takes time to do, and therefore lineups are created, and it causes lots of problems when they're the only retailer in a large area. So I'd like for him to comment a little bit further on that, please. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor for his excellent question. The issue of northern or remote communities is a particularly acute one in terms of being able to, of course, respect the letter of the law in the case of C-14. And yet there is a reality here that he has very well and very eloquently outlined, and that is the fact that in order to conform to the letter of the law, there have to be inspections. And the challenge, of course, there is to get the inspectors, and the inspectors have to be available in order to do inspections of the pumps within a certain period of time. Now, this is problematic in and of itself in the case of certain communities, but it is also a fact that these independent retailers who provide a very essential service often have very, very slim margins of profit, and the additional burden of having to pay for the inspections that will have to take place at their 1 or 2 or 3 pumps is one that they can ill afford. So a particularly acute problem for those independent retailers who are outside the large centers in this country.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
I'll make this somewhat brief. I just remember in the last election we were going through when fuel was, the price of fuel was a huge issue at the time, and many people in this House used this issue to torque it in certain ways. One of the ways in doing this, which I thought was, to say it was shallow, was being somewhat generous, and that is that there was a commitment to reduce the amount of diesel by 2 cents, which came from the current government. I've looked through the order paper. I don't seem to find it right now, but I was wondering maybe the honourable member would know where that policy went, perhaps out the pump, as it were. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member from Westmount Ville-Marie.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his astute question. In fact, he raises an extremely good point, because I seem to remember talking about or hearing about the 2 cents on diesel, and somehow I have not myself seen it enacted. So I'm forced to conclude that perhaps it was one of those many promises, including the 85-cent tax, the 85-cent promise, whereby if gasoline went over 85 cents, and this goes back, I think, 6 years, where GST would be removed from the price of gasoline. Perhaps the government might be able to shed some light on what happened to those promises, which really would have served the consumer a great deal more than this Act C-14, which is nothing but really a sorry excuse to try to look like you're on the side of the consumer.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question to the member is to do with ambient temperatures. A number of years ago, I had a constituency complaint, and the basis of the complaint was that that you got more gas in the morning when you filled up because the temperature was cooler, and you get more gas out of into your tank. Whereas in the afternoon, because gas expands with the heat, you got less when you filled up. So I'm wondering whether the member can answer this question as to how will that impact the ambient temperature issue impact as far as the measurements that they are planning to take, because there's got to be some kind of reconciliation here between ambient temperatures and how they measure the gas.
The Honourable Member from Westmount Ville-Marie.
Well, I thank the member for his question. Of course, the whole delivery in terms of volume of gasoline is predicated on certain conditions, and in terms of temperature, it's based on 15 degrees centigrade. So if it was 15 degrees centigrade at sea level, there would be a certain volume, but unfortunately, most of the time, the temperature is not 15 degrees centigrade. In fact, I think on average in the country, it's -6 or something like that. And therefore, there has to be a compensation that is done, and that compensation is based on temperature, and it's supposed to adjust the volume because, as the member quite clearly said, you know, when liquids or gases get cold, they compress, and when they get warm, they expand. And so that changes the volume. One can only hope that these pumps are making that correction based on the actual temperature, and that assumes that that's part of the process. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Avalon.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'd like to commend my honourable colleague for introducing this legislation. I'd like to ask him one question. It might not be related, but it's when we're talking about gasoline, it sort of gets everyone's emotions up and running. Is when you look at regulation across this country, it's different from province to province, region to region, and sometimes it's unfair that one part of your province or your region has to pay a certain price, and then it's totally different in another price. And just wondering, in general, his comments on regulation and how we could address some of these concerns.
The Honourable Member from Westmount Ville-Marie.
I thank the member from Avalon for his question. And, of course, regulation is a complex issue that touches both the provincial and the federal. Whereas there's a federal component to it, for example, on the excise tax, you will definitely remember that a far-sighted Liberal policy that was enacted some time ago under Prime Minister Martin, which was to take some of that excise tax to use it for infrastructure projects, and that was applauded by many Canadians. Regulation is something that I think that is an area that the federal government has a responsibility for, and is part of the concerns that it should be concerned about. One of the concerns that it should have in terms of trying to deliver the best and lowest price to the consumer. It is not entirely within its responsibility, but it is part of its responsibility. And that, and as I mentioned in my presentation, things like the competitiveness of refineries to, again, stimulate greater competition are the kinds of issues that the federal government should be looking at, so that ultimately the consumer is the one that benefits from it, instead of in this bill trying to suggest that retailers are people who are, to use the Minister of Industry's wording, and I can't remember it exactly, but somehow to imply that the retailers are out to gouge the consumer, which is not the case. So there is some constructive work that this federal government can undertake to make the price of gasoline as low as possible, and I would encourage it to do that.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Bloc Québécois critic for industry, I had the opportunity of following this bill during the spring and of hearing testimony during the numerous committee meetings. Bill C-14 amends the Electricity and Gas Inspection Act and the Weights and Measures Act. At the outset, I would say that even though the bill did not spark a great deal of controversy, the fact remains that overall, the bill could have gone much further. It is for this reason that my colleague, the member for Shefford, tabled Bill C-452. This bill is relevant because Bill C-14 does not always allow the Competition Bureau to carry out inquiries of its own accord. So my colleague tabled Bill C-452 in order to give more teeth to the Competition Bureau so that it could go ahead of it on its own initiative and launch inquiries. We still need to wait for a complaint before launching an inquiry within the Bureau, and that is one of the problems with the Competition Bureau. A complaint needs to be launched before any inquiry can be undertaken. Therefore, Bill C-14 does not respond to one of the major issues, which is the appearance of collusion in the oil industry. Mr. Speaker, Although the Bloc Québécois is in favor of this bill, as I said in my speech in spring, that does not mean that it is sufficient. The clause-by-clause review of this bill did not give rise to many amendments, and those that were brought dealt more with secondary questions. And I personally believe that even though the bill does not have enough teeth, it is a motherhood and apple pie issue, especially when we wish to offer better protection to citizens. We believe that it is indeed high time to make amendments to the Electricity and Gas Inspection Act and to the Weights and Measures Act. And Bill C-452 could give the Competition Bureau the tools it needs to fight companies that try to take advantage of their prevailing position to gouge consumers. The good thing about Bill C-14 is that from now on, the onus will be on the merchant to prove that he is not guilty, and additional penalties may be levied if this person continues to operate running counter to the law. But the most important thing, in my opinion, is that this act will make improper trading practices public. In a sector such as gas sales, if a merchant is convicted, then the retailer will clearly have to remedy the situation quickly. Information is disseminated quickly through social media and local neighborhoods. And there are service stations practically on every street corner. So, in fact, there are gas stations everywhere, so it is easy for customers to switch gas stations if they see that prices are higher at one rather than another. Also, the amendment of the Weights and Measures Act will give rise to much heftier fines imposed on offenders. Under the new provisions of this act, the inspectors appointed by the government will be authorized to enter places where they have reasonable grounds to examine, seize, or put aside anything that is there, to use any computer system or documents found within, and to establish any document based on this data. These inspectors can also prohibit access to the premises and call for the improper equipment to be shut down. Mr. Speaker, the aim of Bill C-14 is not to scare retailers. It simply seeks to correct a bill that does not that no longer corresponds to current standards. It is perfectly logical that in 2010, inspectors should be able to ensure that consumers are not cheated. Mr. Speaker, when I spoke last in this House on Bill C-14, we stated that when it was studied in committee, certain questions would be asked concerning the elements that we would like to see as part of this bill. So this is an excellent opportunity for all parliamentarians to give more teeth to this bill by allowing the Competition Bureau to initiate inquiries of its own accord. We have also long been calling for the creation of an oil industry monitoring board to closely monitor gas prices and to react in any cases of collusion or unjustified price fixing. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is, this is nothing new for the Bloc Québécois. We have long advocated for the recommendations in the report of the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology submitted in November 2003. The federal government has never done anything to help consumers in this area, and it missed an opportunity to put in place an oil patch monitoring system. However, Mr. Speaker, despite all this, this is a step in the right direction. Aside from Bill C-452, the Bloc Québécois is convinced more than ever that the industry must make its rightful contribution. With soaring energy costs and the profits amassed by oil companies, the economy is being bled dry to the benefit of the oil patch, so we must put an end to the hefty tax breaks enjoyed by these companies. We must be ready because by 2012, 11 manufacturers will be marketing some 30 car models that are entirely electric or hybrids and that can be recharged. These are more reliable vehicles with more energy efficiency and operating costs that are much lower than cars that use gas that we use today. Mr. Speaker, I do not wish to digress from the objectives of Bill C-14, but the Bloc Québécois feels that any discussion concerning oil consumption must include a genuine plan and a structure that will seek to achieve three components. I would like to recall the three stages that need to be put in place to have an act that has more teeth. First, the oil industry must be disciplined by giving more teeth to the Competition Act. Next, the industry must contribute its rightful share. That is, it must pay its commensurate share of taxes. And finally, we must reduce our dependency on oil by putting in place incentives for consumers to purchase electric vehicles. You know that currently we must be ready for electric vehicles because within a few years they will be accessible and available. So assistance must be given to municipalities so that they have devices where these batteries can be recharged, the batteries that are used in these hybrid and electric vehicles, so that they have the longest range possible. So, Mr. Speaker, the implementation of more adequate measures to stamp out fraud as proposed by C-14 is important, but we must also implement measures that will allow us to win in the future thanks to an overall action plan. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to set out the Bloc Québécois' position. So briefly, the Bloc Québécois supports this bill in principle. However, the Bill C-14 does not directly solve the problems of collusion, such as those that were recently brought to light in Quebec, and neither does it prevent sudden spikes in gas prices. So the Bloc Québécois believes that we must continue our efforts to respond to rising energy prices through Bill C-452 tabled by the Bloc. And if the Competition Act does not allow the competition bureau to carry out inquiries on its own initiative, because it can only do so if an official complaint has been submitted, and therefore otherwise it cannot act. The Bloc Québécois is also calling for an oil industry monitoring board in order to closely monitor gas prices and to react to any sort of collusion or price fixing with regard to that industry. So that is the Bloc's position, Mr. Speaker. And once again, the Bloc Québécois supports Bill C-14 in principle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Reprise du débat, l'honorable
Resume debate.
member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm rising to speak today on Bill C-14, and the short title of this bill is called Fairness at the Pumps, and one would presume that the title Fairness at the Pumps is about consumer protection, and that we're really talking about fairness for consumers broadly. And although there are some good measures in this bill, I would say generally speaking in this country, consumers are certainly at risk in any number of areas. The NDP has consistently called for a number of initiatives to protect consumers more broadly, and that includes having a minister responsible for consumer affairs, strengthening the Competition Bureau, tackling credit cards and not just some voluntary measure that credit card companies put in place, putting health and safety, appropriate health and safety measures in place that protects consumers from imported goods, and lastly, improving labeling. So, for example, consumers are well aware of the fact when they're buying products that are genetically modified. So when we talk about fairness at the pumps, I think this is a very small measure in terms of attempting to protect consumers. So I want to put this in some sort of context, Mr. Speaker, about why this legislation was introduced. And back in May 2008, there was an article called Hosed at the Pumps that was in the Ottawa Citizen. And that article highlighted the fact that the federal government was well aware of the fact that there were any number of violations at the pumps. And the citizen investigation showed that between January 1st, 1999 and August 28th, 2007, nearly 5% of gas pumps tested in Canada, about 1 pump in 20, failed government inspections by dispensing less fuel than they should. Now, how that translates into consumer fairness, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that Canadians were going to the gas pumps and paying more. They were paying more for a product because they didn't receive the amount that they should have received. The article goes on to say, and while some faulty pumps give out more fuel than they charge for, more often than not, it is consumers, not the retailers, who get hosed, government inspection records show. The problem of faulty pumps appears to be an industry-wide phenomenon. About 30% of all gas vendors tested have had at least one pump flunk an inspection by shortchanging consumers, according to the inspection reports. There's a whole lot more detail in this article, Mr. Speaker, but I want to go on a little further in the article. What they had indicated was that sometimes consumers are shortchanged, sometimes they get a benefit, and that there are these fluctuations, and there is a limit set for what's an acceptable fluctuation. They say that small fluctuations might be less of a concern if the measurement errors evened out. In theory, consumers who come up short on slow-running pumps should be balanced by those who benefit from extra gas from fast pumps. But the inspectors' reports reveal a puzzling trend. Canadian consumers are squeezed by faulty pumps far more often than vendors. When a gas pump fails a measurement test, 74% of the time it is the motorist who is disadvantaged by the error, and not the retailer, according to the inspection data. Odder still, the results of pump inspection in the United States seem to run counter to the Canadian numbers. Newspaper reports on state government inspection of gas pumps suggest that consumers and retailers in the U.S. tend to be affected by pump errors in roughly equal proportion, with motorists getting a slight advantage in some states. Not so here in Canada. Here, consumers end up on the short end of the nozzle 3 times as often as retailers. There is no realistic possibility of these errors being so slanted against consumers just by chance, said Richard Shillington, a statistician with economic consulting firm Infometrica, who reviewed the numbers on behalf of the Citizen. It's off the scale. It's 1 in billions, he said, as the odds of this happening. But that does not mean, he adds, that the errors are necessarily attributable to unscrupulous vendors. There could be procedural or mechanical reasons that would make more pumps run slow rather than fast. In their conclusion, they say by using the most conservative figures, pumps that fell outside the tolerance zone would have shortchanged consumers by at least 17 million annually if projected across the entire industry. At the same time, however, fast pumps would give out 8 million in free gas. On the small percentage of pumps outside the tolerance zone, consumers would come out about $9 million behind. Now, Mr. Speaker, that was in 2008. And it's taken us, we're now here at the end of 2010, and we're still looking at legislation that's talking about fairness at the pumps. Now, I want to touch briefly on what the response was to that report. And apparently, again, you know, in the article, it does point out that government inspections were being carried out from, this is for numbers between 1999 and 2000. So for a number of years, government inspections had continued to demonstrate that Canadian consumers were being shortchanged at the pumps. And so we are actually 10 years later, when we're talking about the numbers, that we're finally dealing with legislation in this House. And, you know, that's unacceptable. One of the, I want to acknowledge the good work that the member from Windsor West has done on this. He's been on this file now for a number of years, and whether it's gas prices or whether it's the kind of unevenness of the measurements at the pump, he has been out there talking about what is really required for consumer protection. So to touch just briefly on some of the aspects of Bill C-14, an act to amend the Electricity and Gas Inspection Act and the Weights and Measures Act, as I mentioned earlier, this is the short title is Fairness at the Pumps. From the legislative summary, the aim of this bill is to amend certain provisions of the Electricity and Gas Inspection Acts and the Weights and Measures Act to provide greater protection for consumers from inaccurate measurements at gas pumps and other measuring devices. The bill seeks to achieve this objective by 1. Introducing administrative monetary policies for contraventions under the Acts, increasing maximum fines for offences, introducing a new fine for repeated offences, introducing mandatory inspection frequencies for measuring devices, and proposing the appointment of non-government inspectors to be trained and certified by Measurement Canada to conduct mandatory measuring device inspections. Part of this is I want to talk a little bit about the administrative monetary policies, and many do see this as progress. This administrative monetary policies allows for a more flexible and proportionate response to particular incidences of non-compliance. And there are varying degrees of these classifications from minor, serious, or very serious, with specified maximum penalties for each level. So it's a more rapid response is allowed for these violations rather than having to lay some sort of criminal charges. Bill C-14 proposes to increase the accountability of retailers for the accuracy of their measuring devices by requiring them to have their devices inspected at regular intervals. Mandatory inspection frequencies, which are common in the majority of industrial nations, for example, France, Germany, and most U.S. states, are proposed for measuring devices used in 8 trade sectors: retail petroleum, downstream or wholesale petroleum, dairy, retail food, fishing, logging, grain and field crops, and mining. And other sectors will be added to this list in the future, depending on the results of stakeholder consultations. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's much more in this bill than this, but this is a very brief summary of some aspects of this bill. I want to touch briefly on the use of authorized private sector service providers, and what we're going to see is a shift by having private sector inspectors carry out these inspections throughout the country, and the government has said that this is partly because they're going to increase the number of inspections required. However, the NDP feels very strongly that inspections need to be done in-house with government workers. That way, you've got that arm's length, non-interested ability to perform these inspections. Now, under this Fairness at the Pumps Act, what will happen is the Minister of Industry will have the ability to appoint non-government inspectors of authorized service providers to perform inspections. And what this will allow is Measurement Canada will now be able to use its resources strictly in enforcement of its mandate. The mandatory inspections could be conducted by authorized service providers. The Measurement Canada inspectors would continue to assess marketplace performance through independent inspections, respond to complaints of suspected inaccurate measurements, and perform follow-up inspections of authorized service providers to ensure that they are doing their jobs correctly. The Measurement Canada inspectors will be solely responsible for enforcement actions. Fees for the independent inspection services would be determined by market forces, ensuring that there is competition in the marketplace and that retailers will be charged fairly for these services. It is estimated that a number of annual gas pump inspections would increase from 8,000 to approximately 65,000. So, Mr. Speaker, although there would be more inspections, they will be carried out within the private sector, and one would question the impact on the retail sector itself at having to pick up the cost, because according to this, these fees will be determined by market forces. So that sounds like something that could cause some problems for some in the retail sector. Now, there's a couple of problems that the NDP has raised with this bill, and I know the member from Windsor West had attempted to have some amendments at the committee stage of the bill, and that wasn't successful. And so the problems that the member from Windsor West has identified are the privatization of the inspection service by mandating frequent inspections that must be carried out by the newly created authorized service provider private companies. Mandating private inspections will now increase from 8,000 per year to 65,000, and I did talk a little bit about what that impact might be on the retailers. There is no ombudsman office to evaluate problems or investigate complaints. And this is a very important ask that we have been on record for, and I'm going to talk a little bit about when we first raised that. No refund or compensation for consumers who were ripped off, and no refunds or restitutions on the taxes collected on the phantom gasoline purchases. And on these last 2 points, Mr. Speaker, what we've had is, at least, as I mentioned, 1999. Since 1999, we know that consumers have been overpaying in a significant number of cases. And yet there is no ability, of course, because how do we go back to consumers over 10 years to say, you know, you overpaid your gas bills for the last 10 years? But there isn't even any recognition of that, and there's no acknowledgement as well on the taxes that were collected on these so-called phantom gasoline purchases. So we've had people paying more at the gas pumps, and then of course the government has been collecting taxes on this gas that was actually never this phantom gas. So we've got other problems with this bill. Now, back in April 2010, the member from Windsor West had called on the government to take some more immediate action. He said that gas pump problems were exposed more than 2 years ago by a media investigation, and the government waited far too long to respond. And now the government is allowing the thieves to keep what they stole over the past few years. The member from Windsor West is very passionate about this file. He goes on to say, what is outrageous is that the government potentially collected taxes from consumers who were paying for phantom gasoline. The question that must be asked is whether the government earned tax revenues from the shortchanging of Canadian motorists, and if so, how much? To make matters worse, the Fairness at the Pumps Act will further remove the federal government from the inspection process and will essentially allow the oil industry to police itself. And we've seen this in other cases, Mr. Speaker, where the do not call list comes to mind, where it was the industry that was policing itself, and we saw how ineffective that has been in terms of monitoring the do not call list. So we have little faith that turning this over to the private sector is going to ensure that not only are retailers protected, but that consumers are protected as well. So I absolutely support the member from Windsor West calling for these inspections to be covered, to be carried out with government employees. Back in this is how long the New Democrats have been raising this. Back in 2008, during a question period exchange, the member from Toronto, Danforth, raised the issue around this report, and in his question, he said the Ottawa Citizen has reported that 1 in 20 pumps is not correctly calibrated and that consumers are paying the price. In addition to shortchanging people at the pumps, the big oil companies are not even giving people the gas they pay for. At $1.30 a litre, every cent counts. When will this government create an ombuds position to protect consumers from the big oil companies? And the Minister of Industry at the time came back and he said a bunch of other things that actually didn't do much around answering the question, but he did say they will not be creating the position of ombudsman. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, although this act does put in place some measures, it simply does not guarantee the kind of protection that New Democrats have been calling for. And one would wonder why we haven't seen this ombudsperson that would actually give Canadians a little bit more faith that their interests were being well looked after. And we know that in other departments, of course, perhaps that's why we're not going to get one, is because people are afraid of what the ombudsperson will speak up about. We've just seen this with Veterans Affairs, where the ombudsperson, who had done a very, very good job, was well respected by veterans, is not having his term renewed. So one would wonder, perhaps, if we're not going to get an ombudsperson around consumer protection, it's because people are afraid that what we would get is a very good ombudsperson who would actually speak up and protect consumers. So it makes no sense that those kinds of things aren't included that would give Canadians more confidence. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, because we were not able to get the amendments that we were looking for at the committee stage, New Democrats simply can't support this bill without some of those other measures and protections in place that we have called for. So we will be voting against. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her excellent speech on this bill. For a number of years in the province of Manitoba, the government had a random inspection system for cars. And so if you owned your car over a 10, 12-year period, you probably would be called in by government inspectors maybe once every 6 or 7 years. And the Manitobans trust that system because they trusted the government inspectors. There was no charge to it. But what happened in 1995, the Conservative government of Gary Filmon turned it all over to private garages. And so what happened was that entry-level cars, doubled in price. You couldn't buy a $300 car anymore. It was like a $1,000 car. Every 2 years you had to inspect. CBC I-team investigators uncovered widespread gouging by garages. And with a private garage, you would never have to, if you kept your car for 10 years, you would never have to have it inspected at all. But it's only if you sold it over and over again that you'd have to have it re-inspected. So the question is, you tell me which system helped to keep safe cars on the road? The one where the government randomly brought them in every 3 or 4 years, or the one that, in fact, if you bought your car through a private garage, you could drive it for 10, 12 years and never have it inspected again. So this is what happened in Manitoba, and I see this a very direct parallel here.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Well, the member from Elmwood Transcona raises a very good case of how the private inspection services simply don't work. And it's troubling to think that we're now going to, not only are we going to radically increase the number of inspections, and I mean arguably, perhaps more inspections are needed, but we're radically going to increase the number of inspections, which means that you're going to have all of these private sector authorized inspectors put in place. There's going to be a cost to the retailers, and people simply don't have the faith in that private inspection process because of examples exactly like the kind that the member from Elmwood Transcona pointed out. That's why we call on the government to maintain the inspection service with Measurements Canada, that they have the adequate resources. They need the resources to conduct those inspections, that those inspections could be random, that they would then be arm's length from the industry, and people would have more faith in them. Now, of course, as we've seen, the inspections that were being carried out in the past, the government was taking no action when they identified a problem. So again, the government department that's responsible needs to have the resources in place and the support of the minister to make sure that the work that they're doing is resulting in the kinds of outcomes that we would see, which is fairness to consumers.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I listened with great interest to the speech from the member from Nanaimo Cowichan, and as always, it was right to the point. I wonder, though, whether we could talk about some of the larger issues. I've had literally thousands of phone calls in my constituency office since I've been elected about gouging at the pumps. Now, this bill addresses a very small part of that larger problem, talks about calibration at particular gas stations, and, the members addressed concerns about privatization in terms of enforcement, issues with respect to fines on that particular aspect of it. But it seems to me that when most people are calling my office, that's only a tiny fraction of the concerns that they have. They are much more concerned with respect to what's happening with the oil companies in general, what's happening with respect to the perceived collusion, especially in terms of the setting of gas prices, where it seems to people that prices are always going up on long weekends, they're always going up on Fridays. When one station raises its prices, all of them do. So there are much, much larger issues that this government is failing to address. You know, this is still a government that is giving huge corporate tax cuts to the oil and gas industry, precisely part of the players who are gouging consumers in our communities. So I wonder if the member from Nanaimo Cowichan would just want to take a couple of seconds to address those issues as well. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member from Hamilton Mountain is absolutely correct. The number of calls that we receive in our offices about gas prices, I'm always shocked when I go home to Nanaimo Cowichan on Vancouver Island. Our gas prices are always substantially more than they are in this part of the country, and it's always a surprise to me when we know that the refineries that mostly we're dealing with are roughly, you know, there's not a lot of refineries. The member from Windsor West has been has raised this issue again a number of times, and has called for an investigation into how gas prices are set at the retail level in this country, because it does seem to be a bit of a miracle on the Friday of a long weekend that the gas prices throughout the area go up almost simultaneously. And I hear one of my colleagues talking about free market, and it's hard to believe there's much free market happening when there is this almost, as I said, simultaneous raising of prices. I mentioned at the beginning of my speech on C14 that when we talk about fairness for consumers, that the NDP has called for a number of initiatives that would make sure that there was fairness to consumers across a broad range of issues, including gas prices. And we have called for a minister responsible for consumer affairs. And that minister could take on the responsibility for looking at things like the retail gas prices in this country, and whether or not there is collusion amongst the retailers and the gas companies to make sure that consumers are all paying the same price, so that there isn't any free market competition with gas prices. So Mr. Speaker, that's a really great point that the member from Hamilton Mountain raised, and of course she's absolutely correct. This bill does nothing to protect consumers around that kind of practice in the market.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A terrific answer, so I'll just take the opportunity to follow up a bit. One of the problems, of course, that people have in our communities is that when they see prices rising simultaneously, as the member just talked about, when they have that perception of collusion, there is absolutely no redress for those people. They don't know what to do. We can complain to each other, and people do right at the pumps. They certainly complain to their family members, and they call us as members of Parliament to complain to us. But right now, there's absolutely no formal mechanism for addressing those very legitimate concerns and for having them investigated and, frankly, acted upon. So one of the things that I had the privilege of doing in this House was to introduce a bill calling for an oil and gas ombudsman, someone who would actually have to take those complaints seriously, who would have to do the investigative piece, but also then have the power to order remedial action. That would be real consumer protection. That's something that people in my riding of Hamilton Mountain are calling for. That's something they've supported with petitions that have introduced into this House. And I know that the member from Nanaimo Cowichan has constituents who are watching this just as closely, because frankly, this is an issue from coast to coast to coast. And I wonder whether she would just want to comment about whether she's also received a flood of those requests, whether her constituents have signed those petitions, and whether she thinks this would be part of the solution. Thank you.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, the member from Hamilton Mountain is absolutely correct. Her proposal, the bill that she tabled for an oil and gas ombudsperson, would help alleviate some of the problems that we're seeing with oil and gas pricing across this country. And certainly, I know from hearing from members in my own riding that they're very supportive of this kind of initiative. And I have to say, it is New Democrats who are proposing these kinds of initiatives to protect consumers. fairness for consumers. And I did outline at the beginning of my speech a number of those initiatives, whether it's the minister responsible for consumer affairs, whether it's the kind of labeling that we'd all like to see in this country, whether it's looking after the health and safety of products that are imported in this country. So there's a number of things that New Democrats have been taking on to make sure that consumers in this country are protected and that there is fairness in the pricing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
In Riverview Dieppe Justice, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie on the environment.
Member for Etobicoke North on health. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is an honor to stand here today to talk about this particular bill. At first glance, I noticed that we have this wonderful way of playing with titles in this House about certain aspects of legislation, that sometimes they are significant amendments to other acts, or they may be an act upon to itself, and we tend to title this in a way that I suppose sells. For example, and I would like to bring this up, this is a perfect illustration of what I'm talking about. Bill C-14, an act to amend the Electricity and Gas Inspection Act and the Weights and Measurements Act. So basically, we're making sure that the calibration is correct. We're making sure that people are not being unfairly gouged at the pumps because of the measurements and weights that are involved in determining how much gas is being put through the pump. Therefore, and as my honourable colleagues pointed out, I won't go into detail, but they pointed out that the very small fraction of retail outlets that actually do it willingly or not willingly or unwittingly, they are subject to, I guess, shortchanging their customers, we'll say. And in this particular situation, that's what this act tries to amend. But here's the title, and this is the best part. It says, Fairness at the Pumps Act. Now, in relative debate, I mean, we've been talking about the price of gas now for the past 5 to 10 years extensively. And we all know why. Price of oil rise, the price at the retail pump is extremely high, well over $1. In my riding in central Newfoundland, it is some of the highest in the country, exceeding now $1.20 in certain cases. I think Labrador is even more than that. So you get the idea. So Fairness at the Pumps Act, and it's like they call this, the title on this leads you to believe that fundamental action has taken place so that the price of the fuel is coming down in your particular area. Well, that's not particularly the case here. What this does is that it helps calibrate the machines and make sure that the retail outlets are following suit. Now, they may be, in this particular situation, they may be sideswiped by some of these regulations, which I'll get to in the moment. But I had to start by saying that the Fairness at the Pumps Act is really not an apt description. It's kind of like discovering that you have an old T-shirt in your closet. You take it out to clean the floor and you call it Sham Wow because it just sounds good. But you get the idea. It's still your old shirt, right? Right. So, in this particular case, providing in C-14, some of the fundamental points of this particular act deals with stuff called, well, in one instance, the administrative monetary penalties. And that's for contraventions under the acts. So that's a big part of this for the particular retail outlets. Now, let's not be led astray here. This is not for the average consumer. This is for the retail outlet, which are, in this case, especially if you're rural or northern, this is going to be a hard situation to face in certain circumstances. So, which is why I think more should be given to this bill to help people in particular situations. Before I proceed, I would like to mention to you as well as the staff that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Nipissing to Miskaming. So, let's move on. Increasing maximum fines for offences, introducing a new fine for repeated offences, which is, apropos for the case. I mean, if someone is doing something in this particular case, if it's because they were unaware that the calibration was wrong and what you see as a price tag is not what it just went into your gas tank, obviously some people unwittingly They don't know about that. There's a fine involved. But if it happens again and again, obviously a repeat offender, the intent is to bilk your customer, and therefore it should be dealt accordingly. So Bill C-14 proposed to increase the accountability of retailers for the accuracy of the measuring devices, as I mentioned. Mandatory inspection frequencies, common in the majority of countries, deal primarily with retail petroleum, wholesale petroleum, dairy, retail food, fishing, logging, grain, field crops, and mining. So essentially, these are measurements for industries in general where the measurement of the goods that you're selling or purchasing is very important, obviously, because you have to have that standard, or in this case, this international standard. Now, other sectors could be included in the future, of course, as time goes on, and I'm sure we will debate about that in the future. Measurement Canada is going to take a more active role in this, and one of the roles that they're going to take, of course, is the training the people that involved in helping to calibrate these machines to make sure that they are correct. Let me just talk about some of the clauses that they consider here. That is the Electricity and Gas Inspection Act. The Act requires that only approved and verified meters will be involved here. So basically, the Act allows the accreditation of independent meter verifiers to verify the accuracy of electricity and natural gas meters on behalf of Measurement Canada. So you'll see there's another element being brought in here that is really quite something, because now we're branching off into a different direction that I think, in my particular case, in my particular writing, I think could be detrimental under certain circumstances. However, that being said, the gist, the spirit of this is certainly an honest one by making sure that the calibration is correct on the pumps, but in this particular case, I think the government can help maintain that perfection in the system by doing more things to help certain retailers. Also, this Bill C-14 proposes to give the Minister of Industry the power to appoint non-government inspectors. These inspectors will be trained and certified by Measurement Canada, as I mentioned. So this is where the bill gets a little bit dicey, a little bit cloudy as to the clarification of what it is that certain retailers must do and what it is they're on the hook for, as the common vernacular goes. Description and analysis. Well, in addition to ensuring meters are kept in good repair, owners are responsible for paying any fees required by the Act, such as those that may be charged for mandatory inspections. Now, that's what, let me touch on that one for a moment, because this is the one that is of grave concern to me. So you're responsible for the cost involved in looking at the meters to make sure that they are calibrated. So if you are someone with a retail outlet and you are living in a remote area, let's say you're into the south coast of Newfoundland. In certain cases, there are places where there are remote enough that the particular retail outlet, there is no other way to purchase gasoline in a 200-kilometer radius. Ergo, you find yourself in a situation where if you have to require someone to come in, and if it's not someone of the government, is someone who is trained and willing to do it, that means that that person is in the private sector. So therefore, you have a fee involved in the private sector to come to your particular establishment to make sure that your pumps have the right readings. Now, travel costs, meals, mileage, what a lot of these small retailers, they're going to be on the hook for this amount of money. The frequency of getting their pumps calibrated is going to be such that it's an added expense to them. Not just that. Let's assume, unwittingly, that there is a slight mistake in the calibration. Let's say that the gas pump is putting out something that's slightly off than what the price on the pump shows. So therefore, it comes down. It has to be shut down. Now, if you're the only pump in a 200-kilometer radius, and you're now down for a period of time, because let's face it, if it has to be fixed, chances it's got to be fixed by someone else. Someone else has to come in and do that. Think about the people in the area who rely on gasoline to get to work, bring their kids to school, get to the hospital, God willing. These are the situations that I don't think that we've looked into this bill, because I think when it was put together, I would hope that there was some consideration and thought put into this more than what I see on the surface of this particular bill. I certainly believe that the government should have looked at some kind of subsidy to look at these small retailers to help them in helping calibrating their pumps. But in the meantime, I would also like to add that one of the major policies, the other one, is the administrative monetary penalties, which in this case, of course, are apt, because in this particular situation, you have a graduated amount of money. Again, as I said earlier, if you unwittingly make a mistake on your pump or it's showing a different reading, then obviously you're going to be fined for it. But if it happens again and again, the intent is such that you want to bilk the public. And after all, this is about fairness at the pumps, I suppose. And that being said, then obviously that the graduated fine should be to a point where the individual retailer will not have to pay a small fee every time it happens. They have to pay more and more as we go along. So certainly that is the key element to this. And I thank you for your time, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech today. The member will know that the Bloc's Bill C-452 actually goes a long way to solving the problem here, because basically what it does is changes the Competition Act, which is what we really have to do in this country, to authorize the Commissioner to inquire into an entire industry sector. I mean, we have a situation in this country where the public are very aware for many, many years that there's price fixing going on in the country regarding gasoline prices. And yet, after 125 studies paid for by provincial governments, and I guess the federal government too across the country, have all concluded pretty much the same thing, is that there's just no the legal framework is not there to get a conviction. So that what we have to do is actually change the Competition Act. The federal people have been able to chase the real estate agents now on 2 occasions and get action from them to stop them from price fixing. They got the travel agents to stop price fixing. If they can do it with those other industries, why can't they do it with the retail gasoline industry?
Excellent.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Yeah, extremely valid point, and I would like to point out to him that also this is a topic of discussion that came up several years ago in my home province, Newfoundland and Labrador, when we instituted regulation of the prices at the pump, as the PEI was the other province as well. And he's right, because why is it that the framework does not exist after well over 100 studies have been completed, as he mentioned, that we don't have the framework by which that we can cut down on this, what I would consider an unfair business practice. We do it in other sectors, that is true. Is it the case where this is, this industry is so connected to the world streams, to world inputs, oil prices determined by a huge global compact? Is this part of the reason why? I don't stand here to try to make excuses for this. I do think that in this particular situation, despite the fact that Canada is a large country, large in resources, we still have the right to disentangle from the world to make sure that the consumer in Canada is not unfairly gouged. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Mr. Speaker, of course, my colleague from Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, wasn't here when this was a raging debate led by the now government side. They were the official opposition, and they were looking for fairness at the pump. And I noticed that my honourable colleague looked at the legislative item that says Fairness at the Pumps Act. So for a government that's been in power for almost 5 years and that used to rail against the unfairness at the pump, for 5 years has done nothing. And now they're looking at simply measurements and weights associated with arriving at prices. At the time, now we're going back 6 years, the provinces, as he's indicated, and my honourable colleagues have also indicated, of Atlantic Canada had figured out a particular formula, one that didn't completely address the issue of gouging and fairness in the rest of Canada, but I'm just wondering whether my colleague is finding the same thing that the rest of us are finding. It. This is kind of a wasting of Parliament's time when the government knew what the program should have been and has decided to do nothing for 5 years, and now they're doing bite-sized legislation, sound-bite legislation. No substance, but lots of spin.
The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor. Short answer, please.
I don't know if he was earlier. I mentioned that, in fact, that with some of these bills now, what you're seeing is a case where you haul the old T-shirt out of the closet and you call it ShamWow and you start cleaning with it. All because it has a fancy label doesn't make it a better cleaner. But you get the idea with this particular... It's still a sham, yes. That's a good point. In this particular case, yeah, a valid point, because there were two options here that were given to the government, actually campaigned on by the government, which was one, a 2-cent reduction, an excise tax on diesel. The second part was when the price of gasoline goes over 85 cents, they will cut out the GST element, neither of which have been done. And in this particular situation, they didn't even go so far as to talk about the Competition Act, which my colleague from the NDP talked about. Instead, what we have are mandatory inspections, and by the way, if you're a gas station, you got to pay for that yourself. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nipissing Timiskaming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to C14, the so-called Fairness at the Pumps Act. Fairness at the Pumps sounds good. It's a nice title, and it sounds like something that people are actually trying to do something good. Now, I've heard different variations on it coming from the Conservative Party. The Chislers Act, or getting back at the Chislers who are trying to rip people off for the gas that they're buying. You know, what it amounts to is vast and expensive changes to combat various variances, which in large part can be attributed to environmental changes and honest errors. Now, when we look at what's happened exactly over the past, looking at the amount of variance or error, studies show that 96% of gas pumps are precisely accurate. 96%. Now, that's not perfect, Mr. Speaker, but when we look at the difference, you know, 4% are inaccurate. 2% favor the consumer. So when we look at it, okay, 96 of the 96, 2% of that 96 favor the consumer, so 4% of those pumps are off. So it's not like there's this big, massive problem out there. But, I mean, it's nice to try to get 100%. The industry, the petroleum industry, is second, only after the apiary business. So when we look at the apiary industry, they're slightly better than the petroleum industry. You know, what's more is, according to Alan Johnson, president of Measurements Canada, the majority of pumps that were out of tolerance by slightly over 1 tolerance, okay? 1 tolerance is the equivalent of 0.5% discrepancy between the amount of gasoline paid and the amount dispensed. This means that the majority of pumps out of tolerance were about 1% off measurement. Now that's of that 4%. So you can see how minuscule that amount is. Now, I'm not justifying this, and I'm not saying it's okay to have variance, but what we have to look at is the amount of energy that's gone into this and how this actually comes out. And, you know, they talk about it like there's a whole industry out there trying to rip off consumers. They vilified a group. You know, Mr. Speaker, what I'm seeing here is a repeat of what we had in Ontario between 1995 to about, well, when we had a previous Conservative government in Ontario. Their modus operandi was they create a crisis. Mr. Speaker, they create a crisis and they vilify one group, one industry. In this part, it'll be the oil industry, but not so much the oil industry or the petroleum industry. They're vilifying the person at the pumps, the small operator. Mr. Speaker, we've seen this in Ontario. What we saw was Walkerton, where they just leave it up to the individuals to monitor themselves, and well, they'll hire their own private inspectors, not government inspectors, but private inspectors who will make a living off it going to different areas. You know, when we look at private inspectors going in when needed or on a regular basis, what we're seeing is the industry regulating itself. Mr. Speaker, I have a small concern with that. I really do. Actually, it's a large concern with that because of what we did see in Ontario. You know, currently any report of fraud is investigated by a government inspector. This will not change under the new system. The only change is that every 2 years, station owners must pay $200 per pump for mandatory inspection, with no evidence of tampering or intentional discrepancy. You know, that's $200 every 2 years. It doesn't sound like much, but when you have a number of pumps, it really causes a problem for small operators. Now, as was mentioned earlier, I look at Northern Ontario. Northern Ontario is a large territory with a sparse population, and we have small operators. They're not making millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. They're not making huge amounts pumping gas. They're providing a service. When we look at Northern Ontario, rural Canada, there's not a lot of operators. You might have one operator for maybe, you know, I've seen it happen where people have to drive an hour to get gas, believe it or not. They have to get to that gas station, and if that operator is not doing the volume, he still has to get the inspection. And you know, when you look at what causes pumps to go out, you know, the temperature. In Northern Ontario, we have cold temperatures. That causes a bit of variation. But the major factor is the amount of pumping that gets done. When we look at something like Toronto, major center, we've got some stations there that just pump gas like it's going out of style, and it goes and goes, and there's some wear on there. Perhaps maybe the Conservatives would like to look at something like that and say, well, maybe they should be inspected more often. But they have 2 years right across the board. In Northern Ontario, in a rural area, you know, you just don't get that volume. You don't get the wear and tear. So when we look at these operators in Northern Ontario or in rural Canada, they still have to get inspected every 2 years. Inspectors get paid $200 per year, or per pump. Northern Ontario is a vast area, as is rural Canada. Mr. Speaker, how many inspectors are going to be going to rural areas? Well, no, they're going to go where the fruit is lying low, and that's in major centers. So the inspectors will be in larger areas like the Torontos, the Vancouvers, the Ottawas, the larger centers. You start getting into smaller areas, and the operators will be at the mercy of the inspectors. And they'll be sitting there waiting and wondering when that's going to happen. And, Mr. Speaker, this is really going to cause some problems for the operators. And when we look at operators in rural areas, like Northern Ontario, what we see is there's independents. Many of the independents have been wiped out. They're gone. But a lot of these are small operators. So this adds to their cost that they'll have to pass on to the consumer. So, Mr. Speaker, this is actually adding cost to the operators or the people of Northern Ontario and rural Canada. You know, if this was a problem solver, if it would put an end to all fraud at the pumps, then I'd say, you know, this is really something that we should look at, and we should really embrace it and let it go ahead. But this bill will not stop those major fraudsters who are overcharging consumers. Only penalize pump owners, especially in rural regions where equipment is most likely to break down in inclement weather, whose equipment is off by less than 1%. And you know, that's not a large amount. Yet, independents, small owners, they're going to be hit hard. And in turn, you're going to see less and less people say, you know, why would I put myself up? And it's almost like they're being accused of being, they're guilty until proven innocent in something like this. So, and the way it's written and what's come up is that it's come to light showing that all people or all small companies who pump gas are fraudulent. They're all trying to chisel and trying to steal money from you. Mr. Speaker, that isn't so. The gas company, the people who pump gas are honest people who are trying to earn a living. There might be a little bit of variation, but there's variation in all businesses, in all industries. So, you know, when you look at it, about 0.0002% of the gasoline bought by Canadians last year didn't end up in their cars. You know, 2/10,000ths of 1%. You know, even anybody who looks at that sees it as a small amount. It's not a large amount. I'm not saying it's insignificant, but it's something that should be considered because, 5 10,000ths of 1% is not a huge amount. Not when you see the variation in gasoline going up and down. It swings. I mean, just in my community the other day, it went from 96 cents to $1.08. And, had they been measuring better, it would not have made any difference. It would not made a bit of difference. So, when I look at what the Conservatives have talked about in the past, about their taking the GST off once it got over 85 cents, all kinds of neat things that sounded good but weren't acted on, this is a pittance, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's basically playing Canadians for fools. And it makes people feel good when they read the title, but unfortunately, that's where it ends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Gaspésie et de la Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I would like to hear from my colleague who has just spoken is further explanation concerning their reluctance about the fact that it should not be the consumer who pays in this case. We have to find a way to improve the system, but if improving the system means that consumers will have to pay more money at the pumps, well then where's the improvement? Now, what has he thought of this? Has he thought about this? And what are his suggestions for how to proceed? And what would his vision be when we study this bill in committee? His comments would be appreciated because that would help us all prepare to do excellent work in committee.
To Ms. Cumming.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That's an excellent question, and it's very important because when we look at this bill, we see that people believe that they won't be stolen from. But what we have to do is make sure that a bill is put in place that makes a difference. And we have to make sure that we don't pay more but without a difference being made. So this bill causes problems for companies, for individuals who sell gas, but it doesn't really make a difference in gas prices, and that's where the problem lies. So when the Conservatives began talking about changes in the price, caps on gas prices, that's what they were talking about in 2004. They wanted to stop gas prices from rising. They wanted to make sure that there was no difference between what was paid for a litre of gas in Toronto, between Toronto and Northern Ontario, for example. They wanted something that was fair for everyone, and that's what we need to ensure, something that takes into account the price paid at the pump, whether it be in large urban centres or in rural environments.
Skeena Bulkley Valley.
I thank my colleague for his inputs. A question for him. An earlier colleague from the Liberal Party spoke about the despair he felt around acts like this because they proclaim in their name fairness at the pump, give Canadians the impression that that's what's actually going to happen, but only move the ball a few inches down the field when a penny here or there might be saved from the whole effort that we're putting behind this bill, whereas the large question about the potential abuse of some companies in price fixing has been attempted many times, but the rules don't allow government to come to the actual conclusion that's in front of all of us, which is companies seem to elevate their prices at various times of the year and consumers get hit. And it's not pennies. It can add up to many dollars every time we fill up, and across the country, that can mean millions of dollars. This didn't happen with the Conservative government over the last 5 years, but it didn't happen either under the previous Liberal regime. Are the Liberals now saying that they're willing to work with us to actually provide consumer protection, change the fundamental rules so that Canadians can be protected from gouging at the pump?
Absolutely.
The Honourable Member for Nipissing Timiskaming, short answer,
Thank you.
please.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. It's nice to hear that he's willing to work with us to make a difference, because we haven't seen that. I remember in 2004 where his leader actually knocked out the Liberals so that they could possibly get a couple of seats, and we lost a lot, Mr. Speaker. It was really painful. But let's go to fairness at the pumps. Fairness at the pumps is what the Honourable Member mentioned, and it's about the title. Sounds like there's actually something being done, and it sounds like it's there. But, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, this is a repeat of Ontario under a Conservative government. You create a crisis, you get the troops all rallied, they rush behind, and then when they realize that we're all rushing in one direction, what happens is the issue wasn't there at all. It was somewhere else. This is a diversion, Mr. Speaker. This is a diversion that the Conservatives are using to make themselves sound good, to feel good, but it's not solving the problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's now my turn to speak on Bill C-14. The bill... an act to amend the Electricity and Gas Inspection Act and the Weights and Measures Act. I would like to say at the outset that Bill C-14 is not necessarily a bad bill, because it is very important to adjust measurements at the pump, but I would like to respond to the criticisms I heard earlier in the different speeches of my colleagues when they said that it should be consumers who pay the price for these new verifiers, the checks that will be made. So we will have to be very prudent in committee to ensure that we shed all the light on that issue. The Bloc Québécois supports sending this bill to committee, but Mr. Speaker, this does nothing to improve the original bills, because people have real demands concerning the fact that they pay too much for gas. So we need to create an oil industry monitoring board, and we also need to give more teeth to the Competition Act. And the Bloc Québécois has tabled some legislation in that regard, and that's what we want to talk about. So I hope that the government will not pat itself on the back by saying to the public, well, we tabled a bill to solve the problem of fluctuating gas prices, and we promise that you'll pay a fair price for gas, because there will be tighter controls over the measures, the accuracy of the measurement of gas at the pumps, because we don't know whether the consumers are penalized or whether it is to their benefit when the pumps don't work properly. I suppose that sometimes people tinker with it, and it's not to help consumers. If someone has decided to play with the gauge that indicates the number of liters that we have put into our gas tank. So that is not the solution, Mr. Speaker, and I will prove that to you over the next few minutes. I'd like to explain that this bill seeks to amend certain provisions of the Electricity and Gas Inspection Act and the Weights and Measures Act in order to better protect consumers against inaccuracy of pump measurements, and that's mainly what we're talking about here in House. I think it concerns a lot of people, but it also says in the bill that it also is used for other instruments of measurement. So the bill puts in place administrative monetary penalties for these offenses, increases the fines, puts in places fines for repeat offenders, puts in place the importance of mandatory inspection frequencies, and accredits more meter verifiers, as well as in making certain transactions mandatory. We are favorable to sending this to committee, but it does not do anything about in cases of collusion, such as cases that were brought to light in Quebec, and neither does it do anything to prevent spikes in gas prices, And I was talking about the two objectives earlier, that is to put in place a real oil industry monitoring board and also to give more teeth to the Competition Act. And I will also be discussing what happened in my own municipality. I was talking about auto theft earlier, and I said that in the Centre du Québec region, we have seen a great deal of auto theft and fencing, and it just so happens that we also had our own gas price cartel, and I'm talking about Victoriaville, where I live, and the general region, and luckily it was denounced, and people now are paying for their crimes. So I hope that if this happens elsewhere in Canada, you will also be able to arrest such people. But the problem is with the current legislation, an official complaint must be submitted to the Competition Bureau before they can act. So the Competition Bureau must be able to have quasi-police powers in order to be able to act when it sees fit, and not only in the cases of official complaints.
We also feel it's necessary to continue with efforts to respond to price hikes with Bill C-452, which the NDP mentioned earlier. That's a bill put forward by my colleague, the member for Shefford. The Competition Act also doesn't allow the Competition Bureau the powers it needs. There has to be a private complaint before there can be an investigation, and we are calling for a monitoring board or office to watch and track gas prices quickly and uncover any collusion or unjustified price hikes. If the government were serious about helping consumers, those are two ways in which they could do that. When there's a sudden price hike, people reasonably ask questions about the industry. Are those hikes justifiable? Customers shouldn't be the victims of doubtful practice. The Competition Act, I repeat, Mr. Speaker, has serious shortcomings. For example, it doesn't allow the Competition Bureau to undertake a genuine investigation into an industrial sector. How are they supposed to investigate if they can't force disclosure and protect witnesses? That should be corrected. The bill from the bloc, C-452, proposes to toughen the Competition Act so that the Federal Competition Tribunal would have the right to initiate its own investigation without having to wait for a complaint, and the power to protect witnesses and to force compelled disclosure of documents and other information. In my region, we were particularly hit by this collusion issue, so we're particularly sensitive to it. And what people in my area have said is that whereas there are individuals and companies that have pled guilty in 2008 to having manipulated the price of gas, according to Le Soleil, the newspaper, retailers could get up to $100 million a year. The current Competition Act has significant shortcomings, and the Competition Bureau has to wait for a complaint before being able to initiate an investigation. As a result, we petitioners call on the House of Commons to adopt Bill C-452, an act to amend the Competition Act, inquiries or investigation into a sector of industry, to initiate its own investigations into price fixing. This petition is very popular. People are asking for it. They're signing online. This is what people want. They want us to take note of what happened and react. I talked about the Competition Bureau, which did manage to investigate in my area, but it's so hard. That was just the second time with this type of file that the Competition Bureau's been able to act. The first time was in 1955 in Vancouver. And so in 2008, there was a complaint, but we shouldn't have to wait for there to be a complaint before the Competition Bureau can act. But in this case, it was effective. But we need to bolster the Bureau's investigative powers. The Bureau uncovered this cartel in Quebec. Basically, it was a price-fixing agreement between retailers, between companies not to compete. The Competition Bureau noted that there were allegations of price fixing at gas stations in Victoriaville, and the facts disclosed that there were links to other local markets in Quebec, Thetford Mines, Sherbrooke, and Magog. The Bureau found that a competition agreement was entered into to set the price, fix the price for gas at the pumps, and the participants in those markets conspired by phoning one another and agreeing on the price and the timing of increases in prices, and that was contrary to Section 45 of the Competition Act. And the press release from the Competition Bureau on June 12, 2008, also said that a certain number of tools were used, wiretap, searches, and the Bureau's immunity program. So someone listening to this would say, look, the Bureau does have powers. They found collusion. They found that there was a conspiracy to fix prices in Thetford Mine, Victoriaville, Sherbrooke, and Magog, and perhaps elsewhere. The Bureau managed to take action. Prosecution ensued. People pled guilty, so it works. But once again, I repeat, Mr. Speaker, it takes a complaint to get this all started, to put the wheels in motion. In this case, someone was threatened, apparently, by other retailers because he refused to play along. He kept his prices a little lower than the competition. This was tolerated for a time, but eventually he was all alone, and he decided to report. He spoke to a local weekly newspaper and expressed his frustration about what had happened to him, the threats he'd experienced, and how as a retailer he just wanted to be able to compete with the others. That's what's really unusual about all this. When you buy a pair of shoes, Mr. Speaker, you go to a store and there's a good chance that the price, even if it's the same color, the same brand of shoe, probably the price is going to vary $5, $10 from one shoe store to another. But when it comes to gas, on every street corner you can search, but rarely will the price vary by very much at all. And in our case, in Victoriaville, the Competition Bureau established that they were phoning one another ahead of time and they were setting the price. So this fellow had enough of that and reported on it. He blew the whistle. And then the Competition Bureau was able to do something about it once there's a complaint. But if there hadn't been a complaint, the Competition Bureau couldn't have done anything about it. So that's the way things work currently. So there were accusations in Victoriaville. 11 companies were involved. In Thetford Mine, 6. Sherbrooke, 20 companies. In Magog, 5 retailers. And some pled guilty, as I said before. A number of retailers pled guilty in all 4 places. And the fines were substantial. $175,000 for one company, $1 million, almost $2 million for another company, $600,000 for and $90,000 for another retailer. So that's a good rap over the knuckles. But the $1.8 million, that the heftiest fine, was for an oil company, not for a retailer. But it really makes you think. What's interesting about all this is that I travel a lot, like all of us here do, back and forth to our ridings. And when you're a critic, you have to travel outside your riding. And so I've seen with gas prices, there was a time in the Victoriaville area, the price was always a bit higher than elsewhere, higher than Trois-Rivières, higher than Drummondville, maybe less expensive than Quebec City. But we were one of the more expensive places by a good amount. So when the Competition Bureau got involved and started investigating, suddenly the price was a little cheaper. So that shows, that's what it took. Once you catch people red-handed, they smarten up, they get a lot more careful about setting prices. So today, anyway, we're still benefiting from that, at least, but fortunately it took the Competition Bureau's investigation to get people to smarten up. And in terms of individuals and this conspiracy, this price-fixing scheme, the fines were more in the nature of $10,000 to $15,000 for the individuals, not for the companies. So, but they had to pay $10,000, $20,000, $25,000, depended on how deeply involved they were in the scheme. But subsequently, there's an article here from La Tribune that shows that the cartel cost up to $180 per driver, per car driver. This whole thing came out in 2008, but the period in question was 2002 to 2006. That was the period during which the conspiracy was uncovered. So approximately, according to La Tribune, of course it's hard to know who bought gas where, when, over those years, but the estimate was between $20 to $40 a year. The amount that a Sherbrooke driver or a Victoriaville driver or a Magog driver or Thetford Mines drover paid extra because of this price-fixing scheme over this 4.5-year period. Now there's a class action, this is interesting too, in Quebec, a class action against this gas cartel, and at that point, the court will determine how much money has to be given back to drivers who were swindled over those 4.5 years. To date, over 12,000 people, this figure is a few months old, but 12,000 people have signed on to the class action, which was certified November 30th, 2006 by the Quebec Superior Court. And this is the class action from January 1st, 2002 to June 30th, 2006. And another interesting article from Le Soleil is that the relief sought by this group under the class action is the payment of $7.5 million plus interest starting January 1st, 2002, and added to this $500 per consumer for the inconvenience, plus $1,000 as exemplary damages, and that's to the Automobile Association is also making a claim. So that gives you an idea of the damages sought in that class action. But this doesn't deal with everything. It's important to say there are still concerns. People in the Conservative Party are going around saying it's been settled, that this bill here will solve all the problems of price fixing at the pumps. But even if this bill were to increase the liability of retailers and increase the number of inspections and so on, that's not going to answer everybody's concerns. That's not going to solve the problem of prices suddenly jumping just before a long weekend for who knows what reason. I repeat this every time. Every time I see gas prices spike and there's reports on the news, I always try to figure out what happened. What's going on in the world to cause a 5 to 10 cent increase per liter? And when the oil execs come and explain that it's because there was a problem in Iraq or a platform had a leak or what have you, it's always pretty hard to believe those people because, Mr. Speaker, the facts show that in many cases the price paid per barrel and the oil reserves were at such a level when those problems occurred, but the price always just goes up. The increase at the pump should come later. It should come down the road. But they tell us, no, because there's a problem somewhere, the gas price jumps immediately and it's sticky downward. It doesn't go down as fast as it goes up. So there's good reason to ask questions. coming back to C14, people say that the penalties that the courts will be able to impose will go from $1,000 to $10,000 for minor offenses, and $5,000 to $25,000 for major offenses. For repeat offenses, they'll be even higher, with potential jail time for no more than 2 years. So there's a few things like that in the bill in C14. But like I said, Mr. Speaker, and I repeat, that's not what consumers have asked for in the first place. The member for Westmount, and I'll end on this point, in 2005 he said the Liberals presented a bill, I think it was C19, and there too they ignored the recommendations of the Industry Committee, which was calling for the creation of an oversight agency, a monitoring board for gas prices, and for increased powers under the Competition Act. So none of those objectives have been met, neither by the previous government nor by the Conservative government. I think we have a responsibility to deal with that now, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I remember in 2004-2005 in my region in New Brunswick, as in many other rural areas and urban areas across Canada, the cost of gas went over $1.40 a litre, even up to $1.50 a litre. And I remember people in my riding, they couldn't get over it. They couldn't believe it. Because every day you need a car. There's no urban transit in rural areas, so you need a car to go to work. So it was unaffordable for workers in my riding, as in many others across the country. So we saw an increase in gas prices, and endless increases. Then it leveled off, and then it took off again. But the bill today, to my knowledge, really doesn't reflect standards to limit drastic price hikes and illogical price hikes. So I'd like my colleague from the Bloc Québécois to give me an answer. I'd like to know clearly whether this is going to solve the problem once and for all, the problem of drastic gas price hikes as we experienced in 2004-2005. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. I'd like to thank the member for his question. I've experienced the same thing in my region. It's rural. There's some urban transit in Victoriaville. It's a kind of urban transit, which is good. But once you leave Victoriaville proper, you need a car. And everywhere else in the municipality, in my riding, it's rural. And as my colleague who just asked this question, yes, people need their cars. It's all well and good to have carpooling and efforts to reduce our reliance on gas, but the fact remains we need our cars to get to work in many places. And very often in rural areas, you need a bit bigger car. Farmers, for example, need a car not just to get around, but they might have equipment to transport, and so it's very expensive. This bill doesn't answer any of those realities. It doesn't do anything about fluctuations in gas prices. What we need, as I said, and we said this repeatedly here in the House, we need a bill. We need to pass the Blocks bill, which would create an oversight office for gas prices, and then oil companies would have to explain precisely why there are fluctuations in prices. They won't be able to do whatever they like. That's what's got to change. Questions and comments?
For Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened with great interest to the example that the honourable colleague across the hall gave in terms of how the Competition Bureau actually worked, and it really created a solution to what was a big issue in Quebec. And so we do have the Competition Bureau. So I would ask this member, is it also not very important for your constituents to be comfortable and confident when they fill up the pumps, that they're actually getting what they pay for, which of course is what this bill is intended to do. So again, the Competition Bureau did an excellent job in terms of your issue, and now they're going to have an added comfort in terms of the accuracy at the pump.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. I was expecting this kind of reaction when I said earlier, I gave an example of what happened in my region. The Competition Bureau had succeeded in doing a good job, and I never questioned that. The problem, though, is that you have to wait for a complaint from the public or from someone who's noticed that there's been some fraud committed in the setting of prices for gas. What we want, and what has to be changed, is the Competition Bureau has to be able to act of its own initiative more independently. They shouldn't have to wait for a complaint. Just like the police. If the police have reasonable grounds, if they suspect something, they can set up wiretapping. Of course, they need a warrant. They can't just do it on their own, but they can get a warrant. But you have to be able to do things to check, to monitor, to verify whether or not there's been any fraudulent activity. So that's one part of the answer that I could give my colleague. People in my region are particularly sensitive to this because they've fallen victim to this kind of fraud. When you are at the pump, yes, it's great that there are things going to be done to make sure that the meters are accurate and so on. But that's not going to solve the whole problem. There's nothing in this bill to stop prices from jumping inexplicably and suddenly. Of course, we want the correct volume to be sold, but that's really not the problem. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bordeaux-Chambly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to congratulate my colleague from Richmond Arthabaska for how clear his remarks were on the effects on consumers to the lack of monitoring that should normally take place by the Competition Bureau, where I'd like him to give more details is the Office of Surveillance or Monitoring proposed by the Bloc. So when we talk about the Competition Bureau, is the Competition Bureau an agency that could not assume the responsibility that we would like to have handed over to the Office de Surveillance in order to ensure that people understand that this monitoring is essential and to define the role specifically?
L'honorable député de Richmond.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. I want to thank my colleague for Chambly-Bordeaux. I'd be pleased to give more details, Mr. Speaker. We have to go back a few years, if I'm not mistaken. It was our former colleague, Paul Crett, who had first defended this issue in the House, and that is to put in place a monitoring office for the petroleum industry because there was an urgent need in the area. People were at the mercy, quite simply, of the oil and gas companies, and the explanations, I think I gave examples earlier, is that we were given explanations that referred to what was happening at the international level, a pipeline in Afghanistan or in Azerbaijan, which had a problem, a oil platform off the North American coast had another problem, there was a hurricane, everything was good to explain the increase in prices, but with a monitoring office for the petroleum industry, what we want is to have the real reasons. The real reasons, the price paid, the profit margins at the refinery level, all those explanations that we can't always get, that we can't always understand, but that have to be put together and monitored by an independent agency that will be able to tell consumers this is the fair price that should be paid now. So if the fair price is $1.05 a liter, even if we find it too expensive, we'll understand. We'll understand why we pay that price and we'll accept it. Could also be 90 cents a liter at some times of the year. So that's what we want. As consumers, we want the certainty that we are paying the fair price.
Questions and commentaires?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Madawaska, Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me the time to ask a few questions, a brief question. It's important, Mr. Speaker. We're trying to understand that there is a reality, and I want to know whether the bill... Well, there are oil companies that were an entity. They were making a profit or a deficit at the end of the year. Now we have these oil and gas companies which have divided into a number of different companies, and so this allows them to go and get profits or losses, but we know in their case it's always profits, so they can get profits from different entities and to increase their profits. So is this verification also included or not included in the bill that is put forward by the government? Control over the fact that the companies can, by dividing their company into smaller companies, get even higher profits compared to what they were able to get in the past. Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. I want to thank the member for that second question. I haven't seen this in the bill, C-14. And I think that the suggestion put forward by the member is quite interesting and relevant. I think that in the committee we will have to talk about it if the bill gets there. And I think it's a very strong possibility that we will study the bill in committee. And this is, in fact, part of the issues and questions that will have to be asked. I don't know if it's with regard to this bill in particular that the member is referring. Fairness at the pumps. That we'll really be able to talk about this kind of actions taken by the oil and gas companies to divide up their profits. But this is a very interesting point that should be verified, and the government will have to do the very specific calculations on the real profits made by the oil and gas companies. We know they're making billions and billions of dollars in profits.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to speak to Bill C-14 today. And I wanted to start out by making some comments about the blocks initiative in Bill C-452, because I really feel that is a game changer. That's an actual solid response to a long-term problem. And basically what the bill is a very, very short bill, but it basically amends the Competition Act to authorize the Commissioner to inquire into an entire industry sector. As the previous block speaker has pointed out, in order to launch an investigation under the Competition Act, a complaint has to be made. And that is essentially the problem that's occurred over the years, is that we really need the Competition Bureau to be able to act very independently and be very proactive when they see price fixing going on in the gas industry. Now, I've been dealing with this issue now since probably 1986, about 1988, I guess, when we went from government to opposition, and my job was to ask a lot of questions every day about gas prices in Manitoba. And we looked at a whole range of ways to deal with the issue. And matter of fact, the Conservative minister at the time in Manitoba did, in fact, who was very frustrated too, I might tell you, Jim Ernst. He was determined to follow this issue through as far as he could, and he was aware that there were already 125 studies sitting on the shelves gathering dust on this very topic. But nevertheless, he went and commissioned another one, so we're up to 126 now probably. And at the end of the day, that study came up with the same conclusions that all the others did. That yes, in fact, there was price fixing going on, but the Competition Act would have to be changed in order to get a conviction. So we found that was not going to be the route to go. Now, once again, he was a minister, I was the opposition critic, So we weren't exactly working together on the subject because I was asking him questions every day as to what he was doing about the matter. We did take so that was the issue of the study. Then we looked at the regulatory options, and we were aware that in the Maritimes there were regulatory boards available regulating gas prices. But we watched them closely over the years and found out that they were not the answer either, because in fact they tended to regulate simply to the highest price. So in fact, I think the public would be very supportive of a monitoring agency or a regulatory agency if in fact it was going to see a regulatory agency with teeth that was going to be able to reduce the prices and not just approve the increases. And I think what you'll find if you look at the maritime boards, the regulatory boards, you will find that they regulate up to the higher price. And that was always been my objection to that approach. And at the end of the day, of course, you know, the gasoline prices are pretty much dependent on world pricing, world events, availability of supply, so that when there are examples of refineries impacted by severe storms and hurricanes in southern United States, I'm thinking here of Louisiana, when refineries are shut down because of weather, because of storms, because of explosions or work stoppages, then there is becomes a shortage of product, and that creates problems. We have seen a huge reduction in the amount of refineries over the years in Manitoba. As recently as 20 years ago, we had, I believe, 2 refineries in the province, and today we have none. And so during this period of the early 90s, when we were looking at the whole area of studying the issue and changes to the Competition Act, we were looking at regulating gas prices. We were also observing some other developments that were happening within the market. One of them was to look at possibly bringing gasoline through the Port of Churchill, because, as you know, we have a port in Manitoba. It's very underutilized, but we have some tanker farms up there where there's a number of tanks which hold gasoline products that are actually shipped further north. And so we were looking into the possibility of actually shipping them down by rail to the south. We also had a number of independent operators, at least one in particular, but I think there were 2 or 3, who were taking advantage of a very low American price at the time. And what this operator would do is he would drive down to Fargo or Grand Forks, North Dakota, and load up from the pipeline there and truck the gasoline up into Winnipeg, and was selling it at, perhaps 10 or 20 cents a liter less. It was a substantial amount. The point was that when you turned on your evening news on a day-by-day basis, you would see lineups, blocks long of cars lined up to buy gasoline from this gas station, which was being supplied by tankers that were bringing the gas up from the States. But of course, this fellow could only operate to the extent of his abilities to fill up his tanker truck and bring it back up. So he couldn't get beyond supplying the gasoline for one or 2 gas stations. And we did look at perhaps expanding on that a bit and trying to bring in more tankers of gasoline into some other stations, and we did encounter a lot of different problems in that the transfer of gasoline is certainly not done the way it used to be done years ago, and some of the members opposite were on a farm would know that gasoline was transferred from a little truck that drove to the farm in the 1950s, and they would be transferred by a hose into a big tank and then transferred from there into your farm equipment and farm tractors and so on. But things have changed, and you can't drive into town, into a big city anymore with a big tanker truck and start selling gasoline out of the tanker. And we did discover that was a fact. And so we did look at all sorts of areas to try to act in the part on behalf of consumers at that time, and that's easy to do when the prices skyrocket very quickly. Now, I want to take a minute to talk about the member for Pickering Scarborough East, because he is a longtime Liberal member in this House, and we've had Liberal members today talk about this issue as if it was something that they had newly discovered, and somehow this was a big Conservative problem. You know, this problem only surfaced since the current Prime Minister and the current Conservative government came to office, and now this is all their problem. Well, the fact of the matter is that all through those periods of time that I spoke about earlier, the Liberals were in power from 1993 on. And every attempt that was made to do something about high gasoline prices was thwarted. And as a matter of fact, it was the member for Pickering Scarborough in his own Liberal caucus thwarted his efforts on, I believe, many occasions, because I used to hear him many times on the radio over the years as being a champion of the consumer and trying to do things as regards the Competition Bureau and competition and something to deal with the price fixing issues in this country, and he was getting nowhere with his own caucus, with his own government, with his own prime minister. So this has been a long-standing problem. Price fixing is not something that is just peculiar to the gasoline industry. We have seen in the last, certainly since the mid-'80s to the present, we have seen at least two major initiatives on the part of the federal government against price fixing in the real estate industry. The latest one is being resolved as we speak, where within a number of weeks the real estate boards across Canada will be getting together to ratify a deal that was made to prevent price fixing, and if that deal is not ratified, then of course they will proceed through court action. So there's basically anti-competitive activities that have been around in our society for many years, and that have been allowed to foster over the years, and it takes a strong initiatives on the part of government and law enforcement to attack these, to try to break it up so that the public is better served by true competition. Now, it's not only real estate agents that have been dealt with over the years, but the travel agency business, the P&C insurance business, a lot of different, Toyota, I believe, Toyota Motor Corporation was challenged when they tried to set a fixed price, if you recall. I'm sure members will recall several years back where Toyota tried to, in the last 5 or 6 years, tried to dictate to its dealers that in fact there was a fixed price, there was a no haggle pricing, that they could not cut the price, and that was dealt with by the government in a positive way. So this is not exciting stuff for the average member of the public, but is very crucial to a proper competitive environment in which business has to compete. Because if you have a series of monopolies basically governing the country, that is not the way our system is supposed to to be operating. And we find that a lot of things that we've tried, like monitoring, that people think that's a great idea. Well, we've proven it doesn't work. But there's a lot of other different things that we could look at here. Now, I do want to talk about some of the elements of this bill that people on our side of the House have found objectionable. What we're seeing develop here is we are going to have, and I don't think we would have a problem if, in fact, these gas pumps across the country were being inspected by government inspectors. I mentioned earlier that for many years in the province of Manitoba, maybe some other provinces too, we had a system of random inspections of cars. So if you bought a car today, you could expect that somewhere within the next, if you owned it for 10 years, it probably would be called in once or twice for an inspection, and you would have to make some repairs to keep the car in good shape to keep it on the road. And people trusted the system because they knew it was government inspectors who were doing the inspecting. So what happened in around 1995 was the Conservative government of the day decided to turn this over, the whole inspection system over to private sector, to private garages. Because obviously the economy was maybe tight and they weren't making enough money. So this was a way to give them a bit of a cash cow so that when any car needed inspecting, you have to go to a local garage, and it's up to the garage to tell you what's wrong with that car. And we have seen many, many terrible examples of gouging, where people have bought a car, taken it into a garage, and found out they had to spend hundreds, if not thousands of dollars worth of repairs before they could put that car on the road. We've seen other totally different examples of where people have taken cars in and they find out later that it's some friend in the business, and in fact cars that are really not safe at all are being approved and are being certified safe and are being allowed to be driven on the road because somebody has an in with somebody or is a relative in the car in the garage or in the car dealership. So this system was brought in as a sop to the car industry, and overnight the price of cars went up, used cars. We used to see $50 cars, $100 cars back in the early 1990s, and overnight the worst looking car on the road was a $1,000 vehicle because of this safety inspection system. And so after a couple of years, the CBC and other news outlets started to do, because based on complaints, started to do investigations of what was happening. And they found all sorts of examples of gouging and horror stories in Manitoba where people were being taken advantage of. As a matter of fact, what was happening was the CBC were taking cars that they had already previously inspected, and they knew what was wrong with them, and they were taking them in, and I won't mention the garages, but some of them you will all know because they're nationally known names, chains, and would take them into 5 or 6 different garages, and most of these garages, if not all of them, were finding huge amounts of problems with the cars that when in fact there was nothing wrong with them. So that was a blatant example of gouging. As a matter of fact, some of the garages lost their licenses because of this, and then a year or two later a follow-up was done, and they still found more. Even some of the same garages that were caught the first time for gouging the public were in fact cited a second time around. And just so you know that you can't get rid of this system once it gets in place, the NDP under Gary Dewar became the government in 1999, and guess what? Not only did they not get rid of this system and go back to a centralized government inspection system, but they actually went and changed the safety period now, whereas before the safety was a 2-year safety. Believe it or not, now the safety only lasts a year. And in fact, in terms of getting keeping cars safe on the road. The fact of the matter is now you only have to have a safety when you sell your car. So if you have a car and you sell it several times, 3 or 4 times in the first 2 or 3 years, this thing will get it safetied, over and over again. But if you actually keep the car, if you actually buy the car and drive it yourself and keep it, you can drive this car forever, and it will never be called in. So potentially we may have many, many, many unsafe cars on our roads because of it. And this is a result of turning a perfectly functioning system over to the private sector. So let's take a look at what potentially could happen, probably will happen in a case like this. Members have already indicated that if you are dealing with rural areas, northern areas, you're talking about the private sector here. Who is going to be inspecting, doing these inspections of the pumps up in the Yukon? Who is going to be doing them in Northwest Territories, Northern BC? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In rural areas, it's a license to print money. It's a recipe for abuse to have a system like this. So I was quite happy that things were being, and there's a lot of things that I could say about this whole area of the of the weights and measures issue, and I do want to deal with it, some other aspects to the weights and measures issue as well. But the fact of the matter is, this is not the way to go. The way I think the public would accept and the retailers would accept if the government were to do the inspections. You do the inspections over a period of time, but the government does them. You do not allow the private sector to be doing these inspections. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I believe my time is up. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This act has come before us because over 2 years ago now, an investigation by the Ottawa Citizen revealed that between 1999 and 2007, government inspections of over 200,000 fuel pumps found that about 5% of pumps delivered less fuel than reported on the pump display. And the government inspection data showed that about 1/3 of Canada's gas stations, or about 14,000 of them, had at least one faulty pump. So a motorist who fills up at various stations and pumps is likely being shortchanged about twice a year. So, Mr. Speaker, the gas pump problems were exposed, as I said, more than 2 years ago by a media investigation, and the government waited far too long to respond. And now the government is allowing thieves to keep what they stole over the past few years. What's outrageous here is that the government potentially collected taxes from consumers who were paying for phantom gasoline. Talk about adding insult to injury. Talk about hot air. Questions must be asked, but I haven't heard any of them answered here by the Conservative members in this House. Let me just give you a couple examples. Questions must be asked as to whether the government earned tax revenues from the shortchanging of Canadian motorists, and if so, how much? Will this law and order government charge the criminals who stole Canadians' money? Now, I know that the member from Elmwood-Transcona has been here throughout the debate at all of the stages that we've had to date, and I wonder whether he, even once, heard the Conservatives acknowledge that they actually benefited from those tax revenues, and whether they've given any indication that they would be amenable to actually repaying Canadian consumers, Canadian drivers, customers at the pumps who have been gouged by these faulty pumps. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly the member is 100% correct. I've been waiting to hear from one of the government members now for some time to be able to ask them questions. For example, I know that under the penalties are being increased here under the weights and measures. And under weights and measures legislation, we have the whole issue of odometer rollbacks, something that's very, very important, and everyone here understands what happens when unscrupulous people roll back odometers or replace odometers and sell cars that have 300,000 kilometers on them as 80,000 kilometer cars. It's big time theft, and yet this is something that would be covered under the weights and measures penalties that are being increased. And nowhere has any government, I would think it would be a good news story. I would think the government should be issuing a press release confirming that this is the case and that they're moving against people rolling back odometers. But I can't find anybody in the government to ask because there are no speakers that want to get up and talk about this issue. So if anybody's listening over there, if you could please get back to me and let me know, are we in fact taking tough action here against odometer rollbacks that occur every day right across this country under this act, which is under the Weights and Measures Act is increasing the penalties by quite a substantial amount.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The other question I'd have for the member is that, we have a system in place now, or at least being proposed in this Act, that suggests that all of the inspections of these pumps ought to be done by the private sector. Now, the government is contending that the inspections will go up. I think it's from about 8,000 inspections to 65,000 or something. I may have those numbers wrong. But the reality is that the government itself is not going to be enforcing standards. It's going to privatize that. So I wonder whether the member can actually assure us, or whether he's heard from the government, that the government can assure us that we don't actually end up in a situation where the oil industry is policing itself. Because it seems to me, as soon as you privatize those services, there would be nothing to stop the oil industry from actually setting up a full inspection system and therefore looking after their own. I wonder whether the member might want to comment on that.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your light's on. Go ahead.
Is it? Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's absolutely correct, and it's actually worse than that, because not only would they be privatizing the inspector services for gas pumps, but they'd also be dealing with wholesale petroleum, dairy, retail food, fishing, logging, grain and field crops, and mining. So this government's gone whole hog here. They just didn't stop with inspection of gasoline pumps. They're basically trying to privatize, in this one measure, privatize inspection services in a whole host of other parts of the economy. And I've already indicated all the abuses that occurred when Manitoba privatized its car inspection system. And what we're going to see here is this thing just multiply, because we're going to see a lot of abuses in this system, and we're going to see this multiplied by all the other 8 different areas that the government is planning to privatize inspection services in. And nobody yet has been able to tell me how somebody in a remote area is supposed to be able to afford a private sector inspector coming up on a regular basis, on a routine basis, who can basically charge what the market will bear. Because I can tell you, you're not going to have much competition in a lot of rural and northern areas. That's just not going to happen. And we've seen that in other areas as well. Maybe the system is going to work, reasonably well in a huge metropolitan area like Toronto. But I don't think it's going to work that well in rural and northern areas. And not only that, it's going to be a very severe detriment to independence. Right? This is all in favor of the big multinationals, the big chains, but the little independent, little mom-and-pop store, of which there's fewer and fewer every year, is going to be hard-pressed to come up with the $2,000 worth of inspection bills it's going to have to pay on a regular basis. And not to mention the fact that we have issues with ambient temperature and whether or not a lot of this calibration system equipment actually is accurate in the first place, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wonder how the government has framed this debate and the naming of this bill, and somehow giving Canadians an impression that their next experience once this becomes law is going to be a better one at the gas pump and that they won't be ripped off anymore, is the very tip of the iceberg when it comes to consumer protection, in particular to the oil and gas industry. All along the way, we see that this federal government and the previous Liberal one offer subsidies to the oil and gas firms, regardless of the price of oil or extraction. And then when it moves all the way down the chain, the subsidies come along, the profits leave the country, and then we see that at the pump itself, the real concern Canadians express to us as members of Parliament is when they see prices in their local gas stations all elevate magically together, all at the same price, while the price of production or the price of a barrel of oil on the stock exchange hasn't moved at all. And yet the gas companies are asking us to believe that there's no conversation going on when the prices all of a sudden move in coordination in one town, but not another town 50 kilometers down the road, as is the experience for us in the northwest of BC. We see this time and time again. And I drive the highway quite a bit because that's our job as members of Parliament. And the price will move 5, 10, 12 cents in communities that are 20 minutes apart. And yet, apparently, there's no collusion. Well, is that not what we should be getting at in legislation rather than this window dressing that the government has offered?
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the fact of the matter is that we have uncovered instances in the past where people who have worked in the gas stations have come forward and said that they have been ordered to change the prices. So this is well known and well documented. I mean, you can't hide this forever, and there are gas station employees whose job it is to climb up and change the prices, and they do that based on a phone call that comes from their management. This is a very well organized effort, and so it's there. Somebody just has to go out and document it and start taking the initiative. And I think the Block's bill was certainly a very, very good start here, and I would hope that we can somehow, in this minority parliament, get this bill passed and start to see some more initiatives go on here and try to stop some of this collusion in the retail gas business.
Veuillez prise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to speak to this bill, C-14, which has to do with an amendment to the Electricity and Gas Inspection Act and the Weights and Measures Act. And I'd like to say, as my colleague, the member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord said, and he is our critic on industry, I'd like to say that the Bloc Québécois is in favor of the principle of this bill. Nevertheless, I'd like to say, Mr. Speaker, that the mountain has given birth to a mouse. Much ado about nothing. Mr. Speaker, the government with this bill, it's as if the government thinks they have the invention of the century, and that this is what they need to bring oil companies into line. They think it's the invention of the century. And I think the government is wrong, and really wrong. Now, we will support this in principle, but we have reservations as to the following steps. And I listened carefully to the exchanges between the members of the NDP, and I listened to the speech and to the questions and comments, and what they had to say was very apropos. And I also must say that my NDP colleagues recognize the bill tabled by a member of the Bloc Québécois, but I think everyone will acknowledge that this bill, C-14, does not allow us to respond directly to the problem of collusion, as was shown to be evident in Quebec recently, or to the problems with the price of gas. Because the government, with its monitoring of gas pumps, and with its fines and penalties that can be imposed by trials, starting at $1,000, and $5,000 to $25,000 for major violations. Mr. Speaker, let's not be taken in by this. For oil companies who are taking in billions and billions of dollars in profits, this is peanuts. I can hardly believe that oil companies are acting on purpose to fool around with gas pumps to get another half cent on every liter sold. I can hardly believe that that would happen. We should have greater monitoring, fine, we agree with that. We're not against virtue. We're not against apple pie. And I think that during this autumn season, everyone will acknowledge that this is the time for apples, and apple pie is wonderful at this time. In the Ile d'Orléans, there are apple growers, apple orchard owners who are producing wonderful apples. Let's say that this bill is not the invention of the century. We in the Bloc would have expected that the government would have assumed its responsibilities, putting its big boy pants on, and let the oil companies know that collusion among companies is not acceptable, and not just to say that the competition commissioner would look into it and that this commissioner wouldn't be able to initiate an investigation, him or herself. It would take complaints would have to be lodged. And in Arthabaska and in the eastern townships, there was someone who did complain. There was someone who basically denounced what was going on. This was someone in the in the sector, in the business. But this was just the tip of the iceberg, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's hardly surprising that consumers aren't doing enough to bring oil companies into line or to discipline them. Because let's look at who's funding the Conservative Party. It's the big oil companies. And who needs the tax breaks in order to undertake exploration and to develop the tar sands in Alberta? It's the Conservatives who need these oil companies for funding.
And for the coming elections, too. So to increase the liability of retailers by imposing regular instructions, sure, oh yeah, that's very important. There's no doubt about that. It's very important. And very ineffective. What we were expecting, what we expect, is for there to be some actual teeth. The Competition Bureau needs to have actual powers, real powers, and that's why we came up with Bill C-452 in order to respond to the situation of gas price increases. And I call on you, Mr. Speaker. I know in your role you have to be very neutral. I know you're very attentive to what I say, and you can do two things at once. You can talk to your colleague on your left and listen to me at the same time. That's beyond any doubt. But people, well, I'm going to speak to those listening to us, Mr. Speaker. Do those watching realize that we in Quebec, when we see price hikes, they're usually on a Thursday when people get paid. So you see these price hikes in Quebec just before a long weekend, where there's a statutory holiday. Before Thanksgiving, for example, in Montreal, I think there was a 10 or 12 cent increase just like that, and nothing had happened. And the price of oil on the international market, a barrel of oil, the price was actually going down. So how is it that in Montreal, the price at the pump suddenly jumped 10 or 15 cents a liter? Because before, the oil companies used to say, well, yeah, but we're really at the mercy of what happens internationally, and if the price of a barrel of oil is going up, there's a war in Iraq, there's the invasion of Kuwait, and all that. But it's all excuses. So let's just say, okay, if there's instability in the producing countries, but in this case, there was nothing happened. The price of oil was going down internationally, but in Montreal, the price suddenly jumped at the pump before Thanksgiving. That's why we say that the oil companies are swindling us. And I'll give you more examples for the people, for those watching and for those here in the chamber who are listening. Have you noticed? I don't know if it's the same outside Quebec in the other provinces, but in Quebec, in the last 2 weeks of July, sometimes it goes into August, that's what we call the construction holidays, when hundreds of thousands of construction workers are on holiday all at once, all together. And construction workers are people who work hard normally. They get up really early in the morning. They're at the mercy of the elements, of the weather. There's stress on construction sites. They have to deliver the goods, whether it's residential, commercial, industrial construction. They have to meet tight deadlines. They have to build the building on time. They have to finish the work on time. So in Quebec, in the last 2 weeks of July, construction workers are on holiday. They take the opportunity to relieve stress, and many of them live in different parts of Quebec. They travel. People are naturally drawn toward New England from Quebec to Maine and the beaches and so on. So that travel happens. Some construction workers may take the bus. Some take the train or even the plane. But the vast majority of construction workers, I don't have to convince you of this, just look at the highways in Quebec during construction holiday weeks. Most of the travel is done by car. And surprisingly, a few days before July 15th, all of a sudden, poof, the price spikes. What happens? There are members of the NDP who didn't like me saying poof. I don't know what else I can say. As if by magic, there's a sudden and major increase in the price of gas on the eve of the construction holiday. Why? Who knows? Another thing, another demonstration of this collusion. Have you noticed, Mr. Speaker, that in many cities, mid-sized to large cities, it's not uncommon to see gas stations on all four corners of an intersection? Whether these are pivotal intersections, main arteries, or other intersections. My colleague from Trois-Rivières has seen the same thing. I've gone to Trois-Rivières many times. I often go from my riding to Ottawa by car. I often fill up in Trois-Rivières. It's a beautiful place with very welcoming people, but you come to these intersections where very often there's 4 gas stations, a gas station on every corner. Have you ever noticed, Mr. Speaker, when we could even go together and time it, when one gas station increases its price by 3, 5, 10, 15 cents a liter, I think you could time the others and count in seconds how many seconds elapse before the other 3 match that price. Is that free competition? Why does Shell feel it has to raise its price at exactly the same time as Petro-Canada. Why do these increases happen in lockstep, just a few seconds apart? If there was true competition, you'd have a gas station charging $1.03 a liter, the other would be 101.9, but the prices would be different. That would be real competition. If you look at groceries or clothing, grocery stores are a good example. For the identical product, forget about things like beer and milk or whatever, where regulations determine the price. There might be for milk, for example. Milk's a bad example. There might be a minimum price or something. But take Oasis orange juice. Go to any one of the 4 major grocery stores, and there's a very good chance that the prices will vary. And that, Mr. Speaker, we call genuine competition. Because the 4 major grocery stores in Quebec are not colluding, or aren't necessarily colluding. But it's quite a different story when it comes to gas prices. Now, some might say that this bill is not very impressive. It's not going to lick the problem. There was a big brouhaha, and this is all the government's been able to come up with. And we're saying that the Competition Act should allow the Competition Bureau to initiate investigations. They shouldn't always have to wait for a complaint from a private citizen. They should be able to, of their own initiative, launch an investigation. In addition, the Bloc Québécois has proposed the creation of an oversight office, a monitoring agency, if you will, to monitor the prices of gas and to deal with any attempted collusion or unjustified price increases. And in this way, we would be able to establish immediately upon a price increase. This is something that the Conservatives didn't do, and neither did the Liberals, by the way. The government constantly says there's no need to do anything because the Competition Bureau found no price fixing agreements among oil companies. So there's no problem. But we in the Bloc Québécois would have expected this bill to go to the heart of the problem. On May 5th, 2003, when Mr. Conrad von Finkenstein appeared as a witness, he was the competition commissioner at the time. Now he's the head of the CRTC, but at the time he appeared before the Industry Committee as the competition commissioner, and he said that there were shortcomings in the legislation, but as commissioner he had no choice. He had to apply the act that he had. He knew there were shortcomings. He admitted that. It was his opinion, as it's ours, but a government has to have the political will to do something and to finally call the oil patch to order, call those oil companies to order. And he said that even though he had significant powers to investigate, the current legislation did not give the Bureau any power to investigate the industry of its own accord. So that's basically what I wanted to say because my time is almost up. Once again, I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Chicoutimi-Le who's the Bloc's critic on industry. I'd like to congratulate him on his work on this file. And I'd like to inform Quebecers and Canadians. I'd like to let them all know what the shortcomings are and the whole issue of gas prices, which unfortunately C14 doesn't satisfactorily address. So once again, the Bloc Québécois is in favor. In principle, we'll refer it to committee and see what happens there. But just studying the mechanism, how the pumps are regulated, and when the companies are making billions in profits, a $10,000 fine is hardly a wrap over the knuckles. So this bill is really doesn't go far enough in our view. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Burnaby, New Westminster.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the speech from my colleague from Montmorency, Haute-Côte-Nord, and he mentioned that this government refuses to do something to put an end to this process that we see the big oil companies doing, increasing gas prices without any legitimate reason. Every spring, around all holidays and vacation periods, prices go up. Maybe they go up in the world, but the oil companies are selling existing stocks. They raise the prices. A few weeks later, we see the world price go down, and the oil companies are still selling stock that they bought cheaper, but they don't lower the prices. The prices stay high for weeks, if not months. This is the case. A number of studies have shown that consumers are being mistreated, abused, and yet the government's really not doing anything with this bill to put an end to those practices. So I'd like to ask my colleague, why does he think the Conservatives refuse to take the middle class's side, to take the consumer's side? They just keep shoveling money to the oil patch, which is abusing consumers. The Honourable Member. Yes. I'd like to thank my NDP colleague for his question. That's precisely what I was saying before. Look at the hand that feeds you. You mustn't bite the hand that feeds you. That's what the Conservatives are thinking. The Conservatives, in their election campaign, I know it's not the case for the NDP or for us in the Bloc, the Conservatives receive hundreds of thousands of dollars. Of course, they respect the election financing limits, but the Conservatives are funded by the oil patch in Calgary or elsewhere, all throughout Alberta and elsewhere too. So they're hardly going to start giving this legislation more teeth. This laissez-faire suits the oil patch and it suits the Conservatives. They don't want to do anything. They don't want to rock the boat. And that's why. Instead of taking the side, as my colleague said, rightly, instead of taking the consumer side, because ultimately, we can't do without cars. We can't get around without them. We can't go back to horse and buggy. We can't afford that. So let's hope that electric cars come soon so that we can get off our reliance on gas. The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Orleans. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the member opposite a question. since he often refers to contributions from the oil patch to certain political parties, does he have a list of the oil companies or other companies that are making this kind of contribution? Because if that's the case, we should really call the police and go after them, because it's against the law to do that. Can he give us any names? Can he name names? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix-Côte-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the House shuts at 6:30. I'll go get some documentation. I agree with him. Could you ask the member for Orleans, Mr. Speaker? I don't know if it's because he's going to lose the election, the municipal election this evening. He seems really excited, really riled, but it's true. Petro-Canada, Shell, Esso, they can't contribute under the new legislation but to the election campaign, but I can tell you that individual contributions of $1,500 are made times how many times adds up to hundreds of thousands of dollars and millions of dollars in contributions. That's the way it goes. Smaller donations, but many more of them. Just look at the Minister of Natural Resources. Look at his flip-flop with his funding cocktail, his fundraising cocktail. He says he admits that he shouldn't have gone. And these people were contributing to conservative coffers, and they ended up getting contracts to renovate the Parliament buildings. He was Public Works Minister, now he's Minister of Natural Resources. He said publicly that perhaps it wasn't a good idea for me to attend that fundraising cocktail party. So, there you go.
The Honourable Member for Eglinton Lawrence. Mr. Speaker, I would like to know if my colleague, the member for Rimouski, I would like to be able to ask a question, because I think that his comments are quite well animated. He shows quite a bit of passion that is generated by his frustration.
Frustrated because of the gaspillage du temps de la
The waste of the time in the House.
A bill of such insignificant magnitude, insignificant I say, because it's typical of the government's soundbite legislation. And soundbite legislation because, here it is, we're talking about something that Fairness at the Pumps Act, as if, of course, it's been unfair. They've noticed it's been unfair for 5 years, and they've done nothing about it. And I know that my honourable colleague used to sit on committee, the industry committee, amongst others, when he heard the government members are opposite saying that, they had to do something about this. They had to introduce competition, and they haven't done anything. And now they're talking about there's a criminal act taking place at the pumps, and they're going to pass legislation to change it. I'm wondering whether he thinks that this is part of the government's crime and justice agenda. In other words, sound bite, but no bite.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix-Côte-Nord. Yes, I see that my colleague was listening carefully to my comments. I'm a member of the Standing Committee on Transport and Industry, and my riding is called Montmorency-Côte-Nord. You mixed me up with another colleague of mine with the same name from Rimouski, and I'm in the first row. Perhaps if you turn around, he's in the fifth row, so turn your map around. But there's no problem. I do appreciate, however, Mr. Speaker, my colleague from the Toronto region, who makes an effort and who speaks French very well. He's originally from Italy, and French and Italian are both Latin languages. And many colleagues in the House are here at the same time that I arrived here. 17 years tomorrow. Unlike him, who has improved his French by hanging out with Francophones here in the House of Commons. There were many colleagues, like my colleague from Burnaby, who speaks wonderful French. He studied at the University of Quebec in Chicoutimi, so there's no surprise there. But other colleagues did improve their French here, like my colleague. So I just want to conclude by saying that I wouldn't go as far as to talk about wasting the time of the House, because we are a democracy, and it's up to the government to table bills, the bills that it wants to table. as members of the opposition, we don't have the choice to get those bills. The government decides to introduce those bills, and it's not up to us. I'm a democratic person, and we get the bills the government gives us, even if sometimes those bills have little teeth in them. So it's like a Chihuahua's teeth, but it needs to have a Doberman's teeth. That is the time. Question, a very brief question, please. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very disappointed to see this bill, which in fact does so little. A few years ago, barely, I was a critic for industry, and the situation with the gas was so serious. There were fluctuating prices to the extent that we got an emergency debate in the House. I went with the committee to Vancouver, and we had to come back because of the debate, and then there was an election. Everything fell apart, and the situation is still yet to be resolved. The bill at the time was going to strengthen the Competition Act, and here I see that it hasn't been done, so we won't be able to do anything. It's one thing to suspect collusion, but it's another thing to prove it. I think my colleague proved it, and he could tell us perhaps once again what this is all about. There are only 30 seconds remaining for the honourable member for Montmorency. Charlevoix-Haute-Côte-Nord. Yes, in fact, the only thing that I can add is that my colleague for Trois-Rivières, when she was also a member of the Standing Committee on Industry, as my colleague did from Chicoutimi, did excellent work in this area. And we are still awaiting a bill with much more teeth. Resuming debate.
Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to speak on this bill, Bill C-14. But I'd certainly like to start by paying tribute to the person who's responsible for the little bit of action that the government has taken in this regard, and that's the member from Windsor West. The member from Windsor West is the one who raised this issue, has been pushing it, working extremely hard in the House of Commons, and he is the one that has pushed this government to do the certain little action that has been brought forward. It certainly addresses part of the problem, Mr. Speaker, but as the member from Windsor West has said all along, it doesn't address the whole problem in any way. And that's why we pay tribute to him pushing the Conservatives on this, but we're going to need his continued efforts to make sure that this government finally responds to consumers who are being ripped off by the petroleum industry, Mr. Speaker. I mean, you could almost call this, because of the huge gaping hole in this legislation, it's almost the Gas Price Rip-Off Enabling Act, because it doesn't deal in any way with the problems of gas price gouging that we've seen, Mr. Speaker, that has been very clearly indicated year after year after year. We've had a number of members speak in this House about what happens, that what we see on old stock is that world prices move, but on that old stock, prices all of a sudden spike up, and they stay up, Mr. Speaker. Even when the world price has declined and new stock is entering in the stream in Canada, we see those old prices maintained. And what that means, Mr. Speaker, is that the average Canadian, average Canadian family is being ripped off through the course of that cycle. Millions of dollars are being taken out of Canadian consumers' pockets. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't expect that this Conservative Party is going to take full action in this regard, because what we've seen from this government is that they seem to enjoy enabling rip-offs, whether it's the financial industry or the petroleum industry, or we've certainly seen with the telecommunications industry. Every time there are some companies willing to rip off the public, Conservatives just seem unwilling to intervene in any way, Mr. Speaker. And when you add to that the kind of actions that this government has brought in, for example, the hated HST, Mr. Speaker, in my province of British Columbia, the Conservatives bringing in this HST and adding additional costs into hard-working Canadian middle class and poor Canadian families, forcing them to pay more for a whole range of things. The Conservatives doing this, I think, is something that we'll certainly see, Mr. Speaker, whenever British Columbians finally get their opportunity to speak to what the Conservatives have done against British Columbians. whether that's in a by-election or a general election, Mr. Speaker, I think we're going to see a significant shift in those who may have voted Conservative in the past saying, no way, we're not going to vote for the party that forced the HST on British Columbia. And, Mr. Speaker, as we well know, many Ontarians feel the same way. They feel that this Conservative government imposing the HST on Ontario, making Canadian families in Ontario and British Columbia pay more, is something that deserves a response from the public when they finally have the opportunity to give their voice to what the Conservatives have done, Mr. Speaker. Now, I'm proud to say our leader, through the member from Toronto Danforth, has stood up for Canadian families. He's called for the removal of the HST on heating fuel as we approach winter. He stood in this House and he stood up for Canadian families in that way. And, Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue in this corner of the House to press the Conservatives to start addressing the needs of ordinary working families, of middle-class families, of poor Canadian families, to start addressing them. Rather than giving them HST, rather than allowing them to be ripped off by the petroleum industry, they're going to have to start listening to ordinary Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and I'll finish my speech tomorrow on this particular bill and what's missing.
You don't want me to stop him? Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. In accordance with standing order, the honourable member is right. He will have about 15 and a half seconds to finish his 15 minutes and 30 seconds. Sorry, 15 minutes and 30 seconds to finish his remarks tomorrow. But in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this evening to follow up on a question I asked regarding the white-collar crime bill which was tabled in this House, and specifically, Mr. Speaker, whether the Conservative government, in its rush to have a fancy title and an evening newscast, forgot a very important element of white-collar crime, and that has to do with mortgage fraud, Mr. Speaker. I commend the Conservatives' efforts to curtail white-collar crime. On paper and on the newscasts, it looks okay. And I'm glad to have another opportunity to discuss this subject, which is yet another Conservative bill of trying to make people feel better about the attack on crime, the curbing of crime, without delivering all the substance that could have been had with a more thorough bill being posited. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, this bill would have done nothing for the Earl Jones victims, nothing more than what is prescribed by law right now, Mr. Speaker. The bulk of the white-collar crime problem in Canada is the Earl Jones Ponzi-type scheme and mortgage frauds, which are rapidly spreading across the country. The bill addresses neither. Choosing a flashy title for a bill does not protect Canadians. The bill has a provision for a mandatory jail sentence of 2 years for fraud over $1 million. How would this comfort the victims of Earl Jones, who was sentenced to 11 years in prison? If there is another Ponzi scheme out there today, this law does not affect them at all. Jones stole $50 million from Canadians. He even stole from his own sister-in-law. I would think this situation should alarm the government enough to address it in their Standing Up for White-Collar Crime Act. Victims of Ponzi schemes themselves are calling this bill insufficient. It doesn't affect us at all, said Janet Watson, a victim of the Mount Royal scam. Of the hundreds of mortgage frauds across the country, almost none of them amount to $1 million on their own. Most of the mortgage fraud's costs are absorbed by CMHC in any event, which means that Canadians are stuck with the horrendous costs of mortgage fraud. The amount totals some $50 million in one instance of repeated transactions involving Martin Keith Wyrick in British Columbia. Isn't this serious enough crime for the Conservatives to address it in meaningful legislation? So why does the Justice Minister propose a bill called Standing Up for Victims of White-Collar Crime that has no effect on the predominant frauds of this country? Will the Minister tell us, will the Parliamentary Secretary tell us, what provisions of this bill have helped victims of Earl Jones's fraud, and what specific provisions of this bill protect Canadians in general from fraud? I'm looking for specific sections. That was the question back before we recessed in the summer. That's the question that Canadians are asking themselves. If you're going to call a bill attacking white-collar crime, why do you leave out so much of the crime, so much of the notable crime, so much of the crime that has affected so many people, particularly in situations like Earl Jones? Will the minister seriously consider addressing and adding serious provisions that address head-on the serious mortgage fraudsters and Ponzi schemes that cause so much harm to honest Canadians, our economy, and our reputation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to be able to speak today about Bill C-21. Bill C-21 deals with provisions to determine sentences for fraud and seek to improve this situation. Canadians understand how serious fraud is and how diverse these frauds are, and to the extent to which it is difficult to detect them and to prevent them, and the extent to which fraud can hurt people who are victims of it. That is why the bill deals with fraud in a number of ways. First, it sets out mandatory minimum sentences for fraud that leads to the loss of at least $1 million. The courts recognize the seriousness of serious, significant fraud, and adequate sentences need to exist. However, there are smaller frauds that could be also considered widespread fraud, where there are losses of over $1 million, but there are not massive frauds as we've seen in the past. The government has sent a clear message to the fraudsters and to the courts and to the victims. These kinds of fraud are serious, and prison sentence is essential. There are aggravating circumstances that the courts must take into consideration at the time of sentencing for those found guilty of fraud. There are significant consequences for victims given this personal situation of the victims, including their financial situation. If they do not meet professional standards of conduct, if the offender tried to hide or destroy files about the fraud, or to take the results or profits of the fraud. As I said, Mr. Speaker, fraud is an offence that can occur in all kinds of circumstances. Over the last few years, we have heard a lot about fraud, securities fraud that has been devastating and that hurt hundreds of individuals. Recently, there has been mortgage fraud in Alberta that has been in the headlines. A few years ago, there was fraudulent telemarketing. We detected fraud related to charities, competitions, travel, home renovation, the list goes on and on. That is why the bill C-21 sets out general measures. This way, no fraud is omitted. Fraud can include all the behavior that affects Canadians, misleading behavior. Charges of fraud can be laid no matter what the context of the fraud. If a fraud charge can be laid with regard to mortgage fraud, transfer of securities, fraud related to health care and other situations. Our bill, C-21, is a bill that includes and affects all types of fraud. I want to thank the Honourable member for the Conservative Party. I greatly appreciate his work on the Senate Committee on Justice, but I would like to say that the Earl Jones case occurred in his province of Quebec. It happened in Quebec. Why? I have a quote from Jane Watson,
who says this bill, C-21, Bill C-21, doesn't affect us at all. Did nothing to respond to the largest fraud, the most notable fraud in that part of Quebec in recent history. That member comes from Quebec. I would hope he would have a more salient response for his people in Quebec who are wondering why the government didn't stand up for white-collar crime.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say that fighting white-collar crime concerns the government. C-21, the Act to amend the Criminal Code, attacking, or rather standing up for victims of white-collar crime, helps victims and ensures that all the losses suffered by victims, no matter what it is taken into consideration when the fraudster is sentenced. I want to tell my colleague that the most significant fraud in Quebec was Vincent Lacroix Norbourg, who bought companies through the Caisse de dépôt. So this was the biggest fraud that has occurred. It's even bigger than the Earl Jones case. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to note that Bill C-21 provides sentences for the fraudsters, as well as requiring consideration of restitution. This means that victims can receive compensation. Thank you. Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I said during my question on June 2nd, 2010, during the Second World War, scientists in Canada had in Gros-Île, near Montmagny, a military lab that was top secret in order to produce anthrax. It's a bacterial war tool that is also known in English as anthrax. It was called Project N, and this was one of the three secret tools, including research on the atomic bomb and decrypting German methods, code. The British started this type of research on an island close to Scotland. It was a disaster. The island was contaminated and will remain so until the 1990s. I decided to continue these experiments in Gros-Île. It was a very risky operation, as we have seen. A number of scientists in Canada were assigned to this project on Gros-Île, and they said they were opposed to it because it was too close to the coast. They thought it should be at least 50 miles off the coast. Gros-Île is only 3 miles off the coast. The military will not take into consideration that opinion by scientists. Thousands of liters of anthrax were produced, which represents some 70 billion doses of anthrax that had to be that could have destroyed humanity 30 times over. Then the anthrax was thrown into the St. Lawrence River. The Canadian government, with the assistance of the American government and the British governments, was the first mass producer of this chemical warfare for military purposes. To summarize, the Canadian government intended to change this bacteria into a weapon of mass destruction. This is of concern because we're talking about a military secret that's over 60 years old. What has been done with the anthrax? Were there tests done? Access to the archives is extremely difficult to obtain, and a number of documents have disappeared. For example, documents from the Department of Defense were mistakenly sent to the garbage dump. A scientist from Toronto who has retired said, and I quote, they mixed anthrax with a solvent and they let the mixture sit for some time, then they threw it all into the water.
Since anthrax spores can survive for about 100 years, and since the public is concerned, we want more details on this issue. Last January, I expected the Minister of the Environment to indicate where this anthrax was dumped. It seems to me that the government is duty-bound to become informed and to make sure that the public doesn't come into contact with a weapon of war. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
One of the two. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member from Rosemont Petite Patrie for his important question, and I'm happy to provide an answer. Firstly, the Department of National Defence does assign a high priority to its environmental programs and is committed to conducting its operations in ways that protect human health and the environment. The Department is also committed to ensuring that its contaminated sites and hazardous waste are managed in a safe and prudent manner. And Mr. Speaker, we've been working very hard at that for situations that have piled up over the last 50, 60 or more years. The health and safety of our Canadian Forces members, the Canadian public, and the environment is an important concern in the day-to-day conduct of the work of the Department of National Defence. During the Second World War, Canada and its allies participated in a chemical and biological warfare program, as my colleague has suggested. This program was driven by wartime urgency and the need to build defensive capabilities against weapons that had been used with terrible results in the First World War, which was at that time still a recent and painful memory. As part of this program, the production of anthrax on a moderate scale commenced at Gros-Île in late 1943 and continued through August 1944. To ensure that no hazard resulting from the production of anthrax remained, the Government of Canada conducted a thorough decontamination of structures and surrounding terrain at Gros-Île to ensure that the site was free of residual anthrax before opening the site to the public in 1997. Once the decontamination was completed, an interdepartmental expert committee consisting of representatives from Parks Canada, Health Canada, Agriculture Canada, and the Department of National Defence determined that the risk of residual anthrax hazard was extremely remote, and work commenced to restore the site. A documentary aired in June 2010 reporting that barrels of anthrax mixed with a solvent were dumped into the St. Lawrence River by the Canadian Forces after World War II. The Department conducted a review of all wartime agent disposals in the 2003-2005 timeframe, and there are no records that corroborate the release of anthrax into the St. Lawrence River. That said, based on the information in the documentary, if barrels of anthrax were dumped into the St. Lawrence River, we can rest comforted by the fact that if the anthrax had been mixed with formaldehyde as reported, this procedure would have been effective in destroying the anthrax. D&D will continue to assess new information as it becomes available. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, the Department of National Defence takes its environmental responsibilities very seriously. As a good environmental steward, the Department is addressing past environmental problems to maintain the health of the environment, the Canadian people, and our Canadian Forces members into the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand what the Parliamentary Secretary has said today, but his committee of experts is far from being an independent committee of experts. It's composed of people who are trying to come to some sort of decision based on available information, but a lot of the information has disappeared. Now, they can't tell us how much anthrax was dumped, but in the report, in the documentary to which he refers, there was a captain, Captain Joseph Lachance, who crossed by canoe a whole area filled with a whole dipper or pot filled with anthrax. So what Captain Lachance has said has contradicted what the Parliamentary Secretary just said. Will the Parliamentary Secretary agree to table in this House all information at his disposal? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you for that, Mr. Speaker. And as you know, as we pointed out, there is no evidence that in fact anthrax was dumped in the St. Lawrence River, and records have been checked, the best that are available. The other fact is that, as raised in the documentary, even if that did happen, according to the information in the documentary, the anthrax was mixed with formaldehyde, which would have rendered the anthrax, ineffective or not a hazard. So, Mr. Speaker, the panel of experts, the committee of experts we're talking about, are from Health Canada, who obviously take great interest in the health and safety of Canadians. The Department of National Defence, which always takes the interest of the health of Canadians and the environment very, very seriously. As I said, if there's new information that comes forward, we'll look at it. But right now, that information, all of it suggests that the department has done its job and is protecting the health of Canadians and the environment.
Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health said we are currently awaiting the results of 7 clinical diagnostic trials. If the medical experts agree that there is sufficient evidence to warrant clinical trials, then our government will fund them. Mr. Speaker, I would like to address the 7 correlational studies being undertaken, question the need to replicate these studies, and argue that there is in fact sufficient evidence to warrant clinical trials in Canada now. and that our government should fund them. Mr. Speaker, in countries around the world, evidence now exists that 80 to 97% of MS patients show one or more venous abnormalities. This is higher than ultrasound or MRI because angioplasty, the gold standard, was used. These studies were undertaken in separate centers in space and time by separate operators, yet show similar results. Why will this government wait another 2 years for repeat studies? Time is brain in MS, and patients cannot afford a 2-year delay. 30 to 50% of MS patients who are untreated worsen by 1 EDSS score in 1 year. 50% with relapsing remitting MS later develop a progressive form of the disease for which there are no drugs. And up to 2/3 of patients experience cognitive impairment, which can affect daily functioning, employment, and social life. Mr. Speaker, there is a well-known rationale for supporting an association between MS and venous obstruction. Namely, MS plaques are venocentric as identified by Rindfleisch as early as the 1800s and Putnam in 1935, who said it was almost inevitable that venular obstruction is the essential immediate antecedent to the formation of typical sclerotic plaques. Increased iron content in plaques and vessel wall may be a biomarker of tissue damage and may be caused by changes in vascular flow and increases in intracranial pressure. Mr. Speaker, there may be as many as 48 categories describing the types of vascular abnormalities in the chest, neck, and spine that have now been identified by Dr. HoC, a world leader in diagnostic imaging. These abnormalities include stenosis in one or more major veins draining the brain, truncular venous malformations, lack of flow in one or more of the major veins, malfunctioning or stuck valves, reflux in the deep cerebral veins or the jugular veins, meaning that blood flow actually reverses and travels towards the brain instead of draining to the heart, and other abnormalities. Astonishingly, one patient was actually born without jugulars. The deep cervical veins substituted. In other patients, the deep cervical veins and vertebral vessels are almost non-existent. Mr. Speaker, over 3,000 procedures have been undertaken worldwide in over 50 countries. More important, neurologists are seeing their patients get better with reduced brain fog, fatigue, and improved circulation and motor skills, as demonstrated through improved EDSS scores. As Dr. Zamboni, the pioneer of the technique, told the neurological subcommittee, the diagnosis and treatment of CCSVI are safe, had resulted in significant improvements in the quality of life of many MS patients, and that clinical trials were needed. Mr. Speaker, why the government's refusal to undertake clinical studies? Why not follow Canadian patients who felt forced to seek treatment overseas? Why lose this important data? Why not lead instead of follow 50 other countries, and yet refuse to ask for their data and expertise? And most important, why ensure that Canadians be subjected to devastating MS for at least another 2 years?
To the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to sincerely thank my colleague for her question. I know she cares about this deeply, as we all do. It's a terrible disease that affects mostly young adults, or most often diagnosed in young adults aged 15 to 40. And thousands of Canadians are currently affected by this debilitating disease, and we probably all know someone. I know I do. The disease does not just impact patients, of course, it also affects families, friends, colleagues, and can take an emotional toll on all those surrounding the patient. Many patients, as was said, obviously face difficulties at work, as the disease can affect vision, hearing, memory, balance, and mobility, making it often impossible to continue active life in the workplace. That's why the Government of Canada, through the Canadian Institutes of Health Research, has provided over $49 million in funding to date on MS research. CIHR has provided substantial funding to neurosciences and stem cell research, with many research initiatives focusing on MS. CIHR also funds a great deal of research in related areas such as vascular disease. All of these investments are building our overall understanding of multiple sclerosis toward more effective treatment and ultimately a cure. One of the numerous research initiatives supported by CIHR is that of Dr. Brenda Banwell from the Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto. Dr. Banwell's research team has focused much of their research on the effects that MS has on the developing brain. They're trying to determine whether childhood MS attacks can create lasting deficits. So far, Dr. Banwell's research has revealed that 40 to 50% of children with MS have some cognitive difficulties, particularly when it comes to multitasking and accessing short-term memories. Dr. Banwell also hopes that the research at the Sick Kids Clinic can help untangle the complicated interaction of genetic and environmental factors that potentially cause MS. The House of Commons Subcommittee has heard many different witnesses debate the merits of the recently developed chronic cerebrospinal venous insufficiency, or CCSVI, treatment brought forward by Italian researcher Dr. Paolo Zamboni. It should be noted, however, that just a week and a half ago at an MS conference in Gothenburg, Sweden, Dr. Zamboni himself indicated very clearly that more research is needed before patients proceed with surgery. The Minister of Health and CIHR's President, Dr. Alain Baudet, have been publicly encouraging researchers to submit applications to CIHR funding programs. In addition, through CIHR's Institute of Neuroscience, Mental Health and Addiction, and CIHR's Institute of Circulatory and Respiratory Health, the government has been consulting the research community on Canada's strengths and how to best contribute to the international effort to improve treatment of MS and evaluate CCSVI. On October 19th, the Canadian Institutes of Health Research announced the establishment of a working group of eminent scientists to review evidence and advise on a clinical trial. The first meeting is currently being planned for later this fall. The government is committed to working with the provinces and territories to responsibly accelerate the scientific research. If the research shows that clinical trials are both appropriate and advisable, the government will work with the provinces and territories to ensure that they are fully funded. Meanwhile, Health Canada and CIHR will continue to work with the MS Society of Canada to advance safe, evidence-based research and innovation on this devastating disease. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, Dr. Zamboni's position has not changed. He said we need more research and we need clinical trials. Canada needs a registry and clinical trials that are undertaken in multiple centres across our country and are sufficiently powered. Diagnosis and treatment standards must be established, including ultrasound and MRI, to identify any abnormality, and other MRI techniques, including flow quantification, iron content, and venous damage. And those undertaking the liberation procedure must be sufficiently trained and practiced, like Dr. McDonald, to ensure the best results for the patient. Patients must then be followed for efficacy, improvements in quality of life, and side effects. Mr. Speaker, based on the evidence, the fact that more trials are about to begin in the United States, that Saskatchewan is setting aside funds for clinical trials, that neurologists admit their patients get better, will the government do the right thing and support clinical trials for MS patients here in Canada?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and our thoughts do go out to all those who suffer from MS. And this year, through CIHR, we have invested $5.4 million just this year, specifically for MS research. We are moving as quickly as possible based on the best available science. We've established a scientific expert working group to monitor and analyze results from the 7 MS Society-sponsored studies already underway in Canada and the U.S. The terms of reference for this working group, along with the names of the committee members, are available on the CIHR website. If the experts advise in favor of clinical trials, our government, working with the MS Society and provinces like Saskatchewan and others, and territories, will ensure they are funded. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to getting this right, but we really must get it right before we move ahead on something that we have some confidence will work, but we do have to be sure, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.